Dreamscape presents The Couple in Cabin 14 by Nancy Savage. Narrated by Terry Schnabelt. Chapter 1. Amber watches her husband as he holds onto the steering wheel with one hand while blindly feeling around the dash of their car with the other, trying to keep his eyes on the road. He mumbles under his breath that he's sure he had left his sunglasses up there, then lets out a theatrical huff to indicate he's given up searching. Amber opens the glove compartment and pulls out a packet of mints, choosing not to mention the sunglasses case she has to move aside to reach them. Dean has been nothing but short with her since they picked up on the second half of their journey this morning, and she doesn't feel like helping him out right now, even with something as petty as finding his sunglasses. It's not even bright enough to warrant sunglasses, although it is much warmer than she had expected Oregon to be in early May. Amber has packed mostly warm layers and jeans for their week away, expecting it to be cold here at this time of year. But now she's wondering if she should have packed some shorts and t-shirts too. The journey from their home in Sacramento to the rental cabin they'll be spending the next weekend at Spring River Resort is just under 9 hours by car, and they had decided it was better to drive it over 2 days. Amber had been hoping that the first night of their trip would start with a romantic evening, stopping off halfway at a hotel, maybe enjoying some dinner and drinks. But after a delayed set-off due to lost car keys and a premature turn-off that took them 30 minutes in the wrong direction before they had to make a U-turn and drive back again, all the while arguing over whose fault it was, the trip had felt doomed before it had barely begun. They had checked in late and hardly said a word to each other before going straight to sleep. Fortunately, Amber had woken up this morning after a surprisingly restful night, feeling a lot better than she had the previous evening. Usually, she had a hard time getting any sleep in an unfamiliar bed, especially in a stopover hotel where intrusive thoughts would keep her awake. What would show up on these sheets under a blue light? Would I hear if a stranger opened up the door with an extra key card and crept around? But somehow she had slept a solid 8 hours last night and woke up feeling optimistic about the next part of their trip. Judging by Dean's current mood, he mustn't have had such a good night's sleep. Although, if the snoring that had served as Amber's wake-up call this morning was anything to judge by, he had been sleeping soundly enough. She had even let him lie in for an extra hour while she fetched herself a coffee from the hotel lobby's vending machine. The coffee wasn't great, but it was strong and hot, and it had just about hit the spot as she'd stood out on the balcony of their room, taking in the crisp morning air. She had leaned on the rail, pretending to scroll through her phone while watching two very rough-looking middle-aged men, both in work overalls, open up the auto repair shop across from the hotel. She hadn't seen them utter so much as a word of acknowledgement to each other from the moment they'd arrived until they had finished their seemingly perfectly choreographed morning setup routine. Amber loves to people watch. She's mastered the art of pretending to be engrossed in her own tasks as she studiously examines the everyday affairs of other human beings. A lot can be learned observing people living out the most mundane parts of their lives. Although Amber couldn't say she had learned much from watching these two men work, it had served as a reminder to ask Dean when their car's tires had last been pumped up, though that was probably thanks to the rusted sign they had hanging up on the wall outside advertising their services. Apparently, that extra hour of sleep had done nothing for Dean's mood, because by the time he had showered, shaved, had his own vending machine coffee, and they'd gotten back on the road, he still had a sour look on his face and seemed generally uninterested in making conversation. He even seemed annoyed at her asking if he had checked the tire pressure before they'd left home. Of course he had. Now they're on the last hour stretch of their drive, and Amber is wondering how this week is going to play out if Dean's attitude doesn't pick up. There has been more strain on their relationship this past year than they've ever experienced before, and Amber really wants this trip to act as a reset button. Maybe to even feel like the good old days, when they were 20-somethings, carefree and going out at midnight to sit on the beach, talking for hours by moonlight. Or staying in on a Friday night and playing strip twister while giggling, tipsy on cheap wine. Well, Amber doesn't want to do exactly that anymore, but she does miss the spontaneity of their younger days. She decides if she wants this trip to have any memories worth holding on to, she needs to extend an olive branch. She pops another mint, then opens the glove compartment again to place them back inside, and picks up Dean's sunglasses case. "Hey, I just found your sunglasses. They were in here."
"I didn't leave them there,"
he says, glancing over with a doubtful look. Not a thank you. Amber feels a flash of annoyance, but pushes it down. She really wants to get along with her husband for the next week, even if it takes her doing all the heavy lifting. She takes his sunglasses out of their case and breathes on the lenses, then uses the bottom of her sweater to wipe them clean, a gesture she hopes he notices. Once they're smear-free, she reaches out to pass them to him, but pulls them back at the last second, before he has a chance to take them, leaving his arm outstretched expectantly. Amber looks over at him and smiles. "Hey."
"What?"
Dean says, his eyebrows bunching in confusion. "Can we just try to forget about last night and start out our stay at the cabin on the right foot?" she pleads. "We've got 1 week away together, and I just want to enjoy ourselves. Relax, have some fun, like we used to." Dean glances at her, then turns his eyes back to the road.
"Sure,"
he says flatly, an unreadable look on his face. That wasn't the reaction Amber was hoping for. She passes him his sunglasses, and he takes them, placing them down on his lap. After a few moments, he takes one hand off the wheel and rubs both his eyes briefly with his thumb and forefinger. He lets out a deep sigh and tips his head back on the headrest, keeping his eyes on the road. He doesn't even look annoyed anymore. He just looks defeated.
"Yeah, Amber, I'm sorry,"
he sighs.
"I just have a lot going on right now with work and Mom, and everything feels like it's piling up on me at the moment. I don't want it to take away from this trip. I know how much you've been looking forward to it."
His face softens as he reaches over and takes Amber's hand in his. He squeezes it firmly before letting go, then reaches down to pick up his sunglasses and slides them on.
"When we booked this trip, Mom seemed to be doing okay for the most part. But in the last few weeks, I've seen her slipping more and more. I feel bad now, leaving her like this for a whole week," he admits.
At the mention of Dean's mother, Gloria, Amber's nerves are immediately set on edge. Chapter 2. If Amber had to choose just one word to describe Gloria, Dean's mother, it would have to be difficult. She feels guilty thinking of her that way, not only because she is her mother-in-law who she longs to have a loving relationship with, because Gloria suffers from Alzheimer's disease. The qualities that make her difficult, though, do not stem from this affliction completely. Before her symptoms began, she had always been fiercely independent, never one to accept help or tolerate other people's input in her life. But it's been 4 years since her diagnosis, and as time has gone by, it's become increasingly obvious that it's not safe for her to live alone anymore. As Dean's job as a software engineer allowed for the option to work from home, he'd set up a makeshift office in one of his mom's spare bedrooms to be close to her while working each day. But it's been 6 months since he started that arrangement, and with each passing week, he has had to spend more and more of his working hours helping his ever-resistant mother with daily tasks. It's gotten to the point where he arrives back home to Amber in the evenings and barely has the energy to make conversation anymore, let alone spend any quality time with her. His older sister, Melanie, takes over every weekend, as well as making the occasional trip out with Gloria during the week, but there is nobody else their mother will allow to supervise her. Supervise being a word they are all very careful not to use around her. Amber is certainly not on the list of people Gloria wants hanging around her or helping out. Not that Amber's work hours as a teacher's assistant at a local high school would allow her time to. She now thinks of the weight Dean has been carrying around on his shoulders these past few months. All of the annoyance she had felt at his earlier mood dissipates, and she feels a wave of compassion flow over her as she looks at a man who is doing his best to just keep it together. "Hey, your mom is in good hands," she assures him gently. "Melanie will be there with her all week long, day and night. You have no reason to feel bad about getting away for a while. You need time to unwind."
Yeah,
Dean replies, biting his lower lip, something he does when he has something he's trying not to say. "Unless, is there something else bothering you?" she asks.
no, there's nothing else. I'm just tired.
Amber has known her husband long enough to know when he's lying to her. He signals and takes an exit that leads onto a smaller road. There are large pine trees looming over them on each side now, and as they pass, Amber catches a glimmer of water playing peekaboo behind the scattered trees to her left. She tries to take in and enjoy the impressive scenery, but she's distracted by the nagging feeling that her husband is keeping something from her. They pass over a bridge and arrive at a huge wooden archway with the words, "Welcome to Spring River Resort," engraved in elegant script. Amber has been waiting for this trip for months. She's never been to Spring River Resort before, but after reading hundreds of reviews for the place online, scouring through photos and maps of the resort, and downloading the guides on the many activities Spring River has to offer, she already feels as though she has intimate knowledge of the area. They're almost at their rental cabin, thankfully. Her legs are nearly dead from sitting in the car for the last 3 hours. She's looking forward to settling in and maybe taking a warm bath this evening to unwind from the long, tense journey. Dean could do to unwind too, that's clear to see. Amber gazes over at her husband, who is now jabbing in frustration at the sat-nav with one finger, trying to recenter the display. In this light, she can clearly see some new, wiry gray strands weaved into his dark curls. When they'd first met, many years ago, it was his big mop of curly hair that made him stand out. It offset his strong jawline and deep brown eyes with an almost goofy look. Amber was taken by him straight away, with his playful charm and his ability to laugh at himself. Nowadays, Dean wears his curls short for minimal upkeep, and it's been far too long since Amber has seen him laugh at either himself or anything else, come to think of it. They drive past a ranch-style restaurant, outside of which a sign reads, "Annie K's Bar and Grill." Amber's stomach growls, and it dawns on her that other than a couple of mints, all she's had to eat today is a glazed donut she picked up at their last coffee stop. It's now just after 3 o'clock. Dean hasn't eaten much more than she has, and must be hungry too, although he hasn't mentioned it. There won't be any food at the cabin when they arrive, so they will need to find a store around here tomorrow and stock up on some groceries. She points her thumb over her shoulder toward the restaurant. "Maybe we can head back there and get some food after we found the cabin. I don't know about you, but I'm starving."
Sure,
Dean replies, his eyes not moving from the road ahead of him. Amber can see her husband is still caught up in his thoughts. "Dean, stop worrying. Your mom is with Melanie. She's going to be fine. Plus, she's got Phil there to keep her company." She smiles. Phil is Dean and Amber's dog. He's a lab hound rescue whose name comes from an ongoing private joke between them. It started when they'd first moved in together and had soon gotten into their first real argument after Dean had made a passing remark to Amber about there being a better way to cut onions while she was preparing a salad. They had bickered back and forth for a few minutes about what Amber had seen as Dean's habit of micromanaging in the kitchen, and what Dean had seen as sharing tricks he'd learned during his brief time working at an Italian restaurant while in college. "Maybe my way is less efficient, but I find it easier to do it like this," Amber had ended up growling through gritted teeth.
"Amber, you can put feathers on a dog, but it don't make it a chicken,"
Dean had replied in a strange southern accent. Amber had put down the knife and stood there looking at Dean bewildered.
"Yeah," he'd shrugged. "I don't know what that means either. I just heard Dr. Phil say it to someone on his show this morning."
They had both burst out laughing, and the argument was immediately diffused. Since then, whenever they argue and one of them wants to wave a white flag, they will come out with a made-up Dr. Philism to lighten the mood. It works about 80% of the time. Dean's face now softens at the mention of Phil the dog.
"Yeah, Mom does love that mutt,"
he says fondly. Amber seizes her chance to get him excited about their stay. What do you say we forget about everything back home and just be selfish for 1 week? We'll eat some good food, see what this resort has to offer, maybe get drunk and go skinny dipping at the lake. Are you up for it?" Dean cracks a crooked smile, knowing Amber is joking about the skinny dipping part. He looks over at her, and she can see humor in her husband's eyes.
"Sure, let's do it,"
he says. He's not quite jumping for joy, but at least he seems to have lightened up a bit. Amber will take it. "Great," she grins, "because it looks like we're here." Chapter 3. Amber steps from the car and shakes out her half-numb legs to get the blood flowing back through them. She can already feel pins and needles coming on, and her bladder is now near to bursting point, their last rest stop having been roughly 3 hours ago. So this is it. Cabin 15, Alpine Drive, they're home for the next week. It's not like Amber had been expecting a cozy little timber shack in the woods. The listing for this place had boasted a 3-bedroom luxury lodge with everything from a hot tub to a 50-inch flat-screen TV. But now that she's here, it looks even bigger in real life than it did in the photos, which is rare from her experience. There was the summer that Dean had surprised her by booking them a romantic weekend away at a beach house rental. Well, that's what he thought he had booked for them anyway. It turned out the listing had been for just one room in a house owned by an eccentric older woman who had insisted on waking them up at the crack of dawn on both mornings of their stay to do Tai Chi on the beach as the sun came up. It hadn't been all that bad in the end, though. They'd learned a new skill that they have never put into practice since, and had been fed surprisingly delicious vegan food the whole weekend. Dean now walks up behind Amber, takes in the sight of their accommodation, and whistles.
"Well, this isn't quite the image I had in my head," he says.
"What were you expecting, exactly?" Amber asks, wondering if Dean had actually looked at the resort pamphlet she had emailed to him weeks ago, like he'd told her he had.
"Honestly, I didn't realize they made cabins 3 times the size of our house. Plus, I thought it would be a little more secluded than this."
He gazes up and down the street, which is lined on both sides with similar-sized cabins, each as impressive as the last, and no two the same. Each property is divided from the next by a dense stand of pine trees, the smell of which permeates the air with their sweet, refreshing scent. It makes it feel almost Christmassy. Amber imagines how magical it must be here during the holidays, a blanket of snow under the pine trees, and the street lit up. But it's May right now, and there are no string lights or holiday decorations, although there is a spring wreath hanging on the front door, a nice little touch that she appreciates. Looking up at the 2-story cabin, Amber can't wait to get settled in and explore all that the area has to offer. Spring River is a sprawling lakeside resort community with a central village, several outdoor sports facilities, and countless attractions stretched out over 3,000 acres. She and Dean had availed of a major discount for booking during the quieter season, before schools get out in summer and the place is overrun by families with energetic young children. Sometimes being a child-free couple pays off. It's so serenely quiet. All Amber can hear is a lawnmower somewhere in the distance and the gentle chirping of birds nestled in the trees. Although Spring River is primarily a vacation resort, it also has a population of roughly 800 people, since many of the properties on the east side have been bought by private residents, mostly retirees. There's a large hotel close to the central village, and then on the west side of the resort, where the lake is, there are countless streets of rental cabins. Many of them are managed by the resort itself, but several others, such as Alpine Drive, are owned and run by independent property managers. Amber walks up to the cabin door while Dean fetches their bags from the trunk of the car. She runs her fingers lightly over the pink peonies and green leaves that adorn the spring wreath in silent appreciation. Amber has always loved flowers. As a child, her bedroom shelves were lined with books on wildflowers and flower arranging. She would study them over and over and go outside searching for the blooms she had read about. She used to imagine she would grow up to be a florist and spend her days cutting and arranging all kinds of exotic bouquets. Looking at this beautiful wreath now, Amber wonders why she doesn't create things like this for her own home. She easily could. Not that anyone besides her would appreciate it. Dean steps up behind her with their luggage.
Did you find the lockbox for the keys?
Amber is shaken from her thoughts. She looks around and spots a digital keypad on a metal box to the side of the porch by the doorframe. It's right here. Give me a moment and I'll find the code. The property manager sent it in a text this morning. She pulls out her cell phone. The code is 5487. Dean punches the numbers into the keypad.
Nope,
he says, looking at the screen, the words incorrect password displayed on it. What? Let me try. Amber pushes in front of him and tries putting the numbers in slowly, then pressing enter. Incorrect password. Great. The property manager gave us the wrong code. Amber sighs.
What do we do now?
I have his number, Amber says. I guess I'll have to call him and ask. Maybe he sent us the code for one of his other cabins accidentally. She finds the property manager's number and presses call. It rings out twice before being picked up.
Hello?
A man's voice crackles down the line. Hi, this is Amber Hughes. My husband and I have a booking for...
Hello?
The voice crackles again. Hi, can you hear me? She says louder. Amber hears him speak again, but this time the line is so broken up that she can't make out a word. She sighs and presses the hang-up icon. She looks down at her phone. One bar of service blinks before disappearing.
It must be all these trees, Dean says, having watched Amber make the call.
I guess, she muses, staring up again at the towering pines. I really need to get into the cabin now, though. Nature is calling. She shifts her weight to the other foot, awkwardly. Amber notes, rather sourly, that Dean seems amused by her discomfort.
How about I check around the back of the cabin for another lockbox while you try calling again from up there? Maybe you'll get a stronger signal away from the trees.
He points up the road. At the end of the street is a wooden pavilion lined with benches, in a small clearing before the road turns onto the next street. Amber agrees to Dean's suggestion and makes her way toward it while he disappears around the back of the cabin. As she walks, Amber notices that all the other cabins seem to be unoccupied at the moment. Do they have the whole street to themselves? Maybe this place is more secluded than Dean had assumed it was. No. Amber remembers now there was a car parked in the driveway of the one next to theirs. So that's at least one neighbor. Every cabin Amber passes looks like its own little slice of heaven, with the pine tree-lined yards and the occasional glimpse of the lake in the distance beyond, shimmering like a mirage in the bright sun. Despite Spring River's name, the closest actual river is several miles away. The resort's biggest attraction is the large private lakeshore that it sits on. When she'd first read about the many different water sports and activities they run on the lake, kayaking, water skiing, wakeboarding, and even some sort of water jetpacking experience, which she is not nearly brave enough to attempt, Amber was sold on the resort almost immediately. She gets to the pavilion and looks down at her phone now she's no longer surrounded by trees. 2 bars of a signal. That should work better. She taps redial and presses the phone to her ear.
Hello?
The line is picked up almost immediately. Hi, I'm looking for the property manager for Alpine Drive, Amber prompts.
You're speaking to him, says a kind, older-sounding voice. Although I usually just go by Jerry.
Hi, Jerry. This is Amber Hughes. I just tried calling a moment ago about an issue with our cabin.
Oh, dear. What can I help you with?
He asks. Well, we just arrived, and the code you sent me for the lockbox isn't working. She's still in the line of view of their cabin and can see Dean has returned from his search for another lockbox. He spots her and shakes his head. No luck.
I'm sorry to hear that. Are you sure you have it right? It's 5487,
Jerry says. Yes, that's the code we are using, but it says the password is incorrect.
That's very strange.
Jerry sounds genuinely confused.
Are you sure?
If her bladder weren't so full and her stomach so empty, Amber would have a lot more patience, but she's starting to get irritated despite this man's kind tone. Yes, Jerry, I am sure that it's not working, she says, trying and failing to sound patient. Maybe you sent me the code to one of your other cabin's lockboxes by mistake? We are booked in for cabin 15. Maybe you could double-check for me what the password is?" There's a small laugh on the other end of the phone.
"Oh, there's no need for me to double-check. I'm too old to remember 20 sets of passwords. I keep it simple. 54 for me and 87 for my baby girl."
A smile is audible in his voice. From the corner of her eye, Amber notices that Dean isn't alone anymore. There's a woman standing with him on the sidewalk, and they seem to be deep in conversation. Chapter 4. The woman looks as though she's been out jogging. She's wearing a lilac sports bra with matching leggings, and her long red hair is swinging gently from a high ponytail like a silky pendulum as she talks enthusiastically to Dean. The fact her husband is talking to a woman she doesn't know would not usually bother Amber, but it's clear to see, even from this distance, that this woman is a knockout. They seem to be talking about the cabins or maybe the resort itself, judging by their occasional pointing and nodding heads.
"Mrs. Hughes, you still there?"
Amber's attention is summoned back to the phone against her ear, and she realizes she has missed what Jerry had been saying. "Oh, sorry, the signal here is weak. I couldn't quite make out what you just said," she lies.
"I said that Tom, my handyman, is just 20 minutes away from you. I'll send him right over now to fix the problem. Is that okay?"
20 minutes. Can Amber hold it that long? She decides she has no choice. "Okay, thank you, Jerry." Amber hangs up and starts back toward the cabin. As she gets closer, she can see that the woman, who looks a little younger than she is, maybe 30 or so, is now stretching one leg behind her, foot pointing upwards toward her back, chest risen up, as she listens intently to Dean, who is talking animatedly. It's clear from this woman's body language that she feels completely comfortable casually stretching out her muscles in front of a man she's only just met, while in skin-tight spandex. It strikes Amber as an overly familiar gesture, bordering on inappropriate. On approaching them, Amber just catches the end of what sounds like Dean recapping their previous evening.
"So, we ended up about 20 miles in the wrong direction and added an extra hour to our trip. But hey, we got to see some nice scenery," he says sarcastically. Both he and the woman laugh heartily at this. Amber feels a flash of annoyance at this little anecdote of his. He certainly hadn't been laughing with Amber about this last night or even this morning. In fact, she distinctly remembers being made to feel by her husband as though it had been her fault their evening had been ruined, despite the fact it was him who took the wrong turn. And up until about an hour ago, he had barely said one word to Amber today, as he'd simmered in irritability. Now he's laughing with a beautiful woman he's just met, happy as a clam at high tide. As Amber reaches them, she plasters a smile on her face and grips a hand onto her husband's shoulder. Dean swiftly turns around and gives her the first smile aimed her way since they set out on their trip yesterday. "Oh, hey, I was just telling our neighbor here about last night's adventures."
He laughs, then motions toward the woman standing in front of them.
"This is Sophie from the cabin next door. Sophie, this is my wife Amber."
The two women exchange greetings. Now she's up close. Amber can see this woman isn't as attractive as she had initially thought. She has a lot of makeup layered on for somebody out for a jog, as well as false lashes too thick to look natural against her small face. And as she adjusts her already perfect ponytail, Amber notices that Sophie's deep red hair, although beautifully long and shiny, is also likely a shade from a bottle. Not that Amber can judge. She's been getting her mid-length mousy blonde hair lightened every couple of months since her early 20s. Now, at age 36, she's happy to remain blissfully unaware of whether or not there are any grays hiding underneath. "It's so nice to see some new faces around here," Sophie beams. "Marcus and I have been here for a week now, and pretty much all of these cabins are empty. I guess this place will pick up a bit more in the summer months, but so far it's just been us and an old couple at the end of this row celebrating their 50th anniversary. And I think they might have left this morning."
"Well, we're here for the next week, so I'm sure we'll be seeing lots of each other. That's if we can actually get into our cabin.
Dean says, looking over at Amber expectantly. Amber, who is still gently stewing about her husband's sudden mood shift, realizes this was her prompt. Oh, right, yes, I got through to the property manager. He says he'll have somebody out in 20 minutes or so to fix the problem. Well, I've just finished a run and I'm about to head back inside. Sophie points in the direction of the neighboring cabin. Dean said you needed to use the little girl's room. You're welcome to come on over and use ours while you wait. Amber shoots Dean a loaded look. He was talking to this woman for all of 2 minutes and he's already shared Amber's bladder status with her. It's okay, I'm fine, really, but thank you for the offer. Amber can feel her cheeks burning from both embarrassment and fury at her husband for sharing something so personal with a complete stranger.
You said you were bursting a few minutes ago. Did you find somewhere to go up there in the bushes?
Dean ribs. Amber maintains her tight smile, but inside she's fuming. Is Dean trying to embarrass her? No, I can wait. Amber tries hard not to grit her teeth as she talks. Oh, we've all been there, Sophie almost sings. Especially after a long road trip. I insist, come on over. I'll get us all a drink of something, and we can get to know each other a little better while you're waiting to get into your cabin. This woman's beaming smile is starting to grate on Amber's nerves. She looks as though she's the kind of person who's used to getting her own way by just flashing a smile and batting her long, false eyelashes. But Amber isn't as confident as she'd like to make out that she can hold off using the restroom any longer, so she reluctantly agrees to Sophie's neighborly offer. Chapter 5. If Amber and Dean's cabin is half as nice as Sophie's, then Amber might just spend the entire week-long vacation indoors, reveling in luxury. She takes in the huge floor-to-ceiling stone fireplace with a nearby wicker basket full of logs and the rustic mahogany-brown leather couches that are strewn with worn patchwork cushions. The scene conjures up visions in Amber's head of cozy evenings around a crackling wood-burning fire with a glass of wine and lots of laughter. 2 large wooden sliding doors are open and lead into a kitchen with an industrial-sized cooker across from a stainless steel fridge and matching appliances. The contrast of the cold steel against the warm wooden interior offsets the rustic, cozy feel with a sleek, modern vibe. It's something, isn't it? Sophie says, walking to the kitchen and fetching herself a large glass of water from the tap. She gulps it down as Amber and Dean look around in silent wonderment. Directly behind where Sophie is standing at the kitchen sink is an enormous picture window that beautifully frames the view of the lake beyond the trees at the bottom of the yard. To the side of the yard, another row of towering pine trees marks the boundary between this property and that of Amber and Dean's. The view is incredible, Amber remarks, walking into the kitchen. You should see it at night, Sophie gushes, putting her empty glass into the sink. You can see every star in the sky from out there. Amber imagines that the view from the back of their own cabin must be identical, being right next door. She really hopes the handyman gets here soon to let them in. She's still exhausted from the drive, and at this point she wonders if that donut she had earlier will be all she ends up eating today. Marcus should be back soon. He's been down at the lake all afternoon, fishing, Sophie explains as she pulls down 3 white mugs from a cupboard and takes them over to a stainless steel Nespresso machine. Amber makes a mental note to look up the flashy piece of kitchen equipment online when she gets back home. She already knows the price will be unjustifiable, but she can always dream. Sophie is still chirping away as she pulls down a pack of coffee capsules from a cupboard. The restaurant down the way, Annie K's, will prepare and cook the fish you catch if you bring it into them on ice. So our romantic getaway has turned into Mark's big fishing trip. She says the last part with false gusto and laughs as she places a coffee capsule inside the machine and turns it on. Amber can see Dean's eyes light up a little at the idea of fishing for their dinner. Casting a line and looking out to the water for hours at a time sounds mind-numbingly boring to her, but she's heard it can be a therapeutic experience for some people. Maybe it would do Dean some good. The aroma of fresh coffee fills the air as Sophie carefully prepares their mugs in turn, and Amber is reminded of the reason she agreed to come over here in the first place. Would it be okay for me to use your bathroom now? Of course, it's right over there. Sophie points to a door just beyond the large wooden staircase. Amber doesn't much feel like leaving this woman on her own with her husband again, but she has little choice now, so she makes her way to the bathroom and leaves Dean and Sophie, who are already talking amongst themselves, alone in the kitchen. Once Amber's bladder is empty, she feels a lot better. But as she lathers her palms with a liquid hand soap called Lime and Mandarin Gel Moussant, which smells divine and looks as though it costs about $15 a bottle, she can't keep herself from thinking about how Dean had treated her outside. It really felt as though he had been trying to embarrass her. She hears Sophie's muffled laughter through the closed door. She and Dean are talking about something hilarious again, apparently. Maybe Amber is imagining it, but it sounds as though Sophie's flirting with Dean. She rushes to dry her hands, eager to get out there to grab her husband and make up an excuse for them to leave. She's never felt threatened in her marriage by another woman before. But then again, she's never seen her husband's mood perk up so suddenly after meeting a spandex-clad redhead without an ounce of extra fat on her body, who laughs at his every word. Amber looks at herself in the mirror. She's not in bad shape herself. Maybe not skin-tight workout gear ready, but she keeps herself in good shape. Right this moment, though, she looks tired and maybe a little dowdy in a cream sweater and jeans. Is Dean bored of her? Up until a year or so ago, they had a great relationship. But as Gloria's condition has progressed, and particularly since Dean's been working out of her house, he's become so grouchy all the time. He doesn't feel like going out or doing anything with Amber as a couple anymore, and intimacy is becoming a rare occurrence. The occasional evenings they spend together are usually spent sitting in front of the television at opposite ends of the couch, with Dean falling asleep halfway through a movie. Amber brushes her concerns aside and steps out of the bathroom to find Sophie and Dean are now immersed in an almost hushed conversation in the living room, huddled over a printed copy of the same resort pamphlet that Amber had emailed him weeks ago. As she's showing him a map of the area, Sophie is leaning in uncomfortably close to Dean, who is looking at the pamphlet as if in awe of its mere existence, as though, at this very moment, he is bearing witness to the first ever meeting of paper and ink. Dean looks up.
Amber, did you know there's an 18-hole golf course here? And a rock climbing center? And jet skis? You can rent a jet ski for a whole day.
He draws out the last part for emphasis. Yes, I emailed you that pamphlet already, remember? You told me you'd read it.
Dean looks at her blankly. I don't remember that. I mustn't have gotten it.
Amber is about to protest when the cabin door suddenly swings open, and a man, who she assumes must be Marcus, walks in laden down with fishing gear. He closes the door behind him, puts down his rod and ice chest, and struggles to shake off a large rucksack without giving so much as a glance to where the three of them sit.
Hey, Soph, hope you're hungry. I caught 3 trout today and they're not small, he calls out.
Amber can see dark hair poking from under his snapback cap as he stands in the entryway holding onto the doorframe to steady himself while he pulls off his boots, seemingly still unaware of Amber and Dean's presence.
For the first hour or so out there, I thought today was going to be a bust, but then...
He stops mid-sentence as he turns and clocks Amber and Dean sitting in the living room, coffee mugs in hands. Mark, come meet our new neighbors. This is Dean and Amber. They're staying next door in number 15 for the next week, Sophie trills. Dean and Amber both say hello. Mark looks them over and briefly raises a hand in an awkward greeting, then grabs the ice chest from where he set down his gear and brings it to the kitchen counter, turning his back to them. Amber's first impression of Mark is that he is quite tall, maybe a little over 6 feet. Her next impression is that he doesn't much like being caught off guard by neighbors calling over. The code they were given for their lockbox isn't working, so I invited them around for coffee while they're waiting for a repairman to come fix the problem, Sophie explains to Mark when he doesn't make a move to initiate small talk.
That'll explain the pickup truck parked outside.
Mark shoots a thumb over his shoulder without turning around. Oh, that might be him. Amber puts down her half-full mug, glad to now have an excuse to get out of here. She looks to Dean, giving him the time to leave nod, but her husband doesn't see her hinting gesture. He is staring over at Mark, who is now putting fresh ice from the freezer over his catch. Dean's lips are set in a line, and Amber can't quite read the expression on her husband's face, but he's not taking his eyes from Mark, who finishes up icing his catch and makes his way to the staircase.
"Sorry to meet and run, but I've got to get the smell of fish washed off me," Mark says as he starts up the stairs.
Sophie stares after him as he disappears. A flash of annoyance sparks in her face, but is quickly replaced by that sickly sweet smile of hers again as she turns to where Amber and Dean are beginning to make their way to the front door. "So, guys, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other being right next door." Amber hopes not.
"That sounds great. How much longer are you and Mark staying for?" asks Dean.
"We're here until next Saturday." Sophie smiles brightly at him. The same day that Amber and Dean are leaving. Great. They're right next door for the whole of the next week. "Well, we've got to be going." Amber looks at her watch. It's nearly 5 o'clock. She's ravenous now, and they still haven't even gotten their bags into the cabin yet. They say their goodbyes, and Amber and Dean make their way down the driveway and back around to their cabin, just in time to see a man in work overalls with a toolbox in his hand walking back to a pickup truck.
"Are you the couple having trouble with the lockbox?"
He manages to sound bored. "That's us. Were you able to fix the problem?" asks Amber.
"It's all sorted out. The previous occupants must have changed the passcode, either accidentally or on purpose. I guess the housekeeping wouldn't have noticed. They have their own set of keys."
He shrugs and hands Amber a key with a plastic label attached to a keychain reading Cabin 15 Front Door.
"I've set the code back to the one Jerry gave you, and the back door key is still in the lockbox if you need it."
She thanks him before he gets into his pickup truck and drives off, and they collect their luggage from the porch and make their way into the cabin. Chapter 6. The decor in Cabin 15 is much the same as that of Sophie and Mark's. The stone fireplace stretches from floor to ceiling, surrounded by leather couches with what looks like the same patchwork cushions. The main difference is the layout. Where Sophie and Mark's cabin had sliding doors leading to the kitchen, this one has a large open-plan kitchen leading from the living area that makes the space feel a little larger than that of their neighbors. The view from the kitchen window is, as Amber had suspected, identical to what she just saw from next door, and she is happy to see this kitchen has been decked out with the same stainless steel cooker and appliances, including the Nespresso machine she had been coveting. Amber wishes she had been able to see their own cabin first. Seeing Sophie and Mark's before theirs had kind of stolen its thunder. She tries to push her grudges aside as she goes upstairs to drop her luggage in the bedroom. She can hear Dean downstairs, opening and closing cupboards, scoping the place out. The first thing that catches her attention as she walks into the master bedroom is a huge wooden sleigh-style bed that's made up with the most beautiful crisp white linen. Soft, tasseled throw pillows adorn the top, and it takes everything Amber has not to climb inside the covers and curl up for a nap. She longs to regain the excitement she had been feeling about this trip, but the last hour has left her feeling unsettled. Between Dean embarrassing her, Sophie's flirtatious manner towards her husband, and the strange way the tone had suddenly seemed to shift the second Mark had showed up, Amber has lost the enthusiasm she had been feeling earlier. She hears Dean climbing the stairs, going from room to room looking for the master bedroom. "In here," she shouts. Dean pokes his head in and spots Amber, who has now opened her suitcase and is trying to find something to wear to dinner.
"This place is amazing,"
Dean says, opening the wardrobe doors and peering inside before closing them back up. "Yeah, it is," Amber mumbles.
"And Sophie seems nice. Maybe she and her husband can show us around the resort. It looks like there's so much to do here that we won't possibly fit it all in with just 1 week," he muses.
Amber throws down the clothes she's sorting and turns to her husband. "You would have already known about what this resort has to offer if you'd actually read the pamphlet I emailed you weeks ago, like you told me you did at the time," she shoots at him. "And yeah, Sophie seems to really like you too."
Oh, not that again, Amber. I told you I don't remember getting an email from you with any pamphlet. Maybe you didn't send it. And what exactly do you mean by Sophie seems to like you too? Dean says the last part with air quotes.
Amber feels flames creep up the sides of her face. Oh, nothing. It's just she seemed to be hanging on every word you said and getting much closer than she needed to show you the map of this place.
What? You're imagining things. She's married, and she was just happy to have some people around here to talk to.
Well, it seemed to me as though she was particularly happy to have you around, and after barely speaking to me for the first half of today, you sure perked up when you had her stretching out her legs in front of you and laughing at your every word. Amber glowers. She can hear the jealousy in her own voice, and she doesn't even recognize it. What is happening? 2 hours ago, she was excited for a week away with her husband. Now she's acting like a jealous, overbearing wife. This is all wrong. This isn't how she wanted their trip to begin. She sighs and sits down at the side of the bed. Dean stands there looking dumbfounded by Amber's outburst, then narrows his eyes in confusion.
Stretching? When was she stretching?
He looks genuinely lost. Amber looks up at him in disbelief. You mean you didn't notice the redhead in the tight outfit was practically doing yoga moves on the front lawn while you were talking to her? Dean shakes his head, evidently having no clue what his wife is talking about.
If she did, I didn't notice.
He shrugs.
I was just telling her about our trip here. She asked me where we were traveling from, and I was being polite. And I had perked up, more air quotes, because I'd just seen the amazing view from the backyard. Also, did you see there's a Traeger grill out there?
Amber doesn't answer his question. She's wondering if Dean was genuinely blind to Sophie's not-so-subtle advances. He walks over and sits on the bed beside her.
I told you, I'm sorry for my mood last night, and this morning. There's a lot going on right now at home. But you asked me on the way here to try to put all of that aside and relax and enjoy myself, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Amber eyes her husband. Everything he's saying makes sense. She suddenly feels like an idiot for even thinking Dean was interested in Sophie. She should trust that her husband isn't looking at other women that way. She sighs and puts her head down into her hands, embarrassed. I'm sorry for acting jealous. I don't know where that came from. I think I'm just tired from the long car journey, she says. I just want to enjoy our trip together, and honestly, I really don't feel like sharing it with another couple.
That's fine.
Dean looks away for a moment, seemingly lost in thought.
Sophie's husband couldn't get away from us fast enough anyway.
Amber thinks of Mark's cold reception and hurried rush to get upstairs and away from them. What was it about their presence that spooked him? He did seem a little unenthusiastic to meet us, she agrees. She's glad she wasn't the only one who noticed that the mood seemed to shift as soon as Mark walked in the door. Between Sophie's overly familiar manner with a married man she's just met and Mark's behavior bordering on rude, Amber doesn't feel like getting to know the couple in cabin 14. Dean is silent again for a few moments, then looks as though he's about to say something but thinks better of it. Amber mentally shakes off the unpleasant beginning to their stay. Can we just press the reset button on this trip and try to get along, please? Dean turns to face her, suddenly looking very serious.
You can't just throw a wig on a donkey and expect it to start winning beauty contests,
he deadpans in an exaggerated southern accent. Amber can't stop herself bursting out laughing. That one doesn't even make sense. Or, wait, does it? She giggles, then bumps her shoulder playfully into his. He mimes being thrown forcefully from the bed onto the floor by her nudge, then props himself up, crouching in front of where she's sitting, looking up at her.
It wasn't supposed to make sense. It was supposed to make you laugh. And I'd say that I succeeded,
he gloats, one eyebrow raised. Amber squints her eyes at him, but offers him a hand up. This is the first glimpse she's seen in a long time of the man she remembers marrying. Chapter 7. The enticing aromas of the restaurant waft over Amber as she and Dean enter Annie K's Bar and Grill, making her mouth water and her stomach growl with a fresh pang of hunger. She really needs to start keeping protein bars or trail mix in her bag from now on. She makes a mental note to get some at the resort's grocery store tomorrow. They're greeted by a middle-aged waitress wearing a friendly smile and a worn floral apron. A name tag pinned to her chest reads Nell, and as she shows them to their table, she showers them with questions about where they're from and how they're liking the resort so far. By the time Amber and Dean take their seats, Nell is already telling them about her son, who apparently lives 40 miles from where they live in Sacramento. He just finished his law degree last year, aced the bar exam, and got offered a position at a small firm right away, she says as she takes a bobby pin from her apron pocket and wrangles a stray strand of graying blonde hair that's come loose from its bun. My son, the lawyer. Can you believe it? I just hope he doesn't get too big for his boots and comes back home to see his mama from time to time. She carries on as though Amber and Dean are old friends of the family. Amber looks around at the ranch-style decor of the restaurant, with its large, family-sized booths, a separate bar to the end of the building, and a small entertainment stage and dance floor to the side. Nell's warm personality seems to embody the essence of this place, and Amber smiles to herself. This was what she came here for. The reviews for Spring River had all mentioned the friendly atmosphere and the rustic charm of the place. She's starting to feel the excitement she'd had for this trip returning. Once Nell has finished telling them proudly all about her son, and Amber and Dean have assured her that if they ever find themselves needing an environmental lawyer near Sacramento who specializes in product regulation, he'll be the first person they'll go to, she passes them both a menu. Okay, you two, just make yourselves nice and comfortable, then give me a wave whenever you're ready to order. She smiles and walks away to serve a family at a nearby booth. Amber scans the menu. Right now, she would probably eat a whole ox if she was offered one, but she looks through the options in front of her and quickly settles on what she wants. As Dean is studying his menu, another waitress comes over and places a basket of bread rolls on the table, as well as a big pitcher of iced water and glasses. Amber thanks the waitress, then quickly grabs a roll, slices it open, and spreads a thick layer of butter on it before stuffing half of it into her mouth in one large bite. It's not her most elegant moment, but she needs to keep herself going until her meal comes out. Dean doesn't seem in much of a rush to make his choice, so Amber takes a moment to check her phone as she chews. There's a couple of spam messages from her cell phone provider, and one message from Dean's sister, Melanie. Amber opens it up. Hey, Amber, I just wanted to text and say thank you. It means so much to us. Can't wait to hear all about your trip when you get back. Have fun. M.X. Amber stares at the message. What exactly is Melanie thanking her for? She can't think of what she would be referring to. She looks up from her phone just as Nell walks back over to their table. All ready to order? She asks, pulling a small notebook from her pocket and plucking a pen from the bun at the back of her head. Amber orders the steak and fries, and Dean opts for the same, before Nell collects their menus up and heads back to the kitchen. Dean reaches into the bread basket and starts to pick on a roll. He has a habit of picking apart his food one bit at a time. It bugged Amber when they first met, but after 13 years of marriage, she's well used to it at this point.
So, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Dean asks, popping another chunk of roll into his mouth. He doesn't wait for her to answer before musing on their options as he chews.
I vote either the kayaking first, or how about a round of golf?
He winks, knowing Amber won't agree to going golfing with him. She's about to answer that she had been hoping they might spend their first day at the lake when she sees the door to the restaurant open and Sophie and Mark walk in. They're greeted enthusiastically by Nell, who ushers them not to a booth, but straight toward the doors that lead to the kitchen. Amber lets out a small groan. Great. Don't look now, but Sophie and Mark just walked in. Dean's head instantly swivels around, despite just being told not to. Of course. Amber flaps a hand in Dean's direction. Don't make eye contact. They might want to sit with us, she hisses. Dean turns back and laughs at Amber's childishness. Amber doesn't care if it's childish. She really wants to avoid this couple. They both make her feel uneasy. She had forgotten what Sophie told them earlier about this restaurant preparing and cooking your catch, but now, seeing Mark striding straight for the kitchen holding his ice chest, She realizes she could have easily deduced that they would be bumping into them by coming here tonight. Sophie, who has changed from her workout gear into skinny jeans and a moss green top that perfectly complements the red tones in her hair, is walking behind Mark when she spots Amber and Dean at their table. Her face lights up and she breaks away from him as he disappears into the restaurant kitchen. She squeezes between tables as she makes a beeline straight toward them, waving. Amber takes a deep breath and musters the best fake smile she can manage. "Hey, neighbors!" Sophie's shrill voice cuts through Amber's nerves. Amber and Dean both say hello. Sophie seems to have somehow added even more makeup to her face since earlier today, and, looking at her up close, Amber is reminded that this woman is not as attractive as she had built her up in her mind as being. From the makeup to the lashes to the acrylic nails on her hands, everything about this woman seems fake, even the smile on her face. "Did you get the problem with the lockbox all sorted out?" she asks. "Yes, we did, and thank you for having us over while we were waiting," Amber says. She can see Dean is purposefully avoiding looking Sophie's way, likely because he's trying to drive it home to Amber that he's not interested in the woman. From behind Sophie, Amber sees Mark coming out of the kitchen. He looks around as though he's searching for Sophie, then spots her standing at their table. He seems to freeze up for a second, turns around and walks in the opposite direction from them, then sits down at a table by the window, pulling out his phone. So Amber wasn't imagining things earlier. Mark really was avoiding them. "Did you guys order yet?" Sophie looks at their empty place settings. "Because Mark caught enough fish to feed us all, if you don't mind waiting a little longer for them to get it all prepared," she asks, her voice full of hope. Amber puts on an apologetic smile. "We already ordered, sorry, but you guys enjoy." "Oh, that's no problem. How about Mark and I pull up a couple of chairs and we can have dinner together, maybe get to know each other a little better?" Sophie looks at them expectantly. Dean is now rearranging the items on their table, for no apparent reason, in his quest to avoid interacting with Sophie. Amber feels a little bad for having made such a big deal out of earlier. Dean has clearly been left feeling like he can't even look in this woman's direction without it upsetting her. "Actually, Sophie, Dean and I are still kind of tired from our long journey. Would it be okay if we catch you another time?" she asks. Sophie looks momentarily disappointed, but quickly reverts back to factory settings, white teeth shining in a sweet smile. "Of course. You two enjoy your meal, and maybe we'll bump into each other tomorrow." "I'm sure we will," Amber replies. Sophie suddenly looks as though a light bulb has been switched on above her head. "You know, Amber, I usually try to fit in a couple of miles every day around the resort. Do you jog?" She raises her perfectly shaped eyebrows, waiting for a response. "No," she replies, choosing not to offer up any more explanation, as Sophie stands there waiting for her to elaborate. Amber almost enjoys the awkwardness of the exchange. She can see from the corner of her eye Dean has noticed, too, that Mark is avoiding them again and is staring over at him. Sophie seems to finally take a hint. "Well, I'd best get back to Mark. Enjoy your dinner." She looks like she's finally about to leave when she suddenly turns to Dean and places a finger on his hand where it rests on the table. "Oh, and Dean, I meant to say to you earlier when you mentioned about the golf course, Mark loves to golf. If you need a partner, I bet he'll be happy to join you." Amber wonders if there's a different Mark hiding around here somewhere, because Sophie is surely not talking about the same one sitting over the other side of the room right now, furiously ignoring them. Dean pulls his hand away from Sophie's touch and mumbles an unconvincing agreement before Sophie saunters back over to where Mark is sitting, just as Nell returns with Amber and Dean's food. Chapter 8. Finally alone again, Amber and Dean tuck into their meals. Every bite tastes like heaven, and Amber has to hold herself back from scoffing down all the fries on her plate in one go. Once she's feeling sated, she catches her husband's eye and nods discreetly in the direction of the couple across the room. "So, do you see it now?"
"See what?"
"Sophie. She has no boundaries. I mean, what was with the hand-touching?" Dean takes a bite of his steak.
"Yeah,"
he chews.
I don't think she means any harm, but she definitely seems a little unhinged.
Amber watches Dean as he looks over at Mark again, a crease forming between his brows. He shakes his head slowly and shoves another forkful of steak into his mouth.
You know, I wasn't sure before,
He chews as he talks.
but I think I might actually know that guy.
Of all the things her husband might have said, Amber definitely didn't expect that. Really? Does he owe you money or something? Why is he desperate to avoid us? She jokes. Dean chuckles.
No, I mean, I think I might have known him as a child. I'm not sure. He kind of looks like a kid called Marcus I remember from when we lived in Bakersfield.
Dean pauses to wipe his mouth with his napkin.
But it's been 30 years since we moved from there, so I don't know.
He shrugs. While Amber was raised not far from where she and Dean now live in Sacramento, Dean was born and raised in Bakersfield until his father had died of cancer when he was 7. Gloria had then moved him and Melanie out to Sacramento when a teacher's position became available to her there. That was long before Alzheimer's slowly started to pick away at her cognitive functions. Now she often struggles to recall what she has eaten for lunch or which cupboard she keeps her bowls in. "Do you remember the kid from Bakersfield's last name?" Amber asks. Not that she knows this Mark's last name, but it couldn't be too hard to find out.
No, I didn't go to school with him or play with him. He just lived locally. My mom would probably know. She has her problems, but she always remembers faces and names. She knew everyone on the block back then.
Amber thinks about this as she pokes the last few pieces of food around her plate. She steals a look over at the other couple's table. Their meal has just arrived, and Sophie has pulled out her camera and seems to be taking photos of her plate from several different angles. It's strange, Amber thinks. Sophie and Mark seem to have polar opposite personality types. Sophie comes off as overly forward and pushy, yet Mark comes off as a loner who can't even bring himself to talk to his neighbors. Amber understands not wanting to share your vacation with another couple. In fact, she feels the exact same way. But Mark seems to be trying to avoid them in a way that makes Amber think there's something more to it than just being a little introverted. Even if Mark was the same kid Dean is remembering from childhood, that still doesn't explain why he has dodged them at every turn since the moment he first saw them. Unless he's holding some kind of a 30-year grudge against Dean. Maybe Dean knew Mark all those years ago better than he's letting on, and there's actually more background to the story. If that was it, she's sure Dean would have told her, but if not, then there seems to be no explanation for this man's strange behavior. It's as though he's scared of being recognized. A dramatic scenario suddenly runs through Amber's head, where Mark is an escaped convict in hiding, at risk of being rumbled by an old neighbor he's bumped into. But that's just ridiculous, right? Whatever it is, Mark was clearly rattled from the moment he met them back at the cabin, and Amber can't shake the distinct feeling that this is personal. Chapter 9. The sun is beginning to set as Amber and Dean walk out of the restaurant and into the biting evening air. Amber feels a chill run through her body and pulls at her cardigan, wrapping it tighter around her, but the light material does little to shield her from the cold. Dean sees Amber trying to warm herself up and takes off his jacket and places it around her shoulders gently. It seems like such an old-fashioned gesture and makes her feel like she's 18 again and on a first date.
"It was too warm in the restaurant anyway. I could do with a bit of cold air," he says.
She looks up at him and smiles in thanks. She's drowned in his jacket, but it's much warmer than her thin cardigan, and it smells like aftershave and Dean's natural masculine musk. She pulls the collar up to her face and breathes in the familiar scent of her husband. Now that her belly is full and the tension between her and Dean has lifted, Amber feels a wave of contentment wash over her as she stands on the wooden wraparound porch of the restaurant and looks out at the pink and red-stained sky. The sunset back home doesn't hold a candle to out here, surrounded by nature. Amber remembers a little sign her grandmother always kept hanging in her kitchen that read, "These are the days." In this moment, standing here with her husband, that sentiment echoes in her head. They stand leaning against the wooden railing for several minutes, a contented silence falling between them while they enjoy the magic of the view as the sun slowly slips lower and lower in the sky. Just as Amber is about to suggest they make their way back to the cabin, the door behind them swings open, and Sophie and Mark walk out, lost in conversation as they make their way down the steps and toward the parking lot. They don't seem to spot Amber or Dean standing on the porch as they carry on talking to one another. The high Amber had been feeling dissolves on impact at the sight of their neighbors. Why do they make her feel this uncomfortable? She trusts that Dean isn't interested in the advances that Sophie may or may not have been making, and Mark's aloof demeanor should be something Amber is thankful for, given that she also wants to keep her distance. But something about this couple is just wrong. There's no other word she can think of to describe it. She watches as Sophie grabs Mark's hand lovingly and points toward the sunset. He looks up and they both seem to stand in relaxed appreciation for a minute before continuing to their car. They seem so normal in this moment, but there's something else there. Amber can just feel it. Something about this couple. Something dark hiding beneath the surface that almost scares her. She doesn't like that the warm glow she had been feeling just moments ago has been so quickly stubbed out at the mere sight of their neighbors. Is this going to be it for the whole trip? Attempting to enjoy herself while actively trying to avoid the people who are staying right next door to them? Spring River is big, but not big enough that she can count on evading them for a whole week. In any case, she doesn't want to be like Mark, rude and antisocial. If it had been any other couple staying next door to them, Amber would have been the one to suggest they all get to know each other better. This isn't how she wants this week to go. If she wants to be able to relax at all, she needs to get to the bottom of what is going on with Mark. Before Amber even knows what she's doing, she's running down the wooden steps of the porch and across the parking lot. "Hey, Sophie, Mark!" she calls out. Sophie and Mark have reached their car and are standing next to it, doors open, ready to get inside. They both turn at the sound of Amber's voice and pause. She catches up with them, a little out of breath from the short sprint. She wasn't lying to Sophie. She does not jog. Lately, her main form of exercise has been Phil's nightly walks around the block before Dean comes home. Amber sucks in air and puts a hand on her hip to stable herself as she stops in front of them, suddenly wondering to herself what on earth had possessed her to chase after them. Sophie gives a little giggle and looks her up and down. "Are you okay there, Amber? You look a little short of breath." Amber recovers quickly and sidesteps what sounds suspiciously like a jab from the super-fit Sophie. "Yeah," she attempts a laugh. "Full stomach. I should probably digest my food before I take off like that." She suddenly realizes she's still wearing Dean's giant jacket and must look like a crazy woman running at them in an empty parking lot at night. Mark looks as though he's eager to get into the car as Sophie raises a hand in greeting to Dean, who is walking toward them slowly, no doubt confused by Amber's sudden dash across the parking lot. Once she has composed herself, she catches Mark's eye. "Mark, we didn't really get a chance to talk to you earlier," she starts. Amber notices that neither Sophie nor Mark have a ring on their left hand. Also, this is the first time she has been up close to Mark, and it suddenly hits her that he is incredibly handsome. His eyes are an intense shade of obsidian, and his dark hair is swept back in an effortless, tousled style. There's a scar on the left side of his lower lip that draws her eyes to his mouth, and she catches herself before she gets distracted by this man's good looks. "I just wanted to ask you a question." Mark looks a little like a cornered animal, but at least he isn't running away from her this time. "What's that?" he asks. Dean is now standing next to Amber, and she reaches out to rest a hand on her husband's arm. "Well, Dean here told me he used to know a kid called Marcus that looked a bit like you, back when he lived in Bakersfield as a child." She leaves her words hanging in the air. "Right," says Mark finally. That sounds very much like a non-answer to what Amber supposes was her non-question. "So, we were wondering if you spent any time in Bakersfield as a child?" she asks more directly. Mark looks from Amber to Dean, and for a moment she thinks she sees a flash of fear in his eyes, but she can't be sure.
Bakersfield? No, I've never been there,
he replies. Well, that clears that up. Dean clears his throat awkwardly.
Yeah, I was just thinking out loud when I said that to Amber.
He side-eyes his wife.
It's been over 30 years since I lived there, and I can't remember if Marcus was even the kid's name. He probably looked nothing like you.
He laughs. Amber knows she's going to hear it from Dean for putting him in this position when it wasn't her place to ask. But she had to know if that was the reason for Mark's strange behavior. And if she had left it to Dean, she knows he wouldn't have brought it up with him. Well, Mark and I are both from Seattle, born and raised, Sophie smiles. Having seen the Washington plates on their car already, Amber is satisfied she's telling the truth. But that nagging feeling is still there. If Mark isn't avoiding them because of some kind of grudge or long-past grievance with Dean, what exactly is this guy's problem with them? Chapter 10. On their drive back to the cabin, after saying an awkward goodnight to the other couple, Amber is braced to get an earful from Dean, but instead he's gone back to being quiet, just like he had been on the drive here this morning. She attempts some small talk to gauge his mood. So that restaurant was nice? Do you think you'll try to catch us a fish or two so we can take them in there one night for dinner?
Yeah, maybe,
Dean mumbles. Dean's quiet moods are a form of torture for her, and he knows it. She sighs and rests her head back against her seat. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I acted a little crazy back there, running at Sophie and Mark like that, and I know it wasn't my place to ask him if he was the kid you'd known, she says. But come on, don't you feel better now knowing his bad attitude wasn't personal?
Dean glances at her quickly, then looks back to the road. I didn't really think it was. Like I said, the kid I'm thinking of probably didn't even look like him. It was a long time ago.
He shrugs.
Mark just seems like he's not super sociable. I've met tons of people like that.
Amber supposes he's right. They say opposites attract, and right now she can't think of a couple less alike than Sophie and Mark. Sophie probably had to drag Mark to this resort. She had told them herself that the romantic getaway she had been expecting was sidetracked by Mark just wanting to go fishing the whole first week. It explains why Sophie was so desperate to connect with the first neighbors who showed up that weren't elderly. It might also explain why she seems hungry for the attention of another woman's husband. Maybe Mark is neglecting their relationship in other areas, too. Amber feels satisfied with this explanation, and as they arrive back at their cabin and both slump down onto the buttery soft leather couches, her attention turns to Dean, who is still being suspiciously quiet. They sit there for a few minutes, in a silence far less comfortable than the one they had shared just 30 minutes ago as they'd watched the sun setting. You want to just get an early night so we can be a more energetic version of ourselves for tomorrow's adventures? She puffs out a breath.
Sure.
He groans as he shifts his weight back up off the couch and takes his phone from his pocket.
But I promised Mom I'd call her once we arrived.
He looks down at the screen.
I'm just going to take this outside to get a signal. There's nothing in here.
Tell her I say hi. Not that Gloria will want to hear from Amber. She's never made a secret of her distaste for her daughter-in-law. It started when Amber and Dean were first engaged 14 years ago. Gloria had congratulated them both and told them she was glad they were doing things the right way by getting married before starting a family, unlike her daughter Melanie, who had gotten pregnant a year out from college by a boyfriend she had only known for a matter of weeks. Despite not doing things the traditional way, Melanie is still with Jack to this day, living happily unwed. Their daughter, Haley, is all grown up now and starting college later this year. Haley had been unplanned, but Melanie and Jack had both stepped up and raised one of the most caring, ambitious young women Amber has ever met. To Gloria's credit, she has always been a good grandmother to Haley. But a woman of traditional beliefs, she had made no secret of the fact she was waiting for her only son to make her proud by doing things the way she saw as right. Dean was the one to break it to his mother that children weren't going to be on the cards for him and Amber. They had decided early on in their relationship that they didn't want to have any kids. No big discussions or fights, they just both agreed that it wasn't what they wanted in their futures. Gloria had immediately condemned their decision as rash and told them they would likely change their minds after they were married and found themselves feeling there was something missing in their lives. On Amber and Dean's wedding day, she had gifted them a cedarwood keepsake box, inside which was a silver baby rattle with the engraving, "Love, Nana." Amber had been furious. She was sure Gloria was trying to ruin their big day and make it about her. But looking back now, Amber doesn't know if that was the case, or if it's possible that Gloria had been showing early signs of dementia. Moments like that have made it very hard for Amber to ever warm to her. But she has long since stopped concerning herself over the fact that Gloria has never accepted their decision. Even if Amber and Dean had given her a handful of grandchildren, Gloria would have surely found other things to criticize her about. Amber will never be good enough in the eyes of her mother-in-law. Dean now picks up his jacket and makes his way to the door. Amber is suddenly reminded of the text from his sister. "Oh, before you go, I meant to tell you. I got a weird message earlier from Mel, thanking me." Dean stops on his way to the door.
"Thanking you? For what?"
She shrugs. "I don't know. She didn't say. I thought maybe you might know." Dean goes quiet. He bites his bottom lip, and Amber can see her husband is fighting an internal battle of whether or not to tell her something. "You're starting to worry me, Dean. What's going on?" He puts his jacket down and walks over to her. He sits down and places his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. Amber can see the anguish on her husband's face and is suddenly very concerned. Dean lifts his head from his hands and looks at her.
"There's something I need to tell you."
Chapter 11. Amber stands in the kitchen of their cabin, her head spinning. She and Dean have been arguing for the last several minutes, and right now, there is no amount of fake Dr. Phil quotes that could patch over this wound.
"I told Melanie that you agreed to having Mom move in with us,"
he had finally told her. Amber had stood there speechless, as Dean tried to explain himself.
"She can't live alone anymore. Her condition has been getting worse. It's either this or a nursing home. Melanie doesn't have space at her house. I was going to ask you about it after this trip, but Melanie wanted me to give her an answer right away."
His words ricochet around her head. He hadn't counted on Melanie texting Amber before he could convince her to agree to it. Amber grips onto the marble countertop of the kitchen island, her fingers turning white. She's feeling so betrayed by her husband that she almost wants to just go home and cancel the rest of their stay here. Dean had started off apologetic, but soon became defensive when she told him it was not happening. They could find another solution without Gloria having to move in with them, especially after he had betrayed Amber like this. There had been some talk recently of Gloria's declining condition, but she didn't even know that Melanie had asked Dean to take her into their home. Nobody had made Amber aware this had been an option placed on the table. How could Dean just assume she would agree to this? Does her opinion and input mean so little to him that he thinks he can make these huge, life-altering decisions without running it by her first? Whoever it was that said it's better to ask forgiveness than seek permission must have been a sociopath.
"Amber, I'm sorry. It was so stupid of me to agree without talking to you about it first."
Dean takes a step toward her.
"But you have to understand, I can't let Mom end up in a nursing home."
Amber stares at her husband. "You're at her home every day with her from first thing in the morning until you finish work in the evening. She looks after herself at night just fine." Dean says nothing. Amber can see he is holding something back from her yet again, and she's starting to wonder at what point in their relationship Dean had stopped sharing everything with her. They used to tell each other every little thing that was going on in their lives. But right now, she feels as though she's standing in front of a complete stranger. Dean clears his throat and hesitates before he looks at Amber.
"I haven't told you about this yet, but there was an incident recently. It was worse than her usual slips."
He breathes out. Slip is the term Dean started to use a couple of years ago to describe Gloria's moments of memory lapse and confusion. What kind of a slip? Did she forget something?
"No, this was worse."
he says quietly. Amber waits in silence for him to continue.
Last week, Mom's neighbor stopped me one morning when I arrived at her house. He told me he's seen Mom outside on her front lawn late the previous evening. She was on her hands and knees digging up weeds from her flower patch, wearing gardening gloves and a nightdress. He went out to ask her if everything was okay. It was cold and he was worried about her, but she waved him off, telling him she was too busy to stop and talk. He said he didn't know what more to do, so he just sat on his own front porch to make sure she was safe until she went back inside the house.
Dean's eyes glisten with unshed tears.
Amber, she was out there until after midnight, gardening by streetlight. I found her dirt and grass-stained nightdress in the laundry hamper.
He visibly swallows down his emotions.
Dean,
Wow, Amber falters. I had no idea things had gotten that bad. Did she remember it the next morning?
Not exactly, Dean replies. I asked her if she had done any gardening recently, and she told me she had dug up the flower beds the previous week, and that she was going to get some spring bulbs planted soon. I didn't know how to tell her what her neighbor had seen her doing.
Why didn't you tell me this when it happened? Asks Amber.
Dean gives his wife a knowing look. You know how she is. I was trying to protect her dignity. I saw her pride take a huge hit the morning she was dressed in her best, waiting for Melanie to pick her up for Sunday service, and I had to tell her it was only Thursday. She'd be mortified if she knew people were talking about her like this.
Dean is right. This is so far removed from the immaculately put-together mother-in-law Amber has known all these years. A woman who never has a strand of hair out of place or a single crease on her shirt. A woman whose standards are so high that nobody could ever live up to them. Amber now understands why Dean was acting so distant and distracted when they set off from home yesterday. But is she supposed to suddenly agree to letting Gloria live with them out of guilt over the alternative? In any case, Gloria would hate living with Amber. She would never agree to it. But then, if it's either that or a nursing home, Amber knows which choice both she and Gloria will make. Dean apologizes profusely again, and Amber can hear the sincerity in her husband's voice. She now sees his behavior over the last 2 days was due to the mental toil of having made such a huge mistake by lying to Melanie and then trying to keep it from Amber. She tells him that she won't make a decision until they get home and they have discussed all the options together with Melanie and Jack, as they should have done in the first place. As they finally make their way to bed, with the tension between them dissolved from sheer exhaustion after what feels like the longest day of her life, Amber resolves to try to forgive her husband for this betrayal of her trust. His heart was in the right place, but his head was far from it. Between the strange run-ins today with the couple next door and Dean's revelation that he had been keeping secrets from her, right now, all Amber wants to do is curl up under the big, downy duvet in their bedroom and sleep off the stresses of their first day at Spring River. Chapter 12. Amber wakes late the next morning and blinks against the blinding light pouring in from the huge double windows that lead to the bedroom balcony. She struggles to shake away sleep as she reaches for her phone and checks the time. 10:15? She hasn't slept in this late well, she can't even remember how long it's been. The emotions of the previous day, mixed with what Amber had discovered, was a high-quality memory foam mattress awaiting them under the plush covers as they got into bed last night, had made for a deep and restful night's sleep. Amber rolls back over and realizes the other side of the bed is empty. That makes sense. Dina's probably already gotten up and showered by now. She's suddenly aware of a smell in the air. Her mouth begins to water. Is that bacon? She pulls off the covers and slides her feet into the slippers she brought with her. She tentatively makes her way down the wooden staircase, almost expecting the boundaryless Sophie to have let herself in to cook up a special breakfast for Dean. But as she rounds the staircase, she looks into the kitchen and sees her husband standing at the stovetop, pushing eggs around a pan. 2 plates with buttered toast and bacon sit on the island counter, and Dean has obviously figured out how to use the Nespresso machine because there are 2 steaming mugs of coffee sitting next to the plates. Amber's stomach lets out a well-timed growl as the mixture of smells waft over her.
"Good morning,"
Dean says casually, turning at the sound of Amber approaching. Amber raises an eyebrow. "Where did all this come from?"
"Oh, I just took a little trip out to the store this morning. I got you something else, too."
Dean quickly scrapes the scrambled eggs onto their plates, then disappears into the living room. He comes back moments later holding a huge bouquet of flowers.
"I know this doesn't even nearly make up for what I did," he says, holding out the bouquet. "But this is all to say, I'm sorry you married an idiot."
Amber gives a little laugh and accepts the flowers. She breathes in deeply, taking in the sweet smells of the pink roses and carnations. Dean knows that flowers are the way to Amber's heart. He carries on.
"To be fair, it's kind of your fault, too. You knew I was an idiot before you married me, so really—"
He trails off when he sees Amber looking up from the flowers, unimpressed. He holds up his palms in defeat.
Okay. I should have stopped at sorry."
Amber smiles. "I appreciate the flowers and breakfast," she says, not ready to bestow him with her full forgiveness just yet. They sit down together, and Amber digs into her food. Though Dean is pretty good at cooking, he almost never cooks any of the meals at home, so she is doubly impressed by this display.
"Amber, in all seriousness, I want you to know that I am not going to pressure you into anything when it comes to Mom. Let's just enjoy the rest of our trip and forget about it all until we get home."
Amber can agree to that. She is ready to get outside and experience what this resort has to offer.
"And with that in mind, look inside the card," he says.
Amber puts down her knife and fork, reaches into the bouquet, and pulls out a little pink envelope. She opens it up. Inside is a voucher for a 2-hour session at Serenity Day Spa, located in the resort village.
"I stopped by the reception desk before going to the store. I figured you could do with a little rest and relaxation."
Dean beams, clearly very proud of himself. Amber looks down at the voucher. She's really not a spa kind of person. She doesn't like strangers touching her, and the sound of whale song by the glow of dim purple lighting doesn't have much of a relaxing effect on her, rather the opposite. But the big dopey grin on her husband's face right now, as he awaits her response, tells her that's not what he's hoping to hear in this moment. "Oh, wow, that was very thoughtful of you. Thank you," she smiles.
"I knew you'd love it,"
he boasts and kisses her cheek. They finish off their breakfasts as they plan out their day. Dean admits that the flowers and the food they have just eaten were all he had picked up while out, which means Amber will still need to go to the shop if they want to eat anything other than bacon and eggs for the next few days. After running through their options, they settle on doing some kayaking later in the afternoon. But Dean, clearly still oblivious to her hesitance, insists that Amber makes use of her spa voucher before she does anything else. When he then tells her he plans to pass the time while she's gone by taking a walk over to the driving range to check it out, she gets the sneaking suspicion that the spa voucher was just a handy excuse for him to go and practice his swing. After she's showered and changed into jeans and a hooded sweatshirt, Amber heads out the door and toward the car just in time to catch Sophie running by, in workout clothes again, her skin glistening with sweat, apparently just back from that daily 2-mile jog she takes. Amber, pretending she doesn't see her, quickly throws her handbag into the car and is just about to get in when Sophie hails her down. "Hey, Amber, good morning," she shouts. Amber smiles and waves hello, mentally crossing her fingers that this will be the full extent of their interaction. Sophie tucks a stray lock of hair behind her ear, pulls out her earbuds, and starts her way up the driveway towards Amber. So much for that. "You know, it's a shame you didn't want to come for a jog. It's such a lovely morning for it," Sophie says, wiping her forehead with the back of her arm. Amber looks up at the sky. Sophie isn't wrong. The few clouds that float above them are sparse and wispy, and although the sun is beaming down more intensely than would be expected for this time of year, there's a light breeze in the air that makes it feel comfortable. "I don't really have the stamina for jogging. I think I'm going to save my energy for kayaking today," Amber says. Sophie runs her eyes up and down Amber. "Yeah," she says slowly in what sounds like sympathy. Amber suppresses the urge to roll her eyes. "Is that where you're going now?" Sophie asks. "No, Dean got me a voucher for Serenity Day Spa in the village, so I'm headed over there." Amber is almost tempted to pawn the voucher off on Sophie, in both the hopes that she'll go away and Amber can get out of having to visit a spa. Kill two birds with one stone. "That's so sweet of him. I barely even got a goodbye from Mark this morning before he took off fishing." Sophie lets out a little shrill laugh. There's a sad undertone to this that almost makes Amber feel bad for her. She guesses Sophie wasn't exaggerating when she said Mark had turned their vacation into his own personal fishing trip. She's surprised Sophie manages to remain so upbeat all the time, when there are clearly some serious issues brewing under the surface of their relationship. Not that Amber can judge. In the last 24 hours, she and Dean have gone from barely on speaking terms to romantic evening cuddled up watching the sunset to a full-blown argument last night. Their relationship is suffering from some serious turbulence at the moment, but at the very least, Dean isn't running away from her to go fishing all day, like Mark seems to be. Although, now that she thinks of it, maybe sending Amber off to a day spa while he goes out to practice his swing at the driving range is just Dean's own version of that. As a small silence falls between the two women, Amber sees her chance to press Sophie about Mark's odd behavior and leaps on it. "You know, Sophie, I couldn't help but notice yesterday Mark wasn't all that thrilled about our arrival here," she ventures. "It almost seems as though he's got some kind of an issue with us." Sophie waves away her concerns. "Oh, don't worry about him. He's just a little slow to warm to people," she assures Amber. "Even when we first met, it took him ages to fully open up to me. But we ended up bonding over competing stories about our crazy exes, of all things." Sophie laughs. Amber nods along as Sophie tries to explain away Mark's cold behavior and curt tone, but she doesn't feel as though this is just a case of him being slow to warm to them. He doesn't seem like someone who is just socially awkward. He seems like a man with a grudge. And if not from a shared past with Dean, then what? "Well, anyway, I won't keep you from your relaxing visit to the spa," Sophie says, looking her up and down again. "I'm sure the girls there will have lots of useful health tips and tricks to help you out," she says encouragingly, popping an AirPod back in her ear and waving goodbye. And there goes any sympathy for this woman that Amber had been feeling just moments ago. Chapter 13. The trip to Serenity Day Spa had gone just about how Amber had been expecting. Although, instead of a whale song, there was Tibetan flute music to the sounds of flowing water, and instead of dim purple lighting, there was dim blue lighting. Amber had been given the choice between getting the sacred seaweed wrap or the harmonious hot stone massage, which felt a little like being asked to choose between the restful rack and the invigorating Iron Maiden. She had opted for the latter of the two, and now, strolling around the resort's grocery store 2 hours later, she can still feel exactly where each stone had sat on her back. As she walks around the food aisles, placing items in her cart, every movement she makes pulls the light fabric of her sweatshirt over the areas where the stones had rested, and it feels like sandpaper on sunburn. She silently curses her choice to go to the spa just to please Dean, when it's him who is supposed to be making amends with her. She should have just slipped the voucher into the trash and gone to a cafe for 2 hours. Dean would be none the wiser, and she would be caffeinated and relaxed instead of walking around with what feels like large, throbbing welts on her back. She's sure the stones they used were too hot, but the uncomfortable sensation had only turned into full-on pain after she had already left the spa. As she leans against her shopping cart, trying to choose between 2 brands of ice cream and wishing she could scoop both of them out right here and slather them straight onto her back, she hears her phone ringing from inside her pocket. She pulls it out, and Dean's number lights up the display. He's probably back from the driving range and waiting for Amber to bring back groceries for lunch. That's if he hasn't already cooked himself more bacon. She swipes to take the call and answers. "Hey, how did the spa trip go?" asks Dean. Amber, still standing in the frozen food aisle, pulls the material of her sweatshirt away from her back in the hope that the cool air will give her some relief. "Relaxing, thank you," she lies, fanning the back of the sweatshirt.
"That's so good to hear. Just remember you deserved every moment of that relaxation,"
Dean assures her. "Right," Amber says, trying not to grit her teeth. How does Dean always manage to turn the tables on her? On the drive to Spring River, he had left her wondering what she had done wrong, when, in actual fact, his mood was due to his own guilty conscience after he had lied to Melanie and gone behind Amber's back. And now, here Amber is, pretending to have enjoyed an activity that she had to suffer through just to save his feelings from getting hurt when it's him who is meant to be doing the atonement. Dean, who she had suspected wasn't just calling to ask how the spa went, asks Amber to pick up some drinks while she's at the grocery store, and tells her again how glad he is she had enjoyed herself, which sounds much more self-congratulatory for his amazing gift-giving skills than anything else, before saying goodbye. Half an hour later, Amber arrives back at the cabin, laden with heavy grocery bags and resembling a pack mule. Dean is splayed out on the leather couch, the television turned to a sports channel. He clicks it off when he sees Amber holding a cluster of bags, struggling to close the door behind her, and he gets up to help her carry them through to the kitchen. As they both start to put away the groceries, he asks Amber more about her spa trip, and after considering the possibility that her husband might make a habit of sending her off to a spa every time he wants to make amends for some or other stupid decision he's made, she decides to come clean about her experience. She tells him about the hot stones, then shows him her back, which she hasn't yet seen herself. "Ouch," Dean says, making Amber worry even more. "Does it look bad?" she asks, but Dean's face says it all as she tries in vain to look over her own shoulder.
"I'm so sorry," Dean's posture sags. "I was trying to make up for yesterday, but I just made it worse, didn't I?"
"Yeah, you kinda did," Amber agrees, giving her husband a dry look and a playful nudge. "But at least you got to go out and practice your swing today." Dean coughs and looks away awkwardly.
"No, actually, I didn't get around to it. Sophie showed up at the door a little while after you left for the spa, and I didn't end up having time to go to the driving range."
Amber swallows a lump that suddenly formed in her throat. Sophie knew Amber was going to be away at the spa. Did she see her chance to be alone with Dean and jump at it? She immediately feels lava run through her veins as she turns away from her husband and looks out the kitchen window.
"Amber, don't make a whole thing about it," Dean pleads. "I didn't want her here. She just showed up at the door with wet hair asking to borrow a hairdryer. They weren't given one in their cabin. Once I'd found it for her, she'd already made herself at home making coffee. What was I supposed to do, shove her back out the door?"
Amber is afraid if she opens her mouth, she will regret anything that might come out of it. There is exactly zero doubt in her mind that Sophie lied about there not being a hairdryer in her and Mark's cabin. She must have ducked into the shower quickly after she got back from her run, then gone straight over to see if she could catch Dean while he was still alone. Amber is surprised the woman didn't show up at their door in just her bath towel. "How long exactly was she here for?" she asks, not turning around.
"I don't know. After she left, I walked to the pavilion down the street to get enough service to call you, so until whatever time that was."
Amber calculates the amount of time from when she left the cabin until Dean had called her at the grocery store. Nearly 3 hours. Sophie was here alone with her husband for most of that time. Dean seems to suddenly realize how bad this looks and puts his hand on his wife's shoulder.
"Hey, we just talked. It's not like she was trying anything on, and I told you, I have no interest in her, trust me," he promises.
Amber does trust her husband. She knows him well enough to believe he would never cheat on her. But she also knows he has a blind spot when it comes to the advances of the opposite sex. Amber pushes down the sick feeling she has in the pit of her stomach, thinking about the woman next door. Why has she focused her attention on Amber's husband? Does she get a thrill out of getting under other women's skin by flirting with their husbands? Is that how she ended up with Mark, tempted him away from another woman? She obviously knew this would get back to Amber. She would know that Amber would put 2 and 2 together and see that Sophie had seized her chance, knowing that she was away at the spa. Why doesn't she focus her energy into fixing her issues with Mark instead of throwing herself at the first man who shows up next door? Not that Amber doesn't find her own husband attractive. Sure, the gray hairs are creeping in, and he has a little extra padding around the middle than he used to have. Even so, he's as cute as the day she met him. But she wonders why this woman has set her sights on Dean when she has Mark at home, who is handsome in a much more obvious movie star kind of way. Amber turns to her husband. "I don't want anything more to do with the couple next door," she starts. "There's something really wrong with both of them. I have no idea what it is, but the only way I'm going to stay here at Spring River and not drive straight back home tonight is if we agree to stay the hell away from them both." Amber expects her husband to quickly agree to her terms and apologize again for letting Sophie stick around when he should have told her to leave. But instead, Dean bites his bottom lip and looks down at his feet. Amber can't take any more surprises. What is he holding back from her now?
"That's going to be difficult," he says awkwardly.
"And why is that?" Amber narrows her eyes.
Dean stands there, looking like a Labrador that knows it's in trouble with its owner. "You see, the only way I could get rid of Sophie earlier was to promise we'd have dinner with her and Mark tomorrow at their cabin."
Chapter 14. It hadn't taken much for Amber to convince Dean that they would have to cancel tomorrow's dinner plans with Sophie and Mark. They had decided they'd just call over to their cabin in the morning and tell them that when Dean had agreed to dinner, he had forgotten they were booked in for a class at the resort's observatory that evening. They had even discussed actually making a booking and going along, in case the couple ever followed up on their excuse and found them to be lying, but that felt like overkill. Later on in the day, as Amber had sat kayaking on the Great Blue Lake, paddle in her hands and Dean leading the way just in front of her, both lazily gliding through the water, thoughts of spas and hot stones, and even Sophie had dissipated and all but disappeared. As the sun had sunk lower and lower in the sky, leaving hues of pink and purple light streaked in wisps behind the dark silhouettes of the great pine trees on the banks, Amber had been left with a sense of relaxation that can't be achieved through the dim glow of artificial lights or any amount of ambient spa music. And by the time they returned to the cabin, muscles sore but spirits nourished, all Amber wants to do is climb into the hot tub outside, that has been heating in their absence, and soak away the aches that are lingering from 3 incredible hours of paddling on the lake. After a quick dinner of grilled chicken and salad and a couple of glasses of wine each, Amber and Dean change into their bathing suits and slip outside to the backyard. Amber lets out an odd gasp as she is greeted by the sight of the hot tub bathed in a warm glow from above. There are delicate string lights with hundreds of tiny bulbs draped from the top of the wooden platform the hot tub sits on, like a canopy of twinkling stars over the warm bubbling water. It looks magical.
"After you."
Dean does a little bow toward the tub, and Amber takes his hand as she climbs the steps, then slides slowly into the water. He climbs in next to her, and they both fly back into the comforting warmth. The hum of the hot tub and the gentle rumble of the bubbles combine to create a lulling melody as they sit for what feels like a gloriously long time, talking and laughing together. Amber can slowly feel every bit of the tension in her muscles melting away in the warm embrace of the bubbling water. Even the sores on her back have stopped hurting. Just as Amber is playing with the idea of braving the cold air outside of the water to fetch them both another glass of wine, she hears the familiar sound of Dean's ringtone coming from the deck table close by. "Leave it. Whoever it is can wait," she says, not wanting anything to break the flow of their evening.
"I can't. It might be Mom. I never got around to calling her last night, and she's probably worried."
He gets out and wraps a towel around himself. He answers the phone, but it quickly becomes clear that the person on the other end can't hear him. He hangs up and grabs his trousers and shirt from where they lay on the deck table.
"That was Mom. She couldn't hear me with the signal here. I'm just going to take it down the street to the clearing. I'll be right back," he says.
Amber knows he won't be right back. His mother will have him on the phone for at least 20 minutes, so she might as well get comfortable, which shouldn't be too difficult in a hot tub. "Ask her how Phil's doing," she remembers to yell just as he rounds the door. He doesn't reply, but pokes one arm back around the door with a thumbs up before disappearing. Amber lays back again and closes her eyes. Now Dean is gone, she doesn't much feel like getting up for another drink. She breathes in deep the sweet smell of the pine trees that surround 3 sides of the yard. As the warm water bubbles around her and the hum of the hot tub fills the air, she begins to worry a little that after a long day and the 2 glasses of wine she already drank, she might just end up falling asleep right here in the water without Dean here to talk to. Her phone is inside the cabin, so she doesn't know the time, but her best guess is that it must be getting on for 9 o'clock. She decides not to risk falling asleep by waiting here for Dean to come back. After building up the courage to brave the cold air outside of the tub, she steps out and wraps her towel around herself, the chilly air on her wet skin immediately sending a shiver down her spine. She reaches for the hot tub remote and presses the off button. The hum immediately dies, and the bubbles slowly finish rising to the top, the final few popping at the surface before the water stills. Now the sound of the hot tub is gone, Amber is suddenly aware of another noise. It sounds like 2 people arguing, but it's so faint she can't tell where it's coming from. Did Dean leave the television on inside before they came out here? No, they went straight from dinner to the hot tub. Amber tries to identify where the sound is coming from. As she steps down from the wooden platform onto the cold grass, she realizes it's coming from next door. She hugs her towel tighter around herself and creeps toward the wall of pine trees lining the boundary between their own cabin and Sophie and Mark's. As she gets closer to the trees, she can hear better the muffled raised voices and what sounds to her like the bang of a cupboard door being slammed. It's Sophie and Mark, and they're fighting. Chapter 15. Amber steps off the grass and onto the layer of twigs and pine needles that sit under the trees like a spongy, prickly carpet. She knows she shouldn't, but the temptation to find out what Sophie and Mark are fighting about feels like a lasso around her middle, pulling her forward with a force so strong that she's powerless to fight it. The trees are grouped in a way that make it difficult to get a good view of the cabin next door, and with each step the jagged edges of twigs bite into her bare feet as she moves forward, attempting to get just close enough to make out their words. Through the large picture window of their neighbor's kitchen, she sees movement inside, possibly someone pacing, but she can't make out from her viewpoint whether it's Sophie or Mark. What she can figure out from here is that the sound of their voices is escaping from a small open window to the side of the cabin, which Amber remembers is the bathroom she had been in yesterday when they had first arrived. The door to it must be open, and the couple unaware that as they argue in the kitchen, their voices are carrying outside through the window of the bathroom nearby. Amber strains to hear what they are saying, but she can only make out snippets.
"I don't even understand why you would invite them," Mark's angered voice. "We can't risk them finding out."
Then some muffled words Amber can't quite make out. "Don't worry," Sophie consoling. "They dropped it when you told them you'd never been there. There's no way they'll find out." Are they fighting about Amber and Dean? She takes another step forward, sticks cracking lightly under her feet, which by now are caked in soil and pine needles.
"If they figure it out, we will need to get out of here fast, Sophie."
Mark sounds panicked. A shiver runs down Amber's spine again, this time not just from the cold air against her still wet skin. Amber doesn't like what she is hearing. What is Mark saying? Are they in some kind of trouble with the law? "Need to calm down. Not even on their radar." Sophie is soothing Mark as he appears to be the one pacing back and forth by the window. "Just dinner and drinks. They have no reason to suspect." The rest of Sophie's sentence is drowned out by the sound of a loud snap from under Amber's feet. A burst of searing pain spreads through the sole of her foot, and she quickly ducks down out of fear that the loud noise might have alerted them to her presence outside. Looking down in the darkness of the trees, she can see that a fallen branch she had been standing on must have split under her weight, sending a sharp shard of wood into the bottom of her foot. She whimpers quietly in pain as she realizes her foot is bleeding. She needs to get back to the cabin before Mark and Sophie look out their window and spot her hiding in the trees. Dirt clumps uncomfortably between her toes as she turns and limps back towards the cabin and up onto the deck, leaving a trail of blood behind her that shimmers in the glow of the twinkling lights hanging above. Back inside the kitchen, she assesses the damage to her foot, which is hard to make out with all the dirt caked on it. She grabs a roll of paper towels from the countertop, limps awkwardly toward the kitchen sink, and lifts her injured foot inside to wash it off under the faucet. As she watches the mixture of dirt and blood swirl down the drain, Amber tries to make sense of what she just overheard from the cabin next door. It sounded as though Mark had just found out that Sophie had invited her and Dean over for dinner tomorrow night and was not happy about it. That much Amber could have probably figured out herself without ever hearing them fighting. He hasn't even been interested in making small talk since they met him. Why would he suddenly want them around for a social get-together? Sophie must have known Mark would be annoyed at her for inviting them without running it by him first. But from what Amber had been able to hear just now, Mark wasn't only annoyed. He'd sounded scared. Scared of what? Amber can't figure that one out. But one thing she knows for sure now is that Mark lied when he told them he had never been to Bakersfield. That much was clear from his words. Does this mean he was the child Dean says he barely remembers from all those years ago? And if so, why would Mark want to hide that fact from him? With the blood flow from her cut having slowed down, Amber dries off her foot and wraps extra paper towels around it to keep it clean as she lifts her uninjured but still very dirty other foot into the sink to wash it off. With the faucet on full and her mind on what she just heard from next door, Amber doesn't hear Dean approaching until he is right behind her.
"Oh my God! Amber, what happened? Are you okay?"
he cries. Amber nearly jumps out of her skin before realizing it's just Dean back from his phone call. He stands there gaping at the trail of blood and dirt leading all the way from the back door to where Amber stands, still wearing only a towel around her bathing suit. One foot stretched up into the sink, the other wrapped in a now blood-soaked makeshift paper towel bandage. "I'm fine. It's really not as bad as it looks," she says sheepishly.
"Are you kidding me? I left you 20 minutes ago soaking in a hot tub, and now you're covered in blood and dirt and pine needles?"
He stares at her towel, which Amber now sees as flecked with pine needles. She must have picked them up as she brushed by the trees. As her husband stands there waiting for an explanation, Amber realizes there's no way she can tell him the truth. Not only would he be horrified at her trudging through trees and dirt to snoop on their neighbors, injuring herself in the process, but she's still struggling to make sense of what she just overheard from next door, let alone able to explain it to Dean. Trying to think fast, she comes up with the first explanation she can muster that sounds even half plausible. Well, it's kind of embarrassing, but I thought I saw a cat," she stammers. Dean looks at her blankly, his lips forming a straight line. Amber takes her foot out of the sink and dries it off before propping herself up on a stool at the kitchen island.
"You thought you saw a cat?"
Not a question. "Yeah, I was just coming out of the hot tub, and I caught a glimpse of something fluffy by the trees, so I went to see what it was, but I couldn't find it." As soon as the words leave her mouth, she hears how ridiculous they sound.
"And now you're covered in blood, dirt, and pine needles?"
Dean looks understandably suspicious. "Yeah, I just, went into the area by the trees to look for the cat, and I must have stood on a sharp bit of fallen branch."
"Right,"
says Dean. "Like I said, it's really not as bad as it looks." Dean pauses for another moment, then grabs the roll of kitchen towels and starts to clean up the mess on the floor.
"Well, I'm glad it's not as bad as it looks, because for a moment there, I was worried you'd been attacked and dragged backwards through a forest," he says with a hint of humor in his voice. Amber gives a little laugh. She feels quietly confident that he has bought her story and leaves him to clean up the floor while she goes upstairs to get into some fresh clothes. Chapter 16. Sunlight pierces through a crack in their bedroom curtains the following morning,
creating a sliver of light that falls directly onto Amber's face, waking her from a broken night's sleep. She winces and rubs her eyes, then picks up her phone. 8:15. Dean is snoring lightly on the other side of the bed, having seemingly felt content enough with his remediation efforts not to feel the need to repeat the breakfast production of the previous day. This bodes well for Amber, though, as she already made her own plans for this morning as she lay in bed just hours ago, unable to sleep, as Mark and Sophie's words swirled around in her head. The magic that the memory foam mattress had previously worked turned out to be no match for her anxiety-induced insomnia. As she slips quietly out of bed and into her clothes, she tries her hardest not to wake her husband. She grabs a fleece jacket, her phone, and her shoes, and creeps out of the bedroom door, stopping briefly before she leaves to check one last time that Dean is still soundly asleep. Walking out of the front door and into the intense light of the morning, she's relieved to find that the street is empty. No Sophie, no Mark. In fact, their car isn't even in their driveway. Maybe they packed up and left early? Amber doubts this is the case. Despite the obvious note of alarm in Mark's voice at the thought of having his neighbors over for a simple get-together, she could hear that Sophie was adept at calming him down and reassuring him. Not for the first time since she arrived at Spring River, she gets the overwhelming suspicion that Sophie is a woman who will stop at nothing to get what she wants. Amber walks slowly up the sidewalk to the clearing, wincing at each step as the pressure on her injured foot sends pain shooting upward through her calf. Limping through it, she tries to speed up a little so she can get back before Dean wakes up. Stepping up onto the wooden pavilion at the end of the street, she takes her phone from her pocket, then sits down on one of the surrounding benches. She swipes until she reaches the number she is looking for, the last dialed on the call list. It rings a few times before the familiar voice answers a friendly hello. "Hi, Jerry. It's Amber Hughes from Cabin 15, she says breezily.
"Hello, Amber. What can I do for you this morning?"
Jerry's croaky, sing-song voice sounds almost soothing. She clears her throat and uses the most casual tone she can muster. "I was wondering if you could help me with something. You see, the couple next door to us in Cabin 14 were so sweet the other day when we first arrived. When we couldn't get into our cabin, they invited us over while we were waiting for your handyman to come and went out of their way to welcome us." Amber stretches the truth. "And you see, we would really love to send a little something to their door, flowers, as a way of thanks. But I didn't catch their last names, and the flower place won't deliver without one on the address, so—" Amber trails off, hoping Jerry will figure out the rest.
"That's a nice thought, Amber. If you'll give me a moment, I'll check the booking for you."
Amber's heart skips a beat. She was a little worried he would tell her that he can't give out personal information for privacy reasons, but she had already deduced from her previous call to Jerry that he doesn't follow the modern protocols of most property rentals.
"Sorry about the wait. Had to track down my booking calendar. I usually have it to hand, but I left it in the car."
Jerry's kind voice comes back on the line after a minute. Amber is not in the least bit surprised that this man still runs bookings by pen and paper. She has a strong suspicion that while Jerry owns and runs the cabins on Alpine Drive, he had very little to do with their sleek and modern interiors. He likely hired a designer because she just can't reconcile the sweet old man she's talking to with the ultra-modern feel of the cabins.
"Okay, Cabin 14, that would be a Marcus and Sophie Parsons," he says.
"Parsons," she repeats. "Thanks so much, Jerry. I appreciate it." Equipped now with the exact information she had been looking for, Amber slides her phone back into her pocket and makes her way back to the cabin. By the time Dean clomps sleepily down the stairs and into the kitchen, hair tousled and eyes still squinting against the light, it's been over an hour since Amber made the phone call. Having already had her own breakfast, she sits at the kitchen island with a mug of coffee. "Morning," she smiles.
"Morning. Have you been up long?"
Dean yawns as he makes a beeline straight for the Nespresso machine. "No, not long. I didn't sleep great, so I decided to make a slow start to my morning," she says. Dean looks at the closed laptop sitting on the island counter next to her, raises an eyebrow and nods toward it.
I didn't know you brought that with you. I was told this was a strictly no-work vacation.
Oh, I just wanted to check that the photos we took while kayaking yesterday had uploaded to the cloud account properly, she lies. In truth, she had forgotten to put the laptop away after she had finished searching online for Marcus and Sophie Parsons. Unfortunately, she had been wasting her time. She couldn't find any social media accounts matching those names with their faces, and when she had typed their names into a search engine, she had come up with nothing useful. Sophie Parsons don't seem to exist online. When Jerry had shared just one last name with her, Amber had been a little taken aback. Up until that moment, she had assumed they weren't married, having not seen a ring on either of their hands. But when he'd given her the name Parsons for them both, she'd immediately reevaluated that assumption. Maybe they just don't wear their wedding rings. That would be a little weird. Now that she has their full names and has searched unsuccessfully for any online presence for them both, she is starting to wonder if they might have given Jerry fake names. When Amber and Dean had made their booking, they weren't asked to bring any form of identification and were even given the option to pay on arrival by cash or card. There's nothing stopping someone from making a booking with a bogus name and paying with cash to hide their real identities. This brings Amber back to a thought she'd had last night as she listened to Mark's panicked voice. What if they are in some kind of trouble and are trying to evade being caught? Are they criminals? Bank robbers? Identity thieves? Murderers? Goosebumps run up and down Amber's arms despite the warmth of the kitchen, and she drinks down the rest of her now lukewarm coffee. She had been hoping to find something online that would explain away the odd behavior of the couple next door. But now that she has exhausted that option, she is left with the same feeling of discontent she had felt late last night, unable to sleep for the questions running around in her head. Several times, she has tried to convince herself she must have just misheard what they'd been saying and jumped to conclusions. But in her heart, Amber knows that her neighbors have a dark secret, and the pull she feels right now to uncover it has a grip she just can't shake. As she watches her husband gazing out the kitchen window toward the view of the lake, with his cereal bowl in one hand and spoon in the other, Amber realizes that if she wants to get to the bottom of why their neighbors are lying about their real identities, or at the very least about where Mark actually grew up, she only has one option left. She gets up from her seat and places her empty coffee mug inside the sink, then lingers, standing next to her husband, following his gaze over the morning scene outside. She clears her throat a little. You know what? I don't think we should cancel dinner with Sophie and Mark tonight. I think we should go. Chapter 17. A single drop of milk spills down Dean's chin from his open mouth, and he wipes it away with the back of his hand. You... what? He looks at Amber as though she has two heads. Before broaching the subject, Amber had already quickly run through a couple of different explanations as to why she'd had a sudden change of heart about Sophie's dinner invite. Telling him the truth would inevitably result in him getting angry, both for her snooping on their neighbor's private conversation and then for lying to him about it. He would then shut down the possibility of her finding out more by refusing to go to dinner at their cabin. Amber won't risk that happening. She goes with the only other explanation she can think of that might work. I was doing a lot of self-reflecting, as I was lying awake last night. I decided that I judged Sophie too quickly. She's just lonely because Mark has pretty much abandoned her in favor of going fishing their whole trip. She just wants to make friends, and I feel kind of bad for her. I rushed to judgment rather than seeing her for what she is, a lonely woman who needs support. Amber hopes that her sanctimonious performance sounds heartfelt and genuine. If she were being honest with her husband right now, she would change the word lonely to unscrupulous and the word support to exposing. But she wants him on her side here. Dean spoons more cereal into his mouth and slowly chews, not taking his eyes from Amber. Once he finally swallows it down, he places the bowl on the counter and narrows his eyes at her.
I don't buy it, sorry. There's some other reason you want to go there that you're not telling me about.
Amber sometimes forgets that as well as she knows her husband's little ticks and tells, he also knows all of hers. "No, really, I couldn't sleep last night thinking about Sophie and Mark. Well, that much is true anyway. I don't want my own insecurities to get in the way of showing support to a woman who is obviously just desperate for some company." Amber tries to look compassionate, but it's straining her acting skills. Dean thinks on this for a few moments before running a hand through his hair.
"Okay,"
he shrugs.
"If you feel that strongly about it, we'll go for dinner with them tonight."
They spend the rest of the day out exploring the resort at a leisurely pace, shopping and grabbing some lunch before stopping by the lakeside. Amber tries to be present in the moment, gazing out over the shimmering water, which looks like a giant mirror turned up to the sky, but her thoughts never stray far from Sophie and Mark, and how she can go about finding out what they are trying to keep hidden. By the time they arrive back at their cabin, Amber is still mulling over how exactly she can use this evening to expose their neighbor's lies and let Dean see for himself that this couple are not who they say they are. Placing as much weight on the stair banister and off of her foot as she can, Amber slowly makes her way upstairs to get dressed for the evening. She had tried to ignore the pain while they were out, but as the day wore on, it had gotten worse with each step. At least her back feels better now, but it has angry-looking purple circles that will rule out wearing the one dress tonight that she had brought with her. After showering and washing her hair, she goes through her limited dinner attire options and settles on wearing a pair of skinny black jeans and a collared button-down blouse. Standing back from the mirror, she realizes she looks a little like she is going for a job interview. But it's either this or a sweatshirt, and there's no doubt in her mind that Sophie will be making an effort to dazzle this evening. Amber had been a little concerned that after what she heard last night from Mark, Sophie would cancel the dinner plans herself, but she hasn't shown up at all and there was no note left through their door today, so she assumes Sophie's efforts to convince Mark to go ahead with it were successful. Remembering that Sophie had taken the only hairdryer they had here yesterday, she resigns to letting her hair dry naturally, which means it'll be a frizzy, uncontrollable kind of style for her tonight. Another point in Sophie's favor. Fortunately, this evening is not about vying for her husband's attention against a glamorous, fiery-haired siren. It's about exposing Sophie and Mark's lies and getting to the truth. She just hopes the truth isn't that this couple are more dangerous than they look. The sun is balanced perfectly on the horizon, and the golden hour is the only thing doing Amber's pulled-together look any favors right now as she hobbles up Sophie and Mark's driveway, arm linked with her husband's, purely to hold her weight off her bad foot. Dean had put all of 2 minutes' thought into his outfit of jeans and a half-zip sweater before they left their cabin, and she feels a pang of jealousy at how easy it is for him. But then instantly feels bad because she knows he has so many other things to worry about in his life right now, without also having to put hours of thought into how he looks. After he had arrived back at the cabin the previous evening and the mess Amber had made of the place was all cleaned up, he had shared with her that, as well as talking with his mother on the phone, he had also spoken to Melanie and come clean, telling her he had lied about Amber agreeing to let Gloria live with them. He said she was, quite understandably, angry with her brother and had hung up on him. He tried phoning her back, but she wouldn't answer his calls. Now, as Amber hobbles her way to the top step of the porch, the door to their neighbor's cabin swings open before they even have a chance to knock, and Sophie stands in front of them, a smile stapled to her face. "Hey, neighbors!" she trills. Chapter 18. Sophie is, as Amber had been expecting, dressed to kill. She's wearing a peach-colored mid-length dress that she looks as though she was poured into, and her sleek red hair hangs loose down over her shoulders. Despite having already known she would be the less glamorous of the two tonight, Amber still feels a small stab of envy. Ushering them in and closing the door behind them, Sophie immediately gets to telling them how excited she and Mark are to have them over for dinner, and all about the mayhem of trying to find good quality Parmesan and fresh shrimp at the resort's only grocery store today. That she had to drive over to the closest town to get the ingredients together for her signature dish, which apparently will all be worth it once they try her creamy Chardonnay shrimp and love it. While Amber immediately mentally flags the idea of Mark being excited for their company as an obvious lie, the delicious smells from the kitchen that are permeating the air tell her the second part of Sophie's ramblings may well be true. "Oh, Dean, before I forget, you're a lifesaver for lending this to me." Sophie may as well be batting her eyelashes as she passes Dean the hairdryer she borrowed.
"No problem,"
Dean says as he takes the hairdryer and places it on a side table by the front door to pick up later. Sophie looks toward Amber's frizzy blonde waves that only just finished air-drying before she arrived. "Aw, you could have done with that hairdryer earlier, huh?" she says, looking sympathetic. Amber's cheeks burn. If she weren't on a mission, she would turn around right now and walk out of here at what was clearly just a jab from this woman to make her feel self-conscious. Amber pushes down the urge to say something she might regret, and instead smiles, remembering that she is not only putting on a front for her neighbors, but also for her husband, who thinks she's here to befriend this infuriating woman out of some kind of newly found sisterly sense of compassion. "Oh, it's okay. I like to let my hair dry naturally anyway," she says. As Sophie beckons them into the living room and offers them a glass of wine, Amber looks around, wondering where Mark is hiding. She already knows tonight is going to be awkward, but if Mark doesn't even bother to show up for it, then it will also have been in vain. As shady as she thinks Sophie is, Amber has the feeling Mark's long-past link to Dean in Bakersfield, that he had obviously felt the need to lie about, holds the answers to their secrets. Her fears are put to rest moments later, though, when Mark walks down the stairway as Sophie slinks back over from the kitchen with the wine glasses and hands them to Amber and Dean. Mark is dressed casually in jeans and a white t-shirt, and he looks as though he must have just come straight from the shower, his wet hair slicked back. As he slowly steps down off the last step, Amber is struck again by how good-looking he is. He could have just stepped out of an advert for Gillette razors, a smooth face, freshly washed hair, and a clean-cut look. "Mark, there you are. Our guests have arrived." Sophie rushes over and grabs his hand, pulling him further into the living room and across to where Amber and Dean are now sitting.
"Hi,"
Mark says, placing both his hands into his front pockets. Amber and Dean say their hellos, and before they need to worry about making any small talk, Sophie chimes up again excitedly. "Oh, you know what I did manage to pick up at the store today? The most amazing-looking tiramisu dessert, so you'll all need to leave room for it after dinner." Amber is about to tell her that she's never tried tiramisu before, but Sophie doesn't take long enough breaths for anyone else to talk. "I'm just going to check on the oven. You two make yourselves comfortable. Mark, maybe you can put on a little music to get the evening kicked off. Oh, this is going to be fun," Sophie says excitedly before rushing off to the kitchen. What is this woman on? She has more energy than a room full of puppies. Mark looks like he's about to protest, then thinks better of it, and turns to the fireplace mantel and picks up a portable speaker sitting on top. He switches it on and then fiddles with his phone for a few moments before what sounds like a playlist of classic soft rock starts quietly playing from the speaker. He skips through a few songs before settling on an Eagles track. Amber wonders if, in another setting, away from her and Dean, Mark isn't as awkward and cold as he seems. Maybe he actually has a personality, and friends, and interesting stories to tell. Dean is the first one of the three to kick off a conversation.
"So, Mark, Sophie tells us you've been enjoying fishing this past week. Do you get to fish much back home in Seattle?"
he asks, then takes a sip of his wine.
No, not really,"
Mark says, scratching the back of his head and looking toward the kitchen, presumably hoping Sophie will come back soon to save him from having to actually talk with someone other than her.
"I don't really get much time for it." "Oh? What do you do? Sophie told me she works in hospitality, but she never mentioned what you do,"
Dean prompts. These are the kinds of questions that Amber had already planned to ask Mark tonight, so her husband is doing her a favor here without knowing it.
"I work at a bar,"
Mark says. Dean seems unsure where to go with the conversation now, having clearly noticed Mark's hesitance at answering perfectly normal questions. Amber jumps in to save him. "So, what brought you and Sophie to Spring River? It must have been an even longer drive for you than it was for us."
"We didn't really pick it. Sophie's work team won a 2-week trip here at a corporate team-building event they were at. They all put their names in a hat to see which one of them would get it. She got it and wanted me to come with her, so—" Mark trails off. So it was how Amber had suspected. Sophie had persuaded an unenthusiastic Mark to come along. Before Amber can think of another question to probe Mark with, Sophie's excited voice calls them to the table for dinner. Chapter 19. To Sophie's credit, she has put out an incredible display. Candles set burning in their holders in the middle of the table, surrounded by steaming dishes of food and little baskets with freshly baked rolls. Each place setting has a white cloth napkin on top of its plate, shaped into a neat pyramid, and there's a condensation-covered glass decanter filled with iced lemon water that makes Amber feel thirsty just looking at it. Copious compliments are handed out to Sophie for her cooking and table dressing skills, and after she has batted them away with false modesty, an age-old technique to receive a double round of more insistent compliments, they all take their seats and she beckons them to serve themselves. The food is, annoyingly, as perfect as everything else about Sophie, and after listening to her entertain for nearly 20 minutes as they eat, Amber is no closer to extracting any helpful information from either her or Mark, who is nodding his head at all the right places when Sophie turns to him for confirmation that her wild stories are true, but hasn't said anything of real substance himself. This isn't going how Amber hoped it would. She had imagined that if she could just find the right questions to ask them, their lies would unravel themselves in a neat little pile, and she could confront them with their own contradictions. But between barely getting a word in edgewise with Sophie's chatter and not being able to find any faults or contradictory facts in what she or Mark share about themselves, all Amber has left is the one fact she still feels sure of, that they are both still hiding Mark's past in Bakersfield from them. When Sophie has finished beguiling them with extended accounts of her and Mark's exploits, she clears the dishes and goes to assemble dessert. Dean insists on helping her and follows her through into the kitchen. Now alone at the table with Mark, Amber decides this is her chance, and beating around the bush will get her nowhere fast. She clears her throat. "Mark, Dean was so sure that he remembered you from back when he was a child. Did you ever visit Bakersfield or have any family you used to stay with there?" she asks as casually as she can. Mark's brow furrows and he swipes a bit of lingering sauce away from his scarred bottom lip with his thumb. A long time ago, before she was married, a man like Mark, with his good looks, dark eyes, and brooding demeanor, would have made Amber go weak at the knees. But right now, he just seems like an overgrown teenager to her. She's long since lost interest in his type. "No, like I said the other day, I've never been there," he says. Amber cocks her head to one side. It's just that Dean is usually great at remembering people's faces. "I guess I just have one of those faces. I work in a bar, so I get mistaken all the time for someone's old school friend or get told I look like someone from a TV show." He shrugs. Another good explanation. Dean returns from helping out in the kitchen and sits back down beside Amber, just as Sophie glides in holding a tray with 4 plates of what must be the tiramisu. The 4 of them make their way slowly through their dessert, which tastes as though it would take a whole week's worth of Sophie's daily 2-mile jogs to burn off, but is, admittedly, one of the best things Amber has ever tasted. Still no closer to what she came here for, Amber decides she has to move on to what she had planned would be her last resort. Once Sophie's manic energy seems to have calmed down enough that she is listening intently as Dean tells her a story about his college years that Amber has already heard many times before, and Mark has just disappeared into the downstairs bathroom, Amber sees her chance. "Sophie, would it be okay if I use the bathroom upstairs? Nature is calling." She squirms, trying to sound embarrassed. Sophie looks up only briefly from her gaze at Amber's husband to wave at her to go ahead,
then continues to listen on to Dean as though he has her enchanted. If Amber weren't so preoccupied with what she needs to do next, she might have time to be bothered by this fact. But right now, Sophie's propensity to flirt with her husband is working to her advantage. She makes her way upstairs, still trying to shift her weight to her good foot as much as possible. At the top of the stairs, with no intention of using the bathroom, she opens doors until she finds the master bedroom and slips quietly inside. The first thing Amber notices is the amount of clothes Sophie has brought with her. It's almost triple what Amber brought. There are 3 large suitcases on the floor, one that looks like it must be Mark's, and 2 that are filled with neatly folded women's clothes. A 2-week stay here, and neither of them have unpacked and hung their clothes in the wardrobes. Ready for a fast getaway if they need to run? Amber quickly gets to looking for what she came in here for, some form of identification for either of them. She wants to confirm whether or not they used a fake name to book their cabin. If she can find their real names, she might be able to learn something more about them online. She looks around, hoping to spot one of their wallets with a driver's license or maybe a passport lying around, although that seems like a long shot. After a couple of minutes, she's just about to give up her search when she spots a wash bag on the nightstand next to the bed. From the open top of the bag, she can see 2 prescription pill bottles poking out. A prescription is always filled out with the patient's full name printed on it. Amber quickly reaches in and pulls them out. One is a medicine she recognizes the name of, commonly prescribed for acid reflux. The other is a bottle with small white pills, the name of which Amber neither recognizes nor could pronounce even if she tried. Both prescriptions are made out to Sophie Parsons. Amber feels a stab of disappointment. So that's it. That's their real last name after all. Not only that, but their car plates match where they say they're from, and Mark gets mistaken all the time for other people. Has Amber been leading herself on a wild goose chase here? Her instincts tell her no, but what else exactly has she got to go on? A snippet of an argument she had overheard while eavesdropping on her neighbor's private conversation? A fleeting comment from her husband about knowing a kid who looked like Mark over 30 years ago, but he never even knew the kid's last name? That's not enough to excuse her for being in her neighbor's bedroom right now, going through their personal belongings. As she turns to leave the room, Amber is hit with a feeling almost like déjà vu or a distant memory. She tries to grab hold of it, but it slips away as fast as it came. Is there something she's forgetting? She can't stop to worry about that right now. She needs to get out of here and back downstairs before Sophie comes looking for her and finds her in their bedroom. She slips out the door and heads over to the bathroom. Walking straight for the toilet, she flushes it, quickly washes her hands, and then makes her way right back out the door and downstairs to the others. But not before clocking the hairdryer that sits, plugged in, on the bathroom countertop. Chapter 20. The rest of the evening feels surprisingly relaxed. Sophie keeps the wine flowing and the conversation light. They talk about their jobs, their hobbies, and Mark even comes out of his shell a little and joins in the conversation. A few times, Amber catches Dean looking over at Sophie as she talks, in a way she remembers him looking at her many years ago. But it could just be bleary eyes from the 3 or more glasses of wine he's had. Later, as Amber and Dean are preparing to leave, full from good food and a little tipsy from the wine, Amber is starting to feel as though she has made some very rash conclusions about this couple. After spending some more time with them, the mysteries that surrounded them seem to have dissolved and washed away. They say their goodbyes, and as they make their way to the door, Sophie pulls Amber to the side briefly. "By the way, Amber, I couldn't help but notice that's quite a bad limp you've got there. How exactly did you hurt yourself?" Her usual smile is there, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. Amber's heart skips a beat. I just stepped on something in the backyard yesterday. I guess I wasn't looking where I was walking." She attempts a little laugh, but it chokes on the way out. Sophie's smile disappears all of a sudden, leaving her cold eyes piercing into Amber's. "You should really be more careful. Next time, you might end up getting hurt much worse than that.
Amber swallows, her mouth suddenly bone dry. Dean walks up behind her from where he had been talking with Mark. He puts his hand on her shoulder. You ready? Amber manages a silent nod, unable to take her eyes from Sophie, who, at the appearance of Dean, is now brandishing that radiant smile of hers again. Well, thank you so much, Sophie. We had a great time. Dean's voice is sincere. They say goodbye again and start the short walk back to their cabin. But just as they are halfway down the driveway, they hear Sophie's voice from behind them calling, Dean! They turn to see Sophie holding out the hairdryer Dean had left sitting by their front door.
Don't forget this!
The half smile on her lips seems pointedly directed at Amber. Back at their cabin, Amber shuts the front door behind her and leans back on it, closing her eyes and letting her still spinning head fall back against the door. She's vaguely aware of the sound of Dean walking to the leather couch and sitting down. After a moment, she opens up her eyes to see her husband is sitting right back in his seat, staring at her with his arms folded across his chest, a sober look on his face. Amber, what exactly were you doing over there? He asks, not taking his eyes from her. What are you talking about? She asks, confused by her husband's suddenly serious tone after what he himself had said was an enjoyable evening. I'm talking about you hounding Mark again about his past. Yes, I heard you grilling him. His cheeks flare red and Amber doubts it's from the wine he drank tonight. I already told you, I got it wrong. The guy's never even been to Bakersfield. Amber opens her mouth to protest, but Dean isn't done. And I'm talking about you finding an excuse to sneak off upstairs the second Sophie and Mark were distracted. He dips his head to catch Amber's eye. You thought I didn't notice that either, huh? You were up there quite a long time. What exactly were you up to? And don't say using the bathroom. Amber waits a moment, both to be sure her husband is done talking and also to figure out how much of the truth to tell him. Before she can decide what exactly to share with him, words start to spill out of her mouth so fast she can't control it. She tells him about her suspicions that their neighbors are lying about who they are and where Mark is from, about calling up the property manager and lying to him to find out Sophie and Mark's last name, about looking for their names online and there being no trace of them. She tells him about Sophie's constant subtle digs at her, the hairdryer that magically showed up in their upstairs bathroom, and finally she tells him about going into their neighbor's bedroom and finding Sophie's prescription bottles. When she's done, Dean's face is flushed red, and he looks so stunned that he can't seem to find words. Amber realizes too late that she shouldn't have told him everything. Well, she hadn't actually told him everything. She'd purposefully left out the part where she snuck through the trees to snoop on their argument. She's still too embarrassed to admit that's how she was hurt. But even so, the damage is done. He gets up and walks over to the kitchen, turning his back to her and looking out the window into the darkness outside. Finally, when Amber has started to worry he's not going to talk to her again tonight, he turns around slowly and rubs at his forehead with one hand. Ever since we arrived, you've been acting erratically. I know I screwed up royally with what I did. I lied to Melanie and I kept it from you, he says, his tone remorseful. But since we got here, you have repeatedly kept the truth from me. You accuse one of our neighbors of pretending to be someone he's not. You accuse the other of trying to seduce me, and then you go and rifle through her personal belongings? His voice suddenly goes quiet. Amber, listen to me carefully. Our neighbors are not the ones who are hiding things and acting shady. You are. Chapter 21. Dean's words had hit her like a 10-ton truck. Everything he'd said had made total sense. Amber had been acting crazy and paranoid. If someone had told her a week ago that she would be secretly searching through her neighbor's bedroom, looking for clues that they were some kind of criminal, she'd never have believed them. The question is her paranoia warranted? That remains to be seen, but her instincts have told her from the moment she first met Sophie and Mark that there is something off about them.
something dark that they are trying to keep from surfacing. By the time Dean makes his way downstairs the following morning, Amber has already gotten out of bed and is lying on the living room couch, blanket draped over her, watching an old sitcom rerun as it plays quietly on the TV.
"How's the head?"
he calls over as he fixes his breakfast. "Awful," Amber winces.
"I haven't seen you hungover in a very long time. Nothing that a little coffee and fresh air won't fix, though, right?"
He chuckles. Amber moans. "Even the mention of coffee is making my stomach churn. I think I just need to rest for a few more hours. But you should go out. Don't let me stop you." Dean seems to think on this as he finishes up his cereal and places his bowl in the sink.
"I guess I could take a walk down to the driving range, practice my swing. I never ended up going the other day."
He rubs his chin in thought, then looks over to her.
"You sure you're okay here by yourself? I really don't mind staying with you until you're feeling better."
"No, you go ahead. I'm just going to be here on the couch most of the morning anyway. Plus, I almost never get a chance to just sit back and catch up on—" She glances quickly back at the TV screen to check. "Frasier." Dean pours a large glass of water and brings it over to where she's lying down. He passes it to her, then gently brushes her hair away from her forehead.
"Drink it all. You're not going to feel any better until you rehydrate. And rest for as long as you need, okay?"
He kisses her on the head, then goes upstairs to get himself ready. Amber drinks a few sips from the glass, then places it on the floor by the couch. She's not feeling hungover at all. When Dean had confronted her last night about how she'd been acting, she had apologized for keeping the truth from him, then blamed her behavior that evening on having drunk too much and letting herself get carried away. He had accepted both her apology and her explanation, and made her agree to stop obsessing over Sophie and Mark and put her focus back into their vacation together. In reality, Amber hadn't drunk that much at all, and right now she feels fine. In fact, her head is feeling clearer than it has since they first arrived here. She had woken this morning to an epiphany of sorts. That nagging feeling she had felt last night as she had stood in her neighbor's bedroom, the memory that had been slipping just out of reach, had come to her all of a sudden as she lay in bed, half awake. Not only had it dawned on Amber that Sophie's prescription bottle only proved that Parsons was her last name, and not necessarily Mark's. They may have booked the resort under the same name, but Amber still hasn't seen any wedding rings on their hands, so it's unlikely they're married. But she had also had a much more important realization. Dean may not have known the last name of the boy he remembered from childhood, but there is someone who might. After Dean has left for the driving range and Amber has quickly thrown on some fresh clothes, she makes her way down their street to the pavilion to make a call.
"Hello, Gloria Hughes speaking,"
comes the clipped, no-nonsense voice of her mother-in-law. "Hi, Gloria. It's Amber. How are you?" There's a pause.
"Hello, Amber. I would love to stop and talk, but I'm in the middle of getting ready. Melanie and I are going out for lunch today."
Gloria sounds distracted. "Oh, I won't keep you long. I was just wondering how Phil's getting on."
"Phil is fine. He's right here with me now, being a nuisance and wiping his wet nose all over my silk scarf."
Her words belie her tone, which does not sound at all annoyed at her favorite four-legged companion. While Gloria has always struggled with outward displays of affection for those close to her, she seems perfectly comfortable laying on the love for Amber and Dean's fur baby. Maybe she's always been a dog person, or maybe now, with Dean closing in on 40 and Amber not too far behind him, she's just resigned herself to the fact that Phil the dog is the closest thing to a second grandchild she will be getting. Either way, she put up no fight at all when they had asked if she could take care of him while they were away. "I'm glad to hear he's okay," Amber says.
"Well, if that's all, Amber, I really must be going now."
Gloria sounded ready to hang up. "Oh, there was one more thing," Amber hurries to say.
"What's that, dear?"
Gloria's exasperated tone is all too familiar to Amber. "I was wondering if you might help me out with something. Dean told me you were friendly with most of the people living in your neighborhood back in Bakersfield."
"Bakersfield? Why on earth are you asking me about Bakersfield?"
Gloria balks, as though Amber has just asked her to explain particle physics. I know it was a long time ago that you all lived there, but I was wondering if you might remember a boy who lived nearby you around that time. He would have been roughly the same age as Dean. His name was Marcus?" Amber squeezes her eyes shut in hope. She knows that asking an elderly woman with Alzheimer's to recall someone from over 30 years ago might seem like a long shot, but from her experience, and as Dean had told her just the other day as they'd had dinner at the restaurant, Gloria always remembers faces and names. If Amber had thought of this before, she could have saved herself a lot of time, but only as she awoke this morning had his words sprung back into her mind. Gloria is so quiet on the other end of the line that Amber wonders if she accidentally hung up on her. She opens her eyes back up and quickly takes the phone from her ear to check the screen. Still connected. "Gloria?" She puts it back to her ear. She hears movement on the line and the familiar sound of Phil sneezing in the background. "Gloria?"
"Yes, I'm here."
"Oh, good. I was wondering if you had—" But Gloria cuts her off.
"Yes, Marcus. I know the boy."
Amber's heart quickens. Gloria remembers him. This is good news. If she can just recall his last name now, then Amber will be on the right path to discovering the truth. "I don't suppose you know anything more about him, like a last name?" she tries casually. There's another pause. When Gloria's voice comes back over the line, there is a dark tone to it that scares Amber.
"Yes, I know all I need to know about that rotten little boy. I know what he did. And I can tell you another thing. My Dean is a good boy, and I won't allow him near the likes of Marcus Delaney."
The line goes dead. Gloria has hung up on her. Chapter 22. Amber sits on the wooden bench of the pavilion, still staring at the black screen of her phone long after it's relocked itself. She has the name she was looking for. Marcus Delaney. She should be satisfied, having gotten the information she had been looking for, but a sad and heavy feeling sits in her chest. Not only had she angered her mother-in-law so much that she'd hung up on her, but at the mere mention of Marcus's name, she had elicited an emotion or memory in Gloria that had left her confused and upset. Should she call Gloria back and apologize? Would that make things better or worse? Amber has no idea. Dean had told her his mother's condition was worsening, but this is the first time Amber has experienced firsthand anything more than her losing track of what she's saying while talking, or forgetting to switch from her slippers into shoes when leaving the house. Before Amber can make a decision on whether or not to call Gloria back, her phone starts to ring in her hand. She looks down at the screen. Melanie. She answers. "Mel, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to—" Melanie cuts in before she can finish apologizing. "Amber, before you say anything else, she's fine. I calmed her down and she's in the yard right now giving Phil some fresh air." Amber feels only a sliver of relief. "I had no idea that asking her about some kid from her past would upset her so much." "Don't blame yourself. Mom has been having these moments more often recently. It's impossible to tell what will bring it on. She'll be fine, I promise." Amber is worried that this can only mean more tension between her and her mother-in-law once she's back home. "Well, I'm really sorry anyway. And Mel, Dean is too. He feels awful for lying to you about me being okay with Gloria coming to live with us. I told him we can discuss the whole issue together with you and Jack when we get back," Amber assures her. Amber has always gotten along with Melanie. Despite having a woman like Gloria for a mother, she managed to rise above her raising. Towards her daughter, Haley, she is the most warm and loving mother Amber has ever witnessed. Melanie tells Amber that she's still mad at Dean, but agrees to call him sometime soon to let things smooth over between them. Before they say goodbye, a question seems to strike Melanie. "Wait, was it Mark Delaney you were asking Mom about?" She sounds confused. "Yeah, do you remember him? Because Dean didn't even remember his last name." Amber is hopeful. "Well, yeah, I guess he wouldn't. He would have been 7 when we moved from Bakersfield," she begins. "But I was 11, so I remember all the stories about his family. Mom would never have allowed us to hang around with the Delaney boys. But I don't understand. Why do you want to know about him?" Amber decides to go with the truth. She tells Melanie about meeting a neighbor here that Dean thought looked like a kid from his childhood, and that despite Mark insisting it wasn't him, Amber still has her doubts. "Well, it's probably not him," Melanie says gently. "That's what Dean keeps saying, but I just have this feeling, Mel. There's something super weird about the whole thing." Amber sighs. Melanie pauses, as though she is thinking for a moment. "Well, I will say one thing. If it turns out it actually is Marcus Delaney, then you'll want to stay away from him. There's a reason Mom never let us hang around him or his siblings. His father was in jail for assault, and his older brothers made trouble everywhere they went, stealing things and bullying other kids. One time, our neighbor, who was a manager at the local convenience store, caught the older Delaney boys shoplifting, and he banned the whole family from his store. That night, Mom saw Marcus throw a rock through his window in retaliation. He was just a small kid, so she didn't turn him in, but she told me to stay away from that family and to keep Dean away too." Amber tries to reconcile the man staying next door to them with that little boy from Melanie's story. By all accounts, Mark seems antisocial, but in more of a leave-me-alone kind of way and less of the vandalizing private property kind. Amber and Melanie say goodbye, and as she makes her way back to the cabin, emotions conflicted, Amber makes herself a promise. This is her last shot at finding out the truth. If a search for Marcus Delaney doesn't show up a positive match for a suspected criminal at large or a fugitive on the run, she will have to accept that she may never know who exactly Mark and Sophie are or what secrets they are trying to hide. Chapter 23. Armed with a fresh mug of coffee and a toasted bagel smothered in a sinful amount of cream cheese, Amber sits at the kitchen island, laptop open in front of her. Dean shouldn't be back from the driving range for at least another half hour, and she hopes that by the time he returns, she will have her answers about who Mark really is and why he doesn't want anyone to find out about it. She has already searched all the main social media sites for Marcus Delaney, and yet again come up with no matches. Trying a more direct approach, she types his name out into a search engine, half expecting the first link in the results to be from an FBI Most Wanted list. But several links to college sports stats, a building contractor in New Jersey, and a couple of obituaries later, Amber only finds one result that looks promising. A link to an article in a newspaper local to Bakersfield from 4 years ago, covering a charity auction event held for something called Hope's Haven that has the name Marcus Delaney tagged. Amber clicks on it and scrolls through photo after photo of people dressed up, posing with champagne glasses held high, smiles on their faces. It looks like a pretty upscale event, and as she scrolls down through what must be hundreds of pictures of the happy auction-goers, her hopes of finding anything useful start to dwindle. But her heart nearly stops when she finally spots a face amongst the pictures that she recognizes. It's Mark. It's him. She can't believe it. He looks just the same as he does now, but he's dressed up in a suit and tie with a huge smile on his face. In the photo, he's standing next to a laughing, middle-aged man with rosacea, holding an auction hammer and mime-hitting Mark on the head. People surround them, and it looks like such a normal, fun scene from a big night out. The caption reads, "Marcus Delaney and auctioneer Graham West posed together post-auction." Well, this answers one question. Mark really is Marcus Delaney. Dean had remembered his face, after all, and clearly Mark had remembered his too. But this still doesn't answer why he, and obviously Sophie, continue to hide that fact from them. Amber keeps on scrolling, hoping to find something, anything else that might lead her to more answers. It isn't until she reaches the end of the article that she spots one more picture of Mark. This time, he's holding his own glass of champagne high in the air, his other arm wrapped tight around a beaming red-headed woman who stares up at him, smiling. But it's not Sophie who is draped on Mark's arm, adoration evident in her eyes. Although, at first glance, Amber almost thought it was. This woman looks slightly older and has a more natural look about her. There's very little makeup on her face, and her fiery red hair looks as though she was born with it, rather than it being obtained from a bottle. Amber reads the caption. Event coordinator Joanna Delaney and husband Marcus at the end of a successful night. Marcus is married, but not to Sophie. The sheer obviousness of the situation next door is suddenly so crystal clear to Amber that she can't believe she didn't figure it out already. It's as though someone just shone a torch on a room already filled with daylight. Mark is cheating on his wife. Sophie is his bit on the side. It's as simple as that. Amber mentally kicks herself. It was plain to see this entire time. Occam's razor. But she had jumped to much wilder conclusions than were necessary. In her head, Sophie and Mark had become some kind of Bonnie and Clyde characters on the run from the law. But the reality is, Mark is just another slime-bag husband cheating on his loving wife, and Sophie is probably just another naive mistress who believes he's going to leave his wife to be with her. It's just not the right time yet. I need a few more weeks. The pieces all start to fit together in Amber's mind. They booked the resort under Sophie's last name to avoid anything tracing back to Mark. Mark got freaked out when he saw Dean, somebody who used to live in his hometown, who might know someone in common with him and his wife, and he lied about who he was so his wife wouldn't find out about his affair. And come on, Sophie has made it obvious she has a taste for married men. The entire thing was so blatant this whole time that Amber is truly questioning her observation skills. If anything, Amber feels a little disappointed that this is all it ever was. A man cheating on his wife with a woman resembling a younger version of her. How boring. The door to their cabin opens, snapping Amber from her thoughts, and Dean walks in looking more joyful and untroubled than she's seen him in a long time. He must have had a good time at the driving range. Up until last year, Dean would go golfing with friends at least once every few weeks. But more recently, he hasn't had the enthusiasm for any hobbies. By the end of his work week at Gloria's house, he never has any energy left over. Amber had come here hoping this vacation would be the reset button both Dean and their relationship needed, and looking at her husband now as he slides off his shoes while whistling a song to himself, she can see that despite the setbacks over the last few days, he really does seem like a lighter version of himself already.
Hey, you look like you're feeling better,
he says cheerily. I am. You were right. I just needed some water and rest, and now I'm right as rain, Amber replies, quickly closing the laptop and picking up one half of her still untouched bagel. She takes a bite and then offers the other side of the bagel to Dean.
Ooh, don't mind if I do.
He takes it from the plate, then makes most of it disappear in just one bite.
So, what were you up to then? Not work, I hope?
Dean's voice comes out muffled from his bagel-filled mouth. Amber looks down at the closed laptop. No, I was just checking the weather forecast for the next few days. Sunshine until we leave on Saturday. Luckily, Amber really had checked the forecast earlier because she has no intention of telling Dean that she had actually been online finding out the truth about Mark. Not only did Dean make her promise him last night that she wouldn't continue her crusade against the couple next door, but what good would it do for him to know the truth about Mark now? She doesn't need an I told you so moment, stemming from her having broken a promise to Dean, getting in the way of connecting with him for the rest of this trip. As far as Amber is concerned, she has succeeded in finding out the truth. And while she is disgusted by both Mark's infidelity and Sophie's willingness to continue a relationship with a married man, ultimately, it's none of her business, and she just wants to stay the hell out of it now. Dean swallows down his second and last bite of bagel and licks cream cheese from his fingers.
Well, I like the sound of sunshine. How about we pack up some food and a couple of camp chairs and have ourselves a sunny afternoon lakeside today? He asks.
Amber can't think of anything she'd like more right now. Chapter 24. An hour later, Amber unfolds her chair and places it carefully down on the warm stones by the lake. She looks out over the mountains that loom like giants beyond the water, and she feels from within a certain kind of calm that comes only from being outdoors, surrounded by the beauty of nature. It's even warmer than she had expected, and there are already plenty of people by the lake, soaking in the sun and scenery. She sits back in her chair and breathes in deep the smell of the outdoors. When she breathes out, slow and steady, it feels as though she's being released from the grip that has held her firmly the last few days. With the information she'd found online earlier, all interest she'd had in the mystery that surrounded the couple next door has disintegrated and gone. After spending most of their vacation so far obsessively looking for answers, having finally found them now, she can move on. Mark is just another unfaithful scumbag living a double life, while his wife is at home holding down the fort. Who knows, they might even have a couple of kids and a golden retriever, all waiting patiently for Daddy to get back from his big work trip. It turns Amber's stomach to think about it, but at least she knows now what they've been trying to hide. When Dean had suggested they spend the afternoon by the lake, Amber had insisted he also try his hand at fishing while here. Not only because he'd told her a long time ago it was something he enjoyed doing, but also, selfishly, so that she wouldn't have to make dinner tonight. Instead, they can take his catch to the restaurant to be cooked there. It didn't take too much convincing for Dean to agree, and after getting everything they needed together, he'd dropped Amber off at the lake to set up their things, while he drove back to the bait and tackle store up the street to rent some fishing gear. Now, Amber sits back in her chair and opens the paperback she'd picked up specifically for this trip. She hasn't even started it yet. She curses the still very visible purple marks on her back from the hot stones that make her too self-conscious to join the people who are enjoying swimming in the cool water of the lake. She already decided against bringing her swimsuit with her from the cabin when she had tried it on earlier. She'd felt pretty good about herself, only to turn around and recoil in horror at the sight of her back in the mirror. She looked as though she had some kind of infectious skin disease. Now, sitting here in a sweatshirt, slowly steaming away like a dumpling, she wonders if she should have just put her insecurities aside and brought the damn thing anyway. A shadow slowly creeps over her, blocking the light from the page she's reading. She looks up to see Dean has come back with his supplies. "That was quick. You got everything you needed?" she asks. He drops an ice chest and a rod down beside their chairs and sits down next to her with a small tackle box. He begins to look through the various small items, all of which are a mystery to Amber.
"Yeah, the guy there said if I left a deposit, I could hold on to the stuff until we leave on Saturday, so we don't need to worry about getting it all back today."
"Nice," says Amber, only slightly worried that this may have been the exact same reason Mark had transformed what she now knows was meant to be a secret steamy getaway with his mistress into his own big fishing trip.
"I'll have to keep the bait in the fridge."
Dean looks at her with a crooked smile and points down at the ice chest, egging her on to look inside. Amber reaches down and opens it up. On top of the ice sits a small, clear plastic container filled with fat, live maggots. She quickly closes it back up. "Yum," she says sarcastically.
"I was hoping for a scream."
Dean chuckles, then shrugs. "So, are you going to get it all set up now?" she asks. Dean glances down the lakeshore. There's a designated fishing area at a bend where two men are already sitting back, lines cast out.
"No, not yet."
He looks down at his watch.
"I figure we'll hang out a bit first, have some lunch."
He puts the tackle box down on the stones next to him and makes a grab for the food bag Amber packed for them. He takes out their sandwiches and passes hers over, then pours them both a coffee from a thermal flask. Amber takes the plastic cup from him, and they sit back together and make light conversation as they slowly eat their lunch, gazing out over the glittering water. She'd been surprised that Dean was the one to suggest an afternoon at the lake. Lately, Dean's only suggestions for activities for them to do together back home has been ordering Chinese food and watching action movies from the 80s, which, admittedly, Amber also enjoys, but this sure makes a nice change. Amber takes another bite of her sandwich. Maybe Sophie can cook up a delicious meal from scratch and wow her guests with her perfect table dressing skills, but right now, sitting by the lake with the sun shining on her face, surrounded by mountains, her husband by her side, this foil-wrapped cheese sandwich and steaming coffee from a small plastic cup seems like just about one of the best meals Amber has ever had. This is exactly what I needed. She reaches over and gives her husband's hand a squeeze. Dean doesn't reply right away. His eyes are fixed on something over Amber's shoulder. She turns to follow his gaze. Sophie and Mark are walking right toward them. Chapter 25. Sophie strides briskly to where Amber and Dean sit, her arms filled with similar items to those Amber had carried here herself an hour earlier. Mark shuffles along in pace behind her, carrying fishing gear. "Hey, neighbors! Looks like you had the same idea as us." Sophie grins, holding up their supplies as proof.
"It's a great day for it,"
Dean replies. Amber forms her face into what she hopes comes out as a smile, but it's difficult. With everything she now knows about this couple, any scrap of respect she'd previously had for them, which admittedly was minuscule, had since corroded away. "It is, isn't it?" Sophie carries on. "I finally convinced Mark to bring me along with him as he goes fishing, so now he can catch a fish while I catch a tan." She laughs at her own joke. Mark stands behind her, resembling a bored child whose mother has stopped to chat to a friend in the grocery store.
"Yeah, I'll also be headed over there in a while," Dean nods toward the fishing area. "Hoping to catch tonight's dinner."
"Careful, Amber, this is how it starts." Sophie nudges her playfully on the shoulder. "Right." Amber tries to keep any interest out of her tone in the hopes that Sophie might go away. Dean thanks Sophie and Mark again for having them over the previous evening and echoes the compliments on Sophie's cooking skills he'd already awarded her last night. Her eyes gleam with delight at Dean's praise.
"Although we may have indulged a little too much with the wine," he adds when he's finished commending Sophie's hosting expertise. "Some of us were a little worse for wear this morning."
He looks right at Amber. Amber glares back at her husband with daggers. Sophie sticks out her bottom lip. "Aw, I didn't want to say it, but you do look a little washed out," she says to Amber in a voice normally reserved for speaking to small children. Amber's cheeks burn. Other than the fact that she's a little warm in her poor choice of clothing and has a clueless husband who seems to have no problem sharing the most up-to-date goings-on of his wife's body on any given day, she had been feeling absolutely fine until approximately 3 minutes ago. "Well, we won't keep you from enjoying your afternoon. Dean, if you need any tips on fishing, then Mark is your man." Sophie looks back at Mark, who nods once in an obligatory agreement. As they walk away, Amber breathes out a lungful of air she wasn't aware she'd been holding in. How is it that every single time she has found herself relaxing into this vacation, those two have shown up and put her right back on edge? Once Sophie and Mark have set themselves up a comfortable distance down the lakeshore from them, Amber tries to collect herself and pulls out her book again, determined to immerse herself in her novel. Dean now has his eyes closed and almost looks as though he might be asleep. Amber steals a look over to where Sophie and Mark have set up. Mark seems to be in much the same position as Dean, and Sophie is standing next to her chair, stripping down to her swimsuit. It's a patterned light green two-piece with a halter-neck top and high-rise bottoms that come up mid-belly, the kind of thing that if Amber were to attempt to wear, she would feel frumpy. But somehow the old-fashioned cut on Sophie's super-slender physique looks effortlessly stylish and flattering. Amber squirms in her warm sweatshirt, wishing she had something else under it so she could take it off, but unless she makes a run back to the cabin, she's stuck in it for the rest of the afternoon. She opens up a bottle of water and takes a long gulp. The chilled liquid gently sliding down helps a little to cool her from the inside, but she still has to wipe the sweat off her forehead with the sleeve of her sweatshirt before putting the bottle top on and placing it back inside the insulated food bag. By the time she looks back over to where her neighbors are, she can see that Sophie has taken this opportunity to rope Mark into being her personal photographer. Walking by the edge of the water, arms and legs gliding gracefully, Sophie shows all the signs of someone who knows they are looking great. She stares off into the distance, contemplatively, letting her long red hair blow lightly in the breeze, as Mark sits on the stones with a small silver camera, taking picture after picture for her. Once or twice, Sophie runs back up to Mark and visibly gives him directions on how to get a better shot, showing him how he can get the best angles of her. Mark looks a little annoyed at her insistence that she needs more photos, but he dutifully keeps snapping away as Sophie returns to her spontaneous, wistful lakeside stroll. Amber can just imagine these photos will be up on Sophie's Instagram, the one that she's sure exists, but couldn't find, no matter how hard she looked, in a few short weeks with the caption, "Take me back, #Spring River, #Heaven." Rolling her eyes and attempting to put her focus back on her book, she can't help but notice Dean's eyes are back open now, and he is staring right at Sophie. Is he thinking about how good she looks? That she looks much better than his own wife? Amber immediately tries to shake those kinds of thoughts out of her head. It's easier said than done, though, and the jealous feeling still sits inside her, eating away at her as she forces her eyes back toward the pages of her book. Maybe Amber wouldn't feel so threatened if she weren't an overheated, still frizzy-haired, marginally older woman in a shapeless sweatshirt, with ugly purple marks lurking beneath it on her back, who is still half hobbling whenever she gets up to walk. Oh, and to add to it all, she now apparently looks washed out. A wet droplet falls on the open page of her book, staining it, and Amber realizes she's now crying. She swipes at her face with her sleeve and swallows down her emotions. Why does that woman have this effect on her? She's never felt like this before. So self-critical and envious. Sophie just has a way of making her feel like she's not good enough. Does Mark's wife feel like this? Was she once wondering if he was looking at other women, younger and more full of energy than herself? Another burst of anger goes off like a firework in Amber's chest as she thinks of Mark's poor wife at home, clueless that her husband is off hundreds of miles away, relaxing by the water with his secret girlfriend. Chapter 26. Giving up any hope of having the concentration needed to read more than 2 words of her novel, Amber places the book in her bag and checks the time on her phone. Just after 2. Dean should probably get a move on if he wants to make a catch before dinner time. She's just about to ask him if he's ready to go set up in the fishing area when she sees that he's still staring over to where Sophie and Mark sit. Sophie is now taking selfies, holding out her phone and flashing a peace sign, then grabbing Mark in a neck lock and kissing him on the cheek. Mark's smile looks pained as she continues to snap away. Is Mark already getting tired of this fling? How long has this been going on for? From all of Sophie's tales the previous night, it sounded as though they've been seeing each other for quite some time. Maybe the novelty of this once exciting affair has worn off. Once the lust dies down, how could any man not see Sophie for what she is? She's a shallow, vapid woman with no regard for the feelings of others. Amber is shaken from her thoughts when Dean laughs under his breath and looks over at her. He nods his head to the side toward where Sophie and Mark are. "You seeing this?" he asks, an incredulous look on his face. "What?" Amber isn't sure what exactly Dean is referring to. "This little show these two have been putting on." He raises an eyebrow. Amber glances back again. Sophie seems to have finally stopped taking photos and is now looking down at her phone, probably scrolling through the thousands of pictures of herself. "I don't know. If I looked like that in a swimsuit, I'd probably be getting you to take cute pictures with me, too," Amber says, self-deprecation dripping from her tone. Dean rolls his eyes. "Yeah, I think we're a little past our cute pictures days. I'd much rather actually have a nice time together than just set up photo opportunities. It's so phony it hurts to watch." While Amber wholeheartedly agrees with the latter part of her husband's sentiment, she can't help but feel a little stung by the first. Is that where they are now? Past the cute couple point? Of course they are. They're 13 years into marriage and both aboard an express flight headed straight toward their 40s. But that doesn't stop his words from leaving a sting. As the afternoon wears on, Amber manages to just about distract herself from her feelings. Dean has been holding a line out in the fishing area for over an hour now, and Mark had eventually peeled himself away from Sophie's grip and followed Dean down there. Looking over, Amber can see they're not standing too far from each other, lines cast out, but they don't seem to be making conversation. She supposes fishing is often a solitary sport and likely an activity a lot of men do to be alone with their thoughts. While Amber had initially felt excited to spend the day by the lake, the more that she's seen Sophie and Mark interact with each other, the more unsettled she's felt. It's not just that watching them together makes her realize just how little it takes sometimes for a seemingly happily married man to be led astray. Apparently, sometimes it takes as little as long, flame-kissed hair and a body that a top personal trainer would be jealous of. Because, let's face it, he's not with Sophie for her stellar personality. But what gets Amber the most is that by just standing by and observing a man who is cheating on his wife, she almost feels as though she's an accessory to it. That by simply witnessing his infidelity, she is, in a way, enabling its existence. She dined with this couple. She shared drinks with them. And now that she knows at what expense those occasions were, she feels as though she, too, is cheating Mark's wife out of the truth. She's still mulling over this moral dilemma when she and Dean sit down to eat their steaks at Annie Kay's restaurant that evening. As Nell had taken their order, Dean had told her about his inability to catch any fish today. She'd clicked from one side of her mouth and given him a knowing look. "That'll be the sunshine for ya. Brings out the swimmers. The water disturbance scares off the fish. I'll tell you the same thing I always tell our visitors in the summertime. You gotta go out there at night." Dean had thanked her for the advice, but Amber could see he was still disappointed he'd come back empty-handed on his first try. "I'm sure you'll have more luck next time. Like Nell said, it was probably just the water disturbance scaring them off. Maybe try again in a couple of days," Amber says in an attempt to cheer him up. Dean wipes his mouth with a napkin, then takes a large gulp from his glass of water. "Yeah, I'm not that bothered. Mark didn't have any luck either, but then he didn't really stick it out as long as I did," he says. "I saw. He and Sophie packed up and left pretty suddenly. What do you think that was about?" Amber remembers seeing Mark collect up his fishing gear not too long after he'd set it all up. He'd gone back over to talk to Sophie before she packed up their things and they both left. Dean looks baffled. "I don't know. I tried making conversation with him, but you've met the guy. Getting him to talk is like trying to extract teeth." Amber gives a laugh to appease her husband, but she knows exactly why Mark is so tight-lipped. He may have dispelled Dean's doubts by telling him he's never even been to Bakersfield, and then solidified his story by having Sophie there backing him up, saying they both grew up in Seattle. But Mark is scared he might say something, anything that will jog Dean's memory of the boy he once knew, setting him on the path to discovering who he really is and why he's trying to hide it. "I asked him about his bartending job, about what led him to that line of work," Dean says through a mouthful of fries. "But he didn't share much of a real answer. I guess he might have thought I was judging him for bartending in his late 30s. Who knows? The guy's a closed book." Well, that explains the hurried exit by Mark and Sophie today. He's probably never tended a bar in his life and was suddenly scared that Dean would catch him out over not knowing how an old-fashioned or a martini is made. "Makes no odds to me what line of work the guy's in," Dean carries on. "Bartending is an honest job, nothing to be ashamed of. But I do get this feeling, after watching the little show they put on today, with the selfies and whatnot, that the two of them are kind of, I don't know." He seems to be searching for the right word. "Juvenile?" Amber guesses. Maybe," Dean shrugs. Juvenile, perhaps, Amber thinks. Adulterers, definitely. The irony would almost make her laugh if she wasn't so repulsed by the whole thing. As Amber watches her husband eat his food, her own still mostly untouched, her mind is pulled back yet again to the question she has been asking herself all day. A question that echoes over and over again in her head, like the discordant sounds of a broken record. If Dean were cheating on Amber, and somebody knew about it, wouldn't she want them to tell her? Chapter 27.
What's on your mind? Dean's voice breaks through the fog of Amber's thoughts. It's been 3 days since their afternoon at the lake, and the same question that had plagued her that day still lingers in her mind. Not much, Amber lies, turning from where she has stood for the last 15 minutes, staring out the front window to the empty street. She hasn't caught a glimpse of either of their neighbors since seeing them leave the lake that day. She hasn't even seen Sophie pass by on her daily jog. But she knows they haven't left because their car is still sitting outside their cabin. Really? Because you looked as though you were trying to do advanced math in your head. Dean wants her to laugh, but she only just manages a half smile. Amber has been able to distract herself temporarily over the last few days while she and Dean have kept busy with the many activities around the resort. But the second she is back alone with her thoughts, she finds herself wondering whether she could actually bring herself to do it. If she could actually contact a complete stranger to tell her that her husband is having an affair. How would she contact her? What would she even say? Hi, I know you don't know me, but I've been in Oregon for the past 6 days, staying next door to your cheating man-child of a husband and his secret girlfriend, who looks a whole lot like a younger version of you. It's that you don't want to go home on Saturday and face reality again, isn't it?
Dean guesses at what's bothering her. Yeah, that's probably it, she sighs. Amber supposes that is true. Other than Phil's sweet, sloppy kisses as she gets through the door, all that awaits her back home is about 5 hours worth of 9th grade history assignments to read through and grade before Monday morning, a meeting with Dean and Melanie to discuss Gloria's living arrangements, and most likely a guilty conscience for not having done anything to warn a woman that the man who took an oath to be faithful to her for the rest of their days has actually been living a double life. Dean takes Amber's hand and looks her right in the eyes.
We've got 2 more nights here. Let's enjoy it. And when we get home, there's no pressure to make a decision straight away about Mom, I promise. Me and Mel will figure something out until we can find a solution that suits all of us,
he assures her. Although that hadn't been the main issue playing on Amber's mind the last few days, it does make her feel better, and she thanks Dean. With little food left in the kitchen from Amber's grocery run last Saturday, Dean offers to head over to the store and stock up again. He hasn't stopped drooling over the Traeger grill outside since they got here, so Amber suggests he pick up some items for a barbecue this evening. She gets a little buzz when she sees his eyes light up at the thought. Maybe her husband hadn't been successful in his bid to catch them a fish, but one thing Amber knows for sure that Dean can do is make the juiciest grilled burgers from scratch. She watches from her perch at the front window as Dean gets in the car and drives away. It's a beautiful morning outside, and the thought of a barbecue later today really does sound like heaven. Just as Amber is about to turn from the window to go tidy away their breakfast dishes, she catches a glimpse of something. It's Sophie and Mark. They've just appeared at the end of their driveway, and she can see them through the trees, talking to each other. They can't see Amber from where they are, but she has a decent view of them. It looks like Mark is going somewhere, about to get into his car. He's dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, no rod or tackle box in sight, so at least it's not more fishing. Sophie reaches forward and wipes something from the side of Mark's mouth and holds his cheek lightly. Something about this gesture seems so intimately familiar, a gesture that his loving wife should be the one doing, not Sophie. Mark gets into the car and drives off. Sophie walks toward her cabin and out of sight, and Amber is left staring at an empty street once again. Joanna Delaney, Amber remembers. That was what the article she'd seen had said Mark's wife's name is. Joanna, who is likely at home, waiting for her husband to get back from his work trip, or whatever other lie he's told her about where he's gone, possibly even getting kids ready for school each morning, keeping the house looked after and the plants watered. All the while her husband is right here, on a 2-week-long, all-expenses-paid vacation with his girlfriend. There is, admittedly, a chance that Amber could have misinterpreted the situation. A few alternative possibilities have crossed her mind in the last few days. Maybe Mark and Joanna are divorced now and he's not actually cheating. After all, that news article about the charity auction was from 3 years ago. A lot can change in 3 years. Or maybe they are still married, but Joanna already knows about Mark's fling. Maybe she's cheating on him too, an open marriage. But every time she plays those scenarios over in her mind, she keeps coming back to the same roadblock that she can't get past. Why would Mark and Sophie go to such great lengths to hide who Mark is and where he's from if he's not trying to hide an affair from his wife? Amber's head feels scrambled from the mental turbulence of trying to figure out the truth. It dawns on her that maybe if she were to look Joanna Delaney up online, it might clear up some questions she has and settle the issue of whether or not she should rat out Mark. Thankfully, Amber's foot is almost fully healed now, and she thuds up the stairs with no hesitance toward the bedroom to get her laptop. She opens it up on the bed and gets right to it, searching the name Joanna Delaney. Immediately, she sees she'll need to narrow it down, so she adds Bakersfield and hits the search button again. The first thing that pops up is a website for the same organization the article had said the auction was raising funds for, Hope's Haven, an animal welfare charity. She clicks on it, and it leads her to an old article written up on a blog section of their website. There aren't any photos, but skimming over the words, Amber quickly finds Joanna's name mentioned in relation to a fundraising event being held in Fresno. She is listed as the event coordinator again. This article is from 4 years ago, before the one she'd seen their photos in. Amber clicks on a link at the side of the webpage that reads, Meet Our Team. A list of about a dozen or so people pop up, faces smiling and a little introduction for each. She scrolls down. She can't find Joanna listed, but she does find a photo of a gray-haired woman with glasses and a joyful smile. Underneath her photo is written, Pamela Strickland, Event Coordinator. Her introduction says she's been with them for the past 2 years. So maybe Joanna doesn't work with them anymore. Maybe she moved on from there. Maybe she and Mark started a family and she chose to leave her job. Amber can see she won't get any more information from this website. She clicks back to the search results and sees the next link listed. It's a Facebook profile for a Joanna Delaney listed in Bakersfield. She clicks on it. It's immediately obvious this is the right woman. The profile picture is of Joanna and Mark in hiking gear, his arm around her shoulder and grins on both their faces. From the looks of it, they have just hiked to the top of a mountain. Behind them is an incredible view with trees and hills that goes on for miles. Well, it's unlikely they're separated then. Joanna would surely have changed her profile photo if they were. Interested to see what information she can find about Mark's wife from her Facebook page, Amber quickly scrolls down to see whether Joanna posts online frequently, or if she's more like Amber and can go months, sometimes years, without even checking the thing. The newest post is only from a couple of days ago. It's a beautiful, scenic photo looking out over rippling blue water, with the caption, Endless Shades of Blue. Something about this image looks strangely familiar. She scrolls down again. There's another post dated the same day as the photo of the water. Again, it's a view of a lake from the shore, but there's a woman standing by it with her back to the camera. She's looking out to the mountains beyond, her red hair flowing gently down her back. The photo has a slightly washed-out filter on it, but Amber immediately recognizes this scenery. Not only that, but she also recognizes something else. The woman's high-waisted green bathing suit. Amber's heart nearly stops. The woman in this picture is not Joanna Delaney. It's Sophie Parsons. Chapter 28. Keep your ocean, I'll take the lake. Amber reads the caption below the photo. She feels as though her brain might blow a circuit trying to make sense of what she's seeing. Why on earth would Joanna Delaney have posted a photo of Sophie on her Facebook page? How did she get it? Did Sophie send it to her? Did Mark? That doesn't even begin to make sense. From the caption and the flowing red hair, anyone would think that Joanna was posting a picture of herself. You can't see her face, but Sophie's hair is very similar to Joanna's, especially with this washed-out filter. And having now seen 2 photos of Joanna Delaney, one from the charity event and the other one on the mountaintop in her profile picture, Amber can see that her and Sophie's body types are very similar too. But why would Joanna want people to think that this photo was of her? Amber scrolls down again, hoping this will all suddenly make sense, but what she sees only adds to her confusion. Joanna posted another photo on her page nearly a week ago, one that Amber distinctly remembers seeing Sophie taking while she and Dean had sat across the room from her and Mark on that first night at the restaurant. It's a photo of a meal, grilled fish with asparagus and baby potatoes. Below it reads, "Dinner courtesy of Mark's fishing skills. I always knew he was a catch." A winking face emoji ends the caption. Amber feels a sudden kick right in her gut. Something here is very, very wrong. A wife posting photos to her Facebook page of her husband's secret getaway with his girlfriend? Why would anyone do that? Did she get her hands on the pictures somehow and post them publicly to shame her husband? If she did, she'd hardly write a caption that makes it sound as though it's actually her who is here and not Sophie. Amber's eyes feel fuzzy from staring at the image. She rubs at them and tries to think through this logically, by piecing together what she can see as the facts. These are Sophie's photos. She took them. And now they are on Joanna's Facebook page. Did Sophie hack into Joanna's Facebook account and start posting shots from her and Mark's vacation together to taunt Mark's wife? No. That would be the most cruel and unusual way to break it to Joanna. None of this is making sense. Amber scrolls down again. The next few posts are reshares, an animal rights campaign poster and one about a community project in Bakersfield. After that are 2 more scenic photos from areas that Amber recognizes as being around Spring River. They could easily be ones that Sophie took while on one of her 2-mile jogs. There's no lack of posts, unlike on Amber's own Facebook feed, which is occupied exclusively by metaphorical tumbleweeds. Scrolling down Joanna's page, there are more reshares from a few weeks back, and before that, another photo from a couple of months ago. This one is a selfie of both Mark and a woman. The surroundings don't look familiar at all. In fact, there seems to be snow in the background. They're both wearing big coats, and it looks as though the picture was taken by Mark, arm outstretched to hold the phone. He's smiling while the woman kisses him on the cheek. Her fiery hair is over the side of her face, obscuring it from the view of the camera, and with a washed-out filter again, this does look like Joanna. But having spent nearly a week next door to Sophie, Amber would bet anything that this picture is of her again. She scrolls down more, then more. Months and months of photos of landscapes, tagged as from different parts of the country. It's like they've been on one big road trip, updating where they are along the way. There are a few more reshares from other pages mixed in, but going back even a year ago, it's all travel photos. Dispersed amongst them is the occasional one of Mark against various backdrops and a couple of shots of a red-headed woman facing incredible scenery, either with her back to the camera or from an angle that you can't see her properly. Not one of them actually shows her face. The captions tag state after state as they travel. With one final scroll, Amber sees the starting point of this long series of travel updates. It's a photo of Mark and Joanna, the same one from the profile picture of them on a mountaintop. Joanna's real face still very visible. It was posted just over 2 years ago. Amber reads the caption. After dreaming about it for years, we've finally set off on our cross-country adventure. When we'll be back, we don't know, but we are going to take you all along on this journey with us. Stay tuned. Joanna and Mark, X. This is all wrong. Mark and Joanna up and leave their life to go traveling, posting photos as they go, and somewhere along the way, Joanna morphs into a completely different woman. A woman who now updates Joanna's friends and family with photos that lead them to believe it's still her. Amber closes the page down and drops the laptop lid. The room feels as though it's spinning. She went online to see if she could find information about Mark's wife, maybe warn her about her husband's transgressions. But instead, she finds a Facebook page featuring Sophie posing as a woman who seems to have just vanished into thin air sometime in the last 2 years. A dark thought floats silently into Amber's mind, sending a chill all the way from her neck down her spine. This Facebook page isn't run by Joanna Delaney. It's run by Sophie and Mark. It's been set up to look as though it's Joanna in those pictures, updating people about her travels with her husband. The whole thing is a lie. What are Sophie and Mark trying to hide? And what happened to Joanna Delaney? Chapter 29. As Dean reaches into the paper grocery bags stacked on the counter, he whistles a tune to himself. Amber guesses it's likely a Beatles song, but can't make out which one due to him being unable to carry a tune. She's just happy to see him happy. This is what they came here for. If only she felt that carefree and light inside, too. Dean, who has never been one to do things by halves, picks out as many groceries as he can hold before starting to put them away. Amber watches, amused, as he holds a pack of burger buns by his teeth while he shoves 2 cartons of milk into the door of the fridge, a bag of corn cobs tucked under the other arm. "You want some help putting these away?" Amber offers, worried something might end up on the floor using his technique. "Thanks." Dean heaves a pack of potatoes out of a bag and passes it Amber's way. "You're on potato salad duty, by the way." He winks. Having had time to think about what she'd just discovered as she waited for Dean to get back, Amber has no plans right now to tell her husband about Mark's secret wife or about what she found on her Facebook page. For all she knows, there could still be a completely innocent explanation for all of this. She already promised Dean she would stop obsessing about the couple next door, so if she brings this new information up, she gets the feeling he'll shut this down immediately, as Amber being nosy and jumping to wild conclusions. At first, after seeing that Sophie and Mark have been running his wife's Facebook account for the past year, maybe 2, it had briefly crossed Amber's mind to contact the police. But she quickly realized there wasn't enough to go on. What would she tell them? To investigate a couple acting weirdly and posting misleading images online? She wouldn't be taken seriously, especially as she has never even met Mark's wife. A couple of ridiculous possibilities had played in Amber's head after closing her laptop earlier. One of them, that Mark's wife had gotten some major cosmetic surgery done, and that the woman next door to them is, in fact, the same Joanna, new face and all. And what? She changed her name, too? No. The other, that Joanna Delaney is in witness protection or something similar, and Sophie is, for some strange reason, taking over her Facebook page and pretending to be her to protect her from being found. Again, stupid. Amber knows that neither of these scenarios would explain anything going on here. But what the hell is it then? Because if Amber were to be frank, she would say it looks very much as though Mark and his lover, Sophie, may have killed his wife and are now on the run, leading anyone that knew Joanna to believe she's still alive and well. But Amber won't believe this. She can't believe this. Joanna is probably at home right now, totally fine, and there is some kind of perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Or she might be decomposing in a ditch. No, Amber hates that her mind keeps going there. Mark and Sophie are many things, but they are not killers. Not that Amber has ever met a murderer, but wouldn't you get a feeling about them? While Amber's feelings about the couple next door have been overwhelmingly negative from the moment she met them, she cannot for a minute imagine that either of them are immoral enough to kill a woman and cover it up. But then, that's what they always say, isn't it? Nobody suspected. They were so nice, so normal. Okay, so nobody's going to say exactly that about Mark or Sophie. But still, killers? No, Amber won't let herself believe that. But she does know one thing with 100% certainty. She cannot leave this alone. She has to get to the bottom of it. Dean reaches out the last of the groceries and folds up the paper bags while enthusiastically starting to tell Amber about the many uses of the Traeger grill. She tries to pay attention as he explains the difference between grilling and smoking meat, but she finds herself tuning out as she nods along. How exactly should she go about confronting Mark and Sophie? She could just go over there right now and ask them outright, tell them what she saw online and wait for an explanation. That would be the most direct approach. But what if this couple are actually dangerous? Amber's mind flashes back to the thinly veiled warning Sophie had given her the evening of the dinner party. Had she actually seen Amber on the night she'd hid amongst the trees, listening to them fighting? Sophie had told her she might get hurt worse next time. Was it actually a threat not to dig any further into their business? In retrospect, with what Amber found online, Sophie's warning does seem much more ominous. The idea of asking them directly suddenly feels like a very dangerous one. If Amber wants to find out more, she has to be careful about how she confronts this couple. As opposed to something like a smoked brisket, which you could be looking at anywhere from 10 to maybe even 20 hours inside the Traeger, depending on the weight of it. Dean's grilling lecture comes back into focus for Amber, and she gets a sudden burst of inspiration. She jumps on an opportunity before it's too late. You know, there's going to be plenty of food. Maybe we should invite Mark and Sophie over for the barbecue tonight, she suggests casually as she places the potatoes into a bowl of water to wash them off. Dean goes quiet and raises an eyebrow. Amber jumps in before he can accuse her, quite fairly, of having an ulterior motive. You know, we've only got a couple more nights here, and they were nice enough to cook for us last weekend, so I think we should repay the favor. She hopes this sounds believable. I don't know, Amber. Every time we've been around them on this trip, you get a little weird. He is rightfully suspicious. Amber knows she shouldn't be misleading her husband like this again. But this isn't just about her being nosy anymore. This is about Joanna. If something has happened to her and Amber doesn't do something to try to uncover the truth, then what if nobody ever does? What if Sophie and Mark keep up that charade of a Facebook account for years to come and nobody suspects anything? Once she knows what is going on for sure, Amber will come clean to Dean and tell him why she had to keep this from him. But for now, she knows the only way she has a chance of finding out the truth is to tell some lies along the way. The irony is not lost on her. I just think it's a crime to not share your amazing grilling skills. Sophie is a good cook, I'll admit, but wait until she tries your world-famous beef burgers and my creamy potato salad. Amber slides her arms around her husband's waist and looks up into his eyes, which are shadowed by his now doubting, downturned brows. He thinks about this for a moment. Then his face slowly morphs as he seems to come round to the idea. Okay. He smiles. That was easy. Amber knew playing on his ego would be the way to go. He can't resist showing off his grilling skills and knowledge. Great, Amber smiles. It'll be fun. We can all learn a bit more about each other. And this time, unlike the last time she and Dean had shared a meal with them, Amber knows exactly what questions she wants to ask the couple from next door. Chapter 30. An hour later, as Dean is working his magic, prepping his burgers from scratch, Amber grabs her sunglasses and makes her way down their driveway and around the trees toward Sophie and Mark's cabin. It's just after lunchtime, and the afternoon heat outside hits her like an open furnace. She hopes that at least one of them is home to make the invite as she walks up her neighbor's empty driveway to their front door. She tucks her hair behind her ears and straightens out her white sundress before knocking on the door. After waiting a minute, she tries once more, wondering how she will contact them if they're not home. If she can't convince them to come for a backyard get-together for dinner this evening, then she might end up missing her chance. Tomorrow is both couples' last day at the resort before they pack up and leave on Saturday morning. Ideally, if they come over, Amber will learn what she needs to know tonight, and then she and Dean can spend their final day relaxing and enjoying themselves. There's no answer at the door, but Amber hears a noise from beyond the cabin. Maybe they're in the backyard? Before she can think better of it, she starts around the side path, past the tall pines lining the two properties, toward the rear of the cabin. As she gets closer, she can hear music. She might be intruding, but she doesn't care at this point. Rounding the corner, she sees Sophie in the backyard. She's dressed in an amazing strapless floral sundress, and she's standing in front of a tripod that's set up with her phone attached. She has on a huge straw hat and sunglasses, and as she strikes poses, clicking a remote device in her hand, she seems completely unaware of Amber's presence. Amber watches as she contorts herself in a way that hides her full face from the camera, the hat and glasses doing a good job at concealing her features. Will these photos end up on Joanna's Facebook page too? Amber shudders. This whole situation is so strange. She clears her throat, and Sophie almost jumps out of her skin. "Oh my God, Amber! You scared me half to death!" She clutches her chest and takes the hat off her head. "Sorry, Sophie. I tried knocking, but I guess you didn't hear me." Amber smiles. Sophie reaches for a portable speaker sitting on a table by the back door and turns off the music. She pulls a scrunchie from her wrist and wrangles her long hair into a bun on top of her head. "What can I do for you?" she asks with a small hint of suspicion. Amber looks at the haphazard bun Sophie has assembled on her head and feels a flash of annoyance that even that looks amazing on her. She pushes down the envious feeling she's gotten used to having around Sophie and tries to sound friendly. "Dean and I were just wondering if you and Mark would like to join us for a barbecue later today." Sophie's nose crinkles up. "Oh, I don't know if we can. Mark still has yesterday's catch on ice. He'll be back in a little while from the driving range, and we're going to take it to Annie K's this evening." She manages to look genuinely regretful. This doesn't seem like a good enough excuse to Amber. After Sophie had pushed Amber and Dean into socializing with her and Mark for the first few days they were here, why is she playing shy all of a sudden? "You must be getting pretty tired of grilled fish and vegetables at this point," Amber laughs. Sophie grimaces. "I am, but it makes Mark happy, and that's what matters, right?" She shrugs. Amber needs to find a way to convince her to come over, and the temptation of a meal that doesn't contain fish seems like the most likely path to success here. "It's just that it's such a beautiful day, and Dean is going to fire up the grill and make his homemade juicy beef burgers. I'm going to do some creamy potato salad, and there will be plenty of extra food for you and Mark." Amber puts emphasis on the words juicy and creamy, hoping they sound enticing. "We'd really love to repay the favor after you cooked us such an amazing meal the other night." She is only two clasped hands away from pleading. Sophie looks torn. Even a twig like her must enjoy burgers occasionally, right? Finally, after thinking on it for what seems like an indulgent amount of time, Sophie pulls off her sunglasses and pokes one of their arms on her lips. "You know what? Mark won't mind, I'm sure. Okay, we'll be there," she beams. As Dean flips burgers on the grill, Amber places her potato salad on the table outside, then goes back inside to collect some plates and napkins. It's just after 5:30, and the sun is still shining. Amber stops for a moment at the kitchen window, plates piled in her arms, and stares out over the water beyond the trees at the end of the yard. It glitters in the light, and the whole scene looks so serene, with Dean in his element out there at the grill. She almost wishes she didn't have to do what she's about to do, and that they could just have a peaceful evening with their neighbors, eating burgers and enjoying relaxed conversation in the warmth of the sunshine. But sitting around talking about the weather or their hobbies will get Amber nowhere. The conversation she has planned is going to leave Mark and Sophie little choice but to share the truth. And hopefully Dean will finally see for himself that he was right from the very beginning about who Mark really is. Just as Amber is bringing the plates outside, she hears voices from the side of the cabin. It's Mark and Sophie, and as they round the corner, Amber sees they have come bearing offerings. Sophie is carrying a huge dish filled with a green salad, and Mark has a six-pack of beer. "Hey, neighbors!" Amber echoes the grating words that Sophie has shrilled at her and Dean so many times. Mark and Sophie say hello, and as Amber thanks Sophie for the salad and places it down next to the potatoes on the table, she can't help but notice that Mark looks a little more relaxed than she's seen him before, as he heads straight for Dean at the grill and they get to talking. Maybe he's finally decided that Amber and Dean aren't onto him and pose no threat to exposing who he actually is. Amber suppresses a sly smile. She's glad Mark has finally let his guard down a little. It may help her pull off her plan of attack just a little easier. Chapter 31. Sophie has changed out of the dress Amber had seen her posing in earlier today and is now wearing a zigzag-patterned halter-neck top and a pair of jean shorts that show off her bronzed legs. Amber passes around cold beers for all. Dean had already stocked up at the store earlier, and with Mark's contribution to the mix, there should be plenty to help lower some inhibitions this evening. Although her plan is to encourage Sophie and Mark to get loose with their words, she won't let alcohol risk swaying her own composure or making her lose sight of her objective. She opens up her own beer and puts it to the side, where she plans to leave it untouched. Amber and Sophie sit down together at the table on the deck. Sophie nods over to where Dean and Mark stand by the grill. "You know, I couldn't believe it, but Mark was actually all right when I told him the change of plans today. I guess a grilled beef burger is the way to a man's heart." She giggles. "Maybe we should have started with that in the first place." Amber only half jokes. "It's taken a long time for Mark to warm up to us. Is that usual for him?" Sophie runs a perfectly manicured fingernail around the rim of her beer bottle, staring down at it. "Mark is just slow to connect with people. He has some hang-ups and issues, but once you get to know him, I swear, he really is a lot of fun." Amber will have to take Sophie's word on that one because she sure can't imagine it. Although, as she looks over to where he and Dean stand, Dean animatedly explaining something to him, no doubt about grilling, she actually catches a glimpse of a laugh from Mark. This is the first time Mark has looked like a normal, adjusted human being since she met him. The little part of Amber's brain that keeps trying to make her doubt herself is suddenly shouting loudly at her as she looks around. Sunshine, the smoky smell of burgers grilling, her husband and Mark enjoying each other's company, even Sophie seeming surprisingly more palatable than her usual self. Does Amber really want to spoil this evening based on a hunch that something bad could have happened to Mark's wife? Could Amber have gotten this completely wrong, and Mark and Sophie are completely innocent of any wrongdoing? What if they really are protecting Joanna in some way by keeping her Facebook updated with fake pictures of her? Amber could be getting in the way of keeping a woman safe. But no matter how hard she tries, she just can't get this possibility to make sense in her mind. No, she has to push this. She can't go home on Saturday with as many unanswered questions as she has right now. As Dean hands out plates of burgers and everyone begins to eat, Amber knows she just has to bite the bullet while they are all together. Pushing her nerves aside, she finishes piling Sophie's incredible-looking salad onto her plate, then turns to her. "So I noticed earlier today when I called over that you were taking some photographs in the backyard. Is photography something you're into?" Amber starts out easy. Sophie swallows down a bite of potato salad and wipes her mouth with a napkin. "Not particularly. I take a lot of photos, but I don't do much with them, really." "Oh? I figured maybe you post them online, your vacation photos. I keep meaning to post ours, but I'm not great at keeping up with social media. How about you?" Amber probes. Before Sophie can answer the question, Mark, rather uncharacteristically, jumps into the conversation.
"You're better off not keeping up with it, Amber. Social media is a disease to society. There's nothing real there. The entire thing is contrived and curated to mislead people."
His face shows genuine disdain as he takes a swig from his beer bottle. Well, at least he admits it. That was easier than Amber could have imagined. Maybe getting them to spill the whole situation about Joanna's fake Facebook page will be easier than she thought it would be.
Well, I'll drink to that. You couldn't pay me to get on Face Snap or InstaTwit.
Dean echoes the joke she's heard him utter many times before to many people. Mark looks amused by this and lets out a small laugh as he raises his beer bottle to clink Dean's in a rare moment of camaraderie between the two. Amber casts a glance at Sophie, who is not even trying to hide the loaded look she's shooting toward Mark. "Well, I think there's always going to be a place for social media," Sophie retorts. "It gives people with no voice a platform and helps family and friends communicate with each other from all around the world."
Mark scoffs at this. Communicate? Is it really communication when all they do is like photos back and forth and make little remarks about a meal or an outfit someone has posted about? People used to have to phone up family members who were away from home and have real conversations. Now they're content with a stupid thumbs up online every now and then.
If Amber could grab a bucket of popcorn and sit back to watch this argument unfold between the couple, she would be quite happy. She planted a seed, and it seems to have started growing out of control rapidly. This is obviously a long-standing sore spot between Mark and Sophie, whose lips are pursed as she looks ready to fire back a retort at him. But before she can get another word in, Dean, ever the diplomat, seems to sense the shift in atmosphere and tries to save the situation before it gets ugly.
I suppose whether we like it or not, social media is here to stay. The people who like it can use it how they wish, and those of us who don't can just live alongside it. I'm just glad I don't have to worry about raising kids in this new online world. I wouldn't know how to navigate that at all.
Mark and Sophie both agree with Dean. Although Amber appreciates her husband's ability to diffuse contention with both calm and reason, in this instance she had been wanting to see how this line of conversation would play out between Mark and Sophie. It would be suspicious if Amber prodded them any more straight away, so she relaxes into the flow of the evening a little as they continue eating and the topic of conversation moves on to less controversial things. Chapter 32. Clearing the dishes from the table and bringing them to the sink inside, Amber lingers by the window and looks out to the pink and purple-stained sky as the sun begins to set. She'd managed to get caught up in conversation as they all ate, while lively debating which actors had been in which movies. The last thing she had expected tonight was to actually have a good time with these people. But now that their meal is finished and the fridge is a few beers lighter, it's time to get back on track. Amber prepares a pot of coffee and takes it outside with a platter of store-bought chocolate chip cookies, the only dessert she was able to rustle up from the cupboards on such short notice. She returns to where the others are seated and tries to figure out what they're talking about now as she pours them all a mug of coffee. But she's missed the start of the conversation, so it's hard to tell. Dean holds a wooden skewer and taps it slowly on the table absent-mindedly as he talks earnestly.
I think probably the most likely theory, which is also the most disturbing to me, is that most, if not all, intelligent civilizations never get to the point where they can make interstellar contact because they wipe themselves out before it's even possible.
Aliens? That's where the conversation has gone in the time it took her to make coffee? Sophie is studying her nails very carefully, looking bored out of her mind as Mark and Dean ramble on about the possibilities of extraterrestrial life. Amber needs to jump in now, before she misses her chance. Knowing Sophie, if the conversation goes on too long without revolving around her, she'll probably lose interest and decide to leave early. Sophie, I just realized I've never even asked if you and Mark are married. I haven't seen either of you wearing a wedding band. Amber feels all eyes shoot her way, likely confused by her interrupting to ask such an irrelevant question. Sophie laughs nervously, eyes darting toward Mark, then back to Amber. No, we're not married." "Right, that's what I thought," says Amber. "It's just, I got a little confused when I talked to the property manager, Jerry, the other day, and he referred to you both as the Parsons. Strange." The table is silent, and Amber knows better than to make eye contact with her husband, aware of the look he would give her right now if she did. Mark clears his throat.
Like I told you the other day, Sophie won this trip at work, so it's booked under her name. The manager must have just put both of us down with her last name when he took the booking.
Amber nods. Right, of course. So then, what's your last name, Mark? Mark stares right at Amber, not answering. Davis, Sophie jumps in, is Mark's last name. Davis? Amber's eyebrows shoot up against her will. That's right. Sophie looks to Mark, who nods in return. Amber tries to think fast. Should she call them out on this blatant lie? This is her last shot, so she has to tread carefully. So, are there any plans in the near future for you to become Mrs. Davis? She asks, hoping that they think she has drank a little too much and has lost her sense of personal boundaries. Sophie's face lights up at this question, and she looks over at Mark again, who is ignoring the coffee and chugging down a beer, most likely starting to wish he'd never come tonight. I would love to get married someday. It's not really something we've talked about much, though. Sophie trails off, looking as though she's waiting for Mark to jump in and pop the question right here and now. But Mark just stares down at his nearly empty beer bottle and chews his lip. How do you feel about marriage, Mark? You must be about the same age as me and Dean. Have you ever been married before? Got any kids? Mark's eyes shoot up to meet Amber's at these questions. Dean quickly moves his hand across the table and places it on top of Amber's firmly.
Honey, you got a second? I need a hand in the kitchen.
She ignores her husband and keeps looking right at Mark, who seems to be lost for words. As his glare pierces into her, Amber feels deeply unsettled by the look in this man's dark eyes.
No, Amber, I haven't ever been married, and I don't have any children,
Mark finally says. Liar. Well, at least about the marriage part. There was nothing that Amber had seen on Joanna's Facebook page, going back far enough to when it seemed to be run by the real Joanna, that led her to believe that she and Mark had any children. She should call him out on his lies right now. Tell him she has found out about his and Sophie's little secret. She knows Mark is married. She knows he and Sophie have been carrying on a charade online in Joanna's name, and that she wants answers, or she'll be calling the police. Amber opens her mouth to let it all out, but just as the words she has been wanting to say all night reach the tip of her tongue, Dean grabs her arm with a very firm grip, stopping her in her tracks.
Amber, can you help me out for just a moment in the kitchen, please?
His tone tells her that she doesn't have much of a choice. She closes her mouth slowly, then grudgingly gets up to follow her husband to the kitchen. The second they are inside, Dean turns back around to face her.
What the hell are you doing, Amber?
He whisper shouts. What do you mean? Amber plays dumb. Dean runs a hand through his short hair.
You turned a normal conversation into an interrogation out there. You're being weird again. Why are you asking them such personal questions?
Amber opens her mouth and looks from side to side. I didn't think I was. Dean squints his eyes at her.
If you're up to something, just tell me.
There's nothing going on. I just wanted to get to know them a bit better is all, she mumbles, putting on her most innocent face. To her relief, Dean seems to drop it, but gives her one last long look before he turns around and walks back out the door to their guests. Amber follows him, but just as she steps outside, she sees Mark standing next to Sophie, who is gathering herself to leave. Thanks so much for a lovely evening, but we're going to get going now, Sophie says, putting her sunglasses into her bag and slinging it over her shoulder. Dean shoots Amber a see what you've done look. Amber's heart drops. She's not surprised they took the first opportunity they saw to leave. She had them a minute ago, and they knew it. She was on the verge of exposing them as frauds, but Dean's interruption has taken the wind out of her sails. As Dean thanks them both for coming, they all begin to walk toward the path that leads to the front of the cabin. Amber shuffles along behind the others, feeling dejected. Just before they round the corner, Sophie turns back to face them. You know, Mark and I have a full day planned for tomorrow, then we're heading off bright and early Saturday morning, so we probably won't catch you again before we all leave. A thought pops into Amber's head. Well, it was great getting to know you this past week. Let's stay connected. Where can I find you online, Sophie? Facebook? Instagram? Amber raises her eyebrows, waiting for an answer. Sophie looks toward Mark awkwardly, then back to Amber. Yeah, I'm on Instagram. Sophie Parsons, you'll find me. She smiles, and with a wave, she and Mark have disappeared around the corner. Amber already knows from her previous search online for Sophie Parsons that she won't find her on Instagram, or Google, or Facebook. That is, of course, unless she changes the search term to Joanna Delaney. Chapter 33.
You ready to get to bed?
Dean hangs up the dish towel he's just finished drying the last of the dishes with and turns to Amber. After Mark and Sophie had rushed off earlier, Amber had been worried that Dean would round on her for having scared them off. But he hadn't asked Amber any more about her behavior. He has no idea why Amber was still pushing to find out more about them, and every time she has considered spilling everything to her husband, she imagines his reaction and stops herself. She promised him days ago that she would stop obsessing over the couple next door's personal business, and until she finds solid evidence of there being something worth her having betrayed his trust, she can't bring herself to tell him. It's just past 11, and although Amber is exhausted, she isn't quite ready to call this evening a bust yet. I'll follow you up in a few minutes. I just have to email Caroline quickly to let her know that Melanie will be picking up the history assignments tomorrow for me to grade this weekend. She points a thumb over at her laptop sitting on the counter.
It's a bit late, isn't it? She won't see your email until the morning anyway. You may as well send it then,
Dean reasons. I know, it's just that tomorrow is our last full day here, and I really want to have this one last thing checked off the to-do list so we can have the whole day to enjoy, carefree. That much is true.
Okay.
He kisses her on the forehead.
Don't count on me still being awake when you get upstairs, though. I'm beat.
Dean disappears up the stairs, and Amber sits straight down at the kitchen island with her laptop. First things first, she does indeed send an email to her coworker, as she had told Dean she would, but it takes only 2 minutes before she presses send and immediately switches her focus to her main objective. Maybe Amber blew her chance to call out Mark and Sophie this evening. Maybe there is nothing nefarious going on with them or the fake Facebook page she found. Maybe Joanna is perfectly fine, and it's none of Amber's business. But a thought had occurred to her this evening after they had left. She had been standing at the kitchen sink, washing up the dishes from dinner, when she had realized that just because she had bottled out on confronting the couple herself tonight, it doesn't mean she has to stay completely silent about it. It may not be any of her business, but surely she can find some family or friends of Joanna's on her Facebook friends list that might be interested to hear about what Amber has witnessed here and what she's found out about this couple within the past week. Amber finds Joanna's page easily, saved in her browser's history, and clicks on the link. Again, she feels a flash of annoyance when she sees that now familiar photo of Mark and the real Joanna in her profile picture, smiling together with the amazing view stretching behind them from their mountaintop spot. Could there really be any way that this woman hasn't been done wrong by? Amber's heart says no, and she feels an overwhelming sense of obligation to seek justice for Joanna Delaney. The first thing she does is check if there have been any new posts to the page since she first saw it earlier today. Nothing. Then she clicks on Joanna's list of friends, of which there are a little over 100. Amber knows from her own Facebook page that she has a similar number of friends, but if she...
In between each chapter lies a quiet space. Take this moment to settle in and enjoy the music gently holding you. This audiobook is shared freely for you.
were to whittle it down to the people who know her intimately, real family and friends that she's actually close to offline, the list would be less than 20. She has no idea how to decipher which of the many people on Joanna's list are really close personal friends and family, and which are just casual acquaintances, like a worker from her local library. Picking someone at random to contact won't do. She needs to find someone who cares about Joanna, someone who will listen to Amber's concerns about what's going on. She clicks off from Joanna's friends list and back to her main profile. Maybe someone will have made a comment on a photo that might help. Sometimes Amber's own mother will leave a comment on one of her photos, saying something like, "Beautiful picture, sweetie. Love Mom, XX." If Amber can find a comment like that on Joanna's page, it would make this a lot easier. But as she scrolls through, she only sees the everyday, generic comments you come to expect from people online. The photo that Amber had seen earlier of the meal at Annie K's restaurant has 2 comments. "Looks delicious," Candace Williams. "Yum," Royce Scheffler. Neither of these help Amber in the least. Next, she clicks on the photo of Joanna, Sophie, standing in front of the lake, back to the camera. 3 comments. "Where was this taken? Wish I was there. Stuck in the office. Tilda Foreman. The views look incredible. Where is this?" Royce Scheffler again. "Great photo, Joe. Did you get taller?" X. Morgan Baxter. Amber stares at this last remark. This person has noticed something different about Joanna in this image. That's something, but not enough to know if they're the right person to contact or not. Amber scrolls through more photos of scenery. There's a lot of likes, but no comments. Then she clicks on the picture she'd seen earlier that was posted a few months back of Mark with a woman it's safe to assume is actually Sophie, not Joanna, in the snow somewhere. There are 2 comments on this photo. "You two are so cute. Hope you're having fun. Justine Peters." "Hey, Joe, you look like a whole new woman. Good to see Mark is taking care of you on your adventures. I tried your number, but it's no longer in service. Call me. You know my number. M. X. Morgan Baxter." Morgan Baxter again. A whole new woman. If only this person knew how right they were. Amber doesn't remember a Morgan from the list of Joanna's previous work colleagues on the Hope's Haven website. Maybe Morgan is a friend or a relative of hers. She clicks onto Morgan's profile, not even knowing if this is a man or a woman. The profile picture is just artwork of swirling patterns. She decides it's not important so long as this person cares about Joanna. She clicks the send a message icon and starts to type. "Morgan, my name is Amber Hughes. I know you don't know me, but I need your help. It's about Joanna Delaney. I'm worried she may be in some kind of trouble. I have found out that her husband, Mark, and his girlfriend are running Joanna's Facebook page secretly. Can you help me figure out what's going on?" Amber reads this back. It's way too much. This Morgan person is going to think she's crazy. Amber deletes it all and starts again. "Morgan, I have some information about Joanna Delaney that I think you should know. Please message me back when you get this." That will have to do. Amber takes in a deep breath and presses send. Chapter 34. Friday morning seems to drag on forever. It's just before noon, and Amber has checked her Facebook page more times since 7 a.m. this morning than she has in the whole of the past 5 years. No new messages. Did Morgan see Amber's message and just ignore it? Or assume it was a scam or someone phishing? Maybe Morgan thought Amber was some kind of whack job to be ignored. Whatever the reason, Amber still isn't able to relax as she strolls through the resort's central village, slowly sipping her takeout coffee. Dean puts a hand gently on her back as they walk.
"Are you okay? You haven't even touched your pastry."
Amber looks down at the small white bag in her hand. She had forgotten she was still holding it. The grease from the apple turnover inside has stained the paper after sitting in there since they each picked one up at the bakery 30 minutes or so ago. "I'm not really hungry. You want it?" She holds it out to Dean, knowing her husband is throwing her a hint. He sticks out his bottom lip and briefly mimes having an internal argument as to whether or not he should have another pastry.
Okay.
He nods affirmatively, as though she's twisted his arm. Taking it from Amber, he wastes no time tearing it out of the bag and shoveling over half of it into his mouth in one go.
So, what should we do for the rest of our last afternoon here?
A flake of pastry shoots out of his mouth and onto his shirt as he talks. Amber picks it off for him and flicks it away. I feel as though I should say something adventurous, like kayaking or abseiling, but we've already done those in the last few days, and I kind of just feel like relaxing, Amber admits.
Oh, thank God.
Dean's shoulders sag in apparent relief.
I would have gone along with those things too, but I'm the same. I want to rest before the drive back tomorrow. How about we take a walk by the lake after lunch and call that a win?
Sounds like a plan. She smiles. They continue on their stroll around the village for a short time, stopping to watch a street acrobatics show by two young men and pausing again a little while later to view an outdoor art exhibition. Amber checks her phone again for any Facebook messages a few times along the way, but still nothing appears. When she suggests making their own lunch back at the cabin instead of eating out, Dean agrees and volunteers to pick up the items they'll need from the grocery store so that Amber will have some time to visit the gift shop. She wants to get there before they leave to pick up some small offerings to take home.
Get something especially nice for Melanie from me, please. I'm still trying to get back in her good books.
Dean scratches the back of his head, ashamedly. His sister phoned him a couple of days ago and they have mostly made up, but she's still a little sore about him having lied to her. They part ways and Amber heads straight for the gift shop. She's better off going there alone anyway. Dean isn't one for knickknacks or novelty items, and he'd be bored out of his mind looking around. As soon as Amber gets in the door, she's greeted by a kind older lady who asks if she'd like help picking out some items for family or friends. She politely refuses the offer and begins to browse the store. There isn't much that pops out at Amber. It's all the same kinds of things you'd get at any gift store. Mugs with the resort's logo on them, novelty fridge magnets, and various stuffed animals. She ends up choosing a small, framed piece of art for Melanie, as well as a gift bag of artisan chocolates and a pretty but practical travel mug for Dean's niece, Haley, which she can take with her to college. For Gloria, she gets a floral silk scarf, which she's sure will elicit a less than excited reaction. So far, in the many years she's known the woman, Amber's never gotten more than a half-hearted thank you for any gift she's given her. Maybe one day Gloria will warm to her daughter-in-law. Maybe eventually her Alzheimer's will help her forget her sour feelings toward me. She immediately feels guilty for even thinking this and shakes her head, scolding herself. From the corner of her eye, she spots the perfect gift for Dean. Smiling to herself, she picks it up and takes her selection to the cash register.
It's beautiful out there today, isn't it?
The older lady rings the items up slowly. It really is, Amber smiles. She feels a buzzing from inside her pocket and reaches out her phone. There's a notification, one Facebook message. Amber's heart quickens. She desperately wants to check the message, but the lady has started making more small talk and Amber doesn't want to come off as rude. She places the phone back in her pocket and listens on as she's told all about a local waterfront blues festival that is happening in the area next week. Amber tells her that today is actually her last day in Spring River, and the woman tuts her tongue in disappointment that she will miss it. Amber waits as the lady takes an excruciatingly long time, carefully wrapping each item in black tissue paper and placing them all into a gold paper gift bag. But inside her mind, she's shouting at this old woman to hurry up and get on with it. Finally, when she's swiped her card to pay and is past the bag, she thanks the lady kindly and makes a beeline for the door. Back outside, Amber walks hastily to a nearby bench and sits down, placing the gift bag next to her. The world around her disappears as she pulls out her phone and wastes no time clicking on the message. A white box pops up with the name Morgan Baxter, and Amber sees only 3 words written inside the message. Please call me. Then a phone number. Chapter 35.
Hello?
comes a husky voice down the line. A woman's voice. Amber shifts on the wooden bench where she sits across from the gift shop. She clears her throat nervously. Hi, Morgan? This is Amber Hughes. I sent you that Facebook message. There's a pause on the line. Hi, Amber. Can you tell me what the message you sent me was about exactly? Morgan says, not unkindly. The woman sounds as though she's spent the past 40 years or so chain-smoking. Right. Yes. Well, I wanted to start by saying that I know you don't know me, but I found you on Facebook, and from what I saw, it seemed as though you might be someone close to Joanna Delaney. Am I right? She asks. Yes, a close friend, Morgan confirms. Amber breathes a sigh of relief. She made the right choice contacting this woman. Finally, she's on the right track. She gives Morgan a rundown of what she knows about meeting the couple at the resort, that right off the bat, since Amber and Dean arrived, Mark has been lying about who he is. That Sophie may also be lying about who she is, but Amber has no proof of that. She tells her about the conversation she had overheard that night from their cabin, about how she found out Mark was lying about who he was, and that he was actually married to another woman. And finally, she tells her about finding photos of Sophie posing as Joanna on Joanna's Facebook page, stretching back the last year or two. When she finishes talking, Amber realizes the line is completely quiet and wonders if Morgan has hung up on her, having heard the insane-sounding story. Morgan, are you there? She asks. Yes, comes her raspy voice, but it's now coming out shaky. I'm still here. I'm so sorry to be the one to have to tell you this, but I think something might have happened to your friend. Another pause on the line. I just can't believe it. I mean, there were some rumors about Mark and a redhead from his work, but Morgan trails off. Amber's eyes open wide. Wait, so you know who Sophie is? She asks incredulously. Well, not exactly, but Jo had expressed to me a few times her concern over Mark and this girl he worked with. She'd seen her being overly flirtatious with Mark at an office Christmas party she went to with him. The chick was all over him in front of everyone, including Jo. Amber rolls her eyes. That sounds just like Sophie. I mean, to be honest, I was pretty sure half the reason Jo was so gung-ho about leaving life here to go travel was to get her and Mark far away from that girl. She was full on. Yep, that's Sophie. Amber stands and begins to pace back and forth slowly. Didn't you suspect anything since they left? I mean, I saw your comments on the pictures of Sophie they posted pretending to be Joanna. It sounded as though you could see she looked different. Morgan sighs. I mean, I guess I thought she looked a little different, but most people do in photos. But I have wondered for a long time now why Jo hasn't even called me in the past year. We would talk all the time on Facebook, but she always had an excuse for why she couldn't talk on the phone. Then when she stopped even answering my messages, I figured she just wanted to leave her old life behind, including me. There's a sad tone to Morgan's husky voice. Amber feels a pang of sympathy for this woman. Hopefully she doesn't blame herself for not keeping closer tabs on her friend. But what Morgan has described lines up exactly with what Amber knows from the Facebook page. Joanna and Mark set out nearly 2 years ago on an extended journey around the country, and somewhere along the way, Joanna suddenly morphed into Sophie without anyone finding out. What about Joanna's family? Have they not been raising questions about why she hasn't contacted them outside of Facebook for at least the past year? Amber asks. There's a sad sigh on the other end of the line. Joanna's parents both died when she was in her 20s. She has no siblings, and she's not close with any of her extended family. She's always said I'm like the older sister she never had. We were so close until she and Mark decided to up and leave suddenly. It broke my heart to see her go, but she was so excited about traveling that I supported her, Morgan explains. Amber thinks for a moment. Morgan, I think we need to contact the police about this. I already considered calling them myself, but I think it really needs to come from someone who knows her personally." "Are you kidding me? I'm about to call the police right now. I'm not waiting around." Amber feels a weight lift from her shoulders. She gives her some more details to give to the police and asks her to keep her updated. "Morgan, we're going to find out what happened. I really hope your friend is okay," Amber says genuinely. Morgan thanks Amber for contacting her and promises to update her from her side as soon as she has talked to the police. Amber slides the phone back inside her pocket, just as she sees Dean walking her way with paper bags full of groceries. After days of going behind her husband's back, breaking her word to him about not looking into the couple next door's personal lives anymore, and then trying to cover her tracks, it's finally time for Amber to tell Dean what's going on. With Morgan's word to back her up, Dean will finally believe her that Mark and Sophie have a dark secret they are desperately trying to keep hidden from the world. Chapter 36. Amber had every intention of finally telling her husband the truth once they arrived back at the cabin. She really did, but on the trip back, her phone had buzzed with a new text message from her pocket. "Called police. They said if she's with her husband and updating her Facebook, she's probably fine. I explained that you can't see her face in the photos, but they said that's not enough to go on. You got any photos of Mark and this girl that show her face clearly to show them it's not Joe with him?" Amber's heart had dropped when she read the text. She had hoped the police would take Morgan's word for it that her friend had gone missing, and that any time now there would be officers knocking at next door's cabin to investigate. But she can imagine how that call between Morgan and the police went. Her friend left just over 2 years ago to travel and has been updating her Facebook page periodically since. It's not a shocker that without any proof they're not taking her seriously. All signs point to Joanna still happily traveling around with Mark. And, of course, that's exactly what Mark and Sophie want people to think. Now, while clearing away the dishes from their lunch, Dean still none the wiser, Amber racks her brain trying to think of what proof she could send Morgan that would convince the police. She doesn't have any photos of the couple next door together. Despite having spent a considerable amount of time with them in the past week, nobody had pulled out their cameras to snap pictures together. They haven't gotten that close to them. All Amber has is what she found online, and her own word that the woman with Mark right now is not Joanna. She and Morgan need to figure out what to do. Tomorrow morning, Mark and Sophie will be leaving the resort, and who knows where they will go or how anybody will find them. This could be the last chance to pin them down and find out what happened to Joanna. If not, they could evade being found for years to come, if not forever. They could be planning to leave the country, for all Amber knows. When they have finished clearing up after lunch, and Dean tells her he's going to make an early start on packing, she makes her excuses to head outside briefly to make a call. She can only hope that Dean doesn't talk to his sister today and find out Amber never actually called to check in one last time on Phil before they head home. Because once she reaches the clearing down the street and sits down with her phone, it's not Melanie she calls, like she'd told Dean she would, but Morgan. "Amber?" comes Morgan's throaty voice. "Yes, Morgan, I don't have any photos of Mark and Sophie together, and I doubt I can get one before they leave tomorrow. Is there anything else that I can send you as proof?" She hears Morgan's sigh on the end of the line. "I don't know. I'm actually on my way to the station right now. The officer I spoke to on the phone tried to assure me that if Joanna left home of her own accord to go traveling and has been keeping her Facebook updated, she's probably fine. I told him what you said about seeing Mark with another woman, but he said there could be any number of reasons for that. And if I really wanted to pursue this, I could come in and talk to them. I need to file a report, and they will make contact with her family to see if they have talked to her or had any other contact with her recently. I tried to explain that she didn't have any close family left, but he seemed completely uninterested." Amber feels a ball of frustration pulse in her chest. "I wish I had something else to send you as proof. I just can't think of anything, and they're leaving first thing tomorrow morning." "You need to make sure they don't leave, Amber. We might never find them again if they do.
They know you're onto them, right? They're probably freaking out and planning to disappear. Just try to keep them there until I can get the police to take this seriously and help us. I'm 5 minutes from the station now, and I'm going to lay the pressure on them hard to pursue this." After assuring Morgan that she'll try to find a way to make sure they don't leave, Amber hangs up and considers her options. Maybe she could park her and Dean's car in front of theirs and block them in. She dismisses that plan almost as soon as it comes to her. Dean would move it for them as soon as they asked, and then Amber would be forced to explain herself. Could she make a citizen's arrest until the cops show up? How would that even work? Without any real proof that they have done anything to Joanna, Amber herself would probably be the one to get arrested in the end for false imprisonment. And what exactly would she do to detain them anyway? Ask them nicely to stay where they are until she can find a police officer who will take anything she or Morgan has to say seriously? This is a mess. Amber suddenly feels out of hope and deflated. As she steps back inside the cabin and slips off her shoes, she can hear Dean upstairs, still packing their suitcases, humming to himself loudly. Thank God she didn't jump the gun and tell him about her real suspicions earlier. She has to wait until Morgan has the police on their side. She needs to prove to him that this is so much more than her just obsessing over their neighbors' personal lives. If Morgan can't convince the police to send an officer this way by tomorrow morning, Amber will likely never find out what happened to Joanna or why Mark and Sophie are desperately trying to cover it up. She can't let that happen. Something bad has happened to Joanna. She can now see that clearly. And Amber needs to make sure she gets the justice she deserves. She slumps down on the couch and throws her head backwards, staring up at the ceiling. Short of somehow breaking into Mark and Sophie's cabin in the hopes of finding Sophie's camera and the pictures that were taken at the same time as the ones that were posted to Joanna's Facebook page, but that actually show Sophie's full face, and then forwarding them on to Morgan to show the police, Amber is all out of ideas. That would just be ridiculous, though, right? Amber stares at a small crack in the ceiling intently. Of course, she couldn't break into their cabin. She can't pick locks, and she is not breaking and entering. She doesn't want to go home from this vacation with a criminal record. No, there's no way she can sneak into their cabin and take Sophie's camera. She shakes her head to try to get the thought out of her mind, but it remains there stubbornly. Then something comes to Amber like a bolt from the blue. She sits up with a start, her heart quickening. Yes, she could get into her neighbor's cabin easily and leave no trace of having broken in. The answer has been there this whole time. Chapter 37. "You expecting a delivery?" Dean says, grinning. Amber gives him a courtesy laugh and comes away from the window where she's been checking for any signs of her neighbors leaving their cabin. She's probably checked 100 times since she and Dean arrived back from their final walk along the lakeshore. But Mark's car is still parked right there in the driveway next door, which is a good sign. No, just looking out at the street. It's so pretty here. I just want to take it all in. Amber thinks about what she has to do tonight. She knows that Mark went fishing this morning. She'd seen him leave with his gear, so it's safe to assume he and Sophie will be taking his catch to the restaurant later for their evening meal, which is when Amber will have her chance. It's not something she ever imagined herself doing, breaking into her neighbor's house to steal their personal belongings. In fact, when she thinks about it that way, a knot of dread forms in her stomach. Amber isn't a criminal. She's never so much as shoplifted. As a teenager, she went through a phase where she hung out with a group of edgy girls who she had thought of as the cool kids, but looking back now, she can see they were just troubled youths, going through issues at home, most likely. They would routinely hang out where they didn't belong, and Amber had tried hard to fit in with them. But when the girls were comparing the fruits of their five-finger discounts, not wanting to be seen as a wuss, she would pretend that a lipstick or a nice bracelet she'd bought was the result of her smooth sleight of hand moves, as she'd dodge the eyes of security guards left and right like a ninja. Yeah, right.
The biggest crime Amber has committed so far in her life was taking home a fluffy bathrobe from the fancy hotel she and Dean had stayed at for their honeymoon. And they had paid so much for 5 nights there that she had justified the act as simply taking a souvenir. But this is a whole other level. If she were to get busted tonight, she could land herself in serious trouble. What if she got caught by Mark or Sophie? If they were to come back early from the restaurant and catch her right there inside their cabin, they might call the cops on her. But that seems unlikely, given all they seem to be trying to hide. If Amber's theory is right, that they are trying to hide whatever has happened to Joanna, then if the cops were called, Amber wouldn't be the only one taken away in handcuffs. Mark and Sophie have a lot to answer for about the disappearance of his wife. And at this point, Amber is convinced she may be dead and they are trying to cover it up. Then another darker thought hits Amber. If this couple has done something to Joanna, Mark's own wife, and they already suspect Amber is onto them, which, let's face it, they probably do after Amber's not-so-subtle interrogation last night at the barbecue, then they find out she's broken into their cabin, she could be putting herself in real danger. If they did kill Joanna, they could do the same to her. She has no idea what they are capable of. Her head is a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts as she tries to convince herself that this is truly necessary. She must do this for Joanna. And for Morgan, to whom Joanna had been like a younger sister. Amber realizes she's started to pace, and Dean is looking on at her from the kitchen with a concerned look on his face. He clears his throat and walks right up to her, wrapping his arms around her waist.
You look stressed. What's up?
Stressed? No, just thinking. Dean looks unconvinced but seems to decide to drop it. Amber puts her arms around his shoulders. Standing there embraced with her husband after so many months of missing this kind of closeness with him, she feels a wave of peace come over her, and slowly the noise in her head starts to quiet down.
Hey, you know what we should do?
Dean murmurs in her ear. What's that?
We should heat up the hot tub again this evening. Warm, bubbly water, some wine. Maybe we'll put on some music.
Sounds good. Amber leans back with her eyes closed, letting Dean's arms around her waist support her weight. He pulls her in closer and rests his head on her shoulder.
I mean, we haven't been back in the hot tub since that night you got into a fist fight with that feral cat you stalked through the trees.
Amber pulls away and swats his arm playfully. That's not what happened, she squeals.
Ouch!
Dean clasps his arm where she hit him and rubs it.
With a swing like that on you, I'm sure he came out worse than you did anyway.
An amused smile plays on his lips. Amber squints her eyes at him, knowing she didn't really hurt him. Dean sighs and his face drops into an earnest look.
Okay. I don't know what actually happened out there that night while I was gone, but honey, can you just do me a favor tonight?
What? She asks cautiously.
If I have to step out of the hot tub again for any reason and leave you alone for a minute, could you maybe not go all Steve Irwin on the local wildlife in the backyard?
He smirks. This time Amber comes down harder on Dean's chest with both hands pummeling as he laughs, deep and hearty. He grabs her hands and swings her around so that she's pinned with her back to his chest as he struggles to hold her still.
Crikey, this one's a feisty little thing.
His Australian accent isn't half bad. Chapter 38. Amber has just finished stacking the dishwasher after her and Dean's early dinner when she hears the sound of car doors closing and an engine start up outside. She glances at her watch. 5:15. This is it. With Dean taking a post-spicy chicken wing feast nap upstairs, she doesn't hold back from rushing over to the window to confirm that it's the sound of Mark and Sophie leaving for dinner at the restaurant. She pulls back the curtain just in time to catch a glimpse of their car driving off, both of them inside. Sophie's sleek red hair glistens in the hazy late-afternoon sunlight as they round the corner at the end of the street. Amber has already done the calculations. It will take 5 minutes for them to drive to the restaurant, 10 or so minutes to drop in Mark's ice chest, get settled, and order their meal. Then, the very fastest it could possibly take for their food to be cooked, served, and eaten would be another hour or so, and that's being overcautious. It'll likely be closer to an hour and a half, but better to plan for the worst-case scenario. Then another 5 minutes for them to drive back. So Amber's estimation of the very least amount of time that Mark and Sophie should be gone is roughly an hour and 20 minutes. Plenty of time for Amber to slip in and out of their cabin and back with Sophie's camera before they return. Then she can retrieve the photos of Sophie to send to Morgan as proof for the police, and justice can begin to run its course. Now all she has to deal with is Dean. But she has already planned this one out in advance, too. She has no time to waste. "Hey, Dean?" she calls up the stairs. She hears the thud-thud of his feet hitting the ground from where he's been lazing in bed, and then the shuffle of his footsteps across the hall until he pops into view at the top of the stairs.
Yep,
he yawns. "The hot tub is just about warmed up, and I'm about to put my bathing suit on. You ready?"
I was born ready,
he growls, the brooding effect he seemed to be going for, taken away from slightly by the fact he's rubbing a little post-nap sleep from his eye. "Great," Amber grins. "Well, you go get your shorts on, and I'll get the wine poured."
Right.
Dean begins his dash back to the bedroom to get ready, but only gets 3 steps before Amber calls again. "Oh, hey, I meant to ask." Dean's head pops back out at the top of the stairs.
Yeah?
"Where did you put the 2 bottles of wine you said you bought earlier? I can't find them."
I left them on the countertop, just in front of the window.
"No, I checked there." Dean looks confused.
That's where I left them. Maybe check again.
"Well, I did, twice already. I checked the cupboards, too." Amber lies. She had hidden them at the very back of the linen closet a couple of hours ago. Dean sighs and starts to stomp down the stairs 2 at a time. He brushes past her and makes his way to the kitchen. Amber follows behind him, arms folded over her chest. "See?" she says. Dean turns around from searching the countertop with a perplexed look on his face.
I know I put them here. I remember because they were the last things from the car, and I had to go back out to get them after putting away the other stuff. I put them right here, I could swear. Did you move them?"
He's starting to open and close cupboard doors all around the kitchen. "Why would I move them?" Amber avoids answering the question. Dean opens the fridge door and peeks inside. Then he opens the freezer. "Well, they're not going to be in there," Amber laughs. Dean sits down at the kitchen island, his brows scrunched up and wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes.
"This is really weird."
"Right," Amber agrees.
Maybe I didn't bring them in. I might be thinking of the other day. I'm not sure.
He mumbles quietly, as if to himself and not to her. Amber feels a pang of guilt, but if she wants to complete her mission tonight, she has to get him out of here by any means necessary. "I don't remember ever seeing them. Are you sure you even bought any?" she asks.
"I thought I did. Maybe I left them in the car."
He jumps up as if to make his way outside. "I already checked the car," she says quickly, desperate to speed this whole thing up.
"Okay, I'm seriously confused,"
he says, one hand on his hip, the other rubbing both his eyes. "Well, it's not a problem. I guess we don't really need any wine tonight. For our romantic evening in the hot tub." She trails off, then sighs, hoping it sounds as though she's trying to hide her disappointment. Amber is fully aware that she is majorly gaslighting her husband right now, and she's not at all proud of it, but she didn't have any better ideas of how to get Dean out of the way while she breaks in next door to steal her neighbor's camera. Wow, what kind of a person is she becoming? The kind who will stop at nothing to find answers about the disappearance of an innocent woman, that's who. At least telling herself that is getting her through betraying her own husband like this. Dean lets out a defeated grunt and grabs the car keys from where they sit on the kitchen island.
"Right. Well, I guess I'll make a quick run to the store then."
"Oh, are you sure?" "You're so sweet, honey. Thank you," Amber says, kissing him on the cheek. Chapter 39. Amber's arms are rippled with goosebumps as she steps out into the early evening air, and not from the cooling temperature. Even the hairs on the back of her neck feel like they're standing on end, reminding her of when Phil senses danger in the air. The fur along his back standing up in a ridge, fear visible in his tremble. And though that response from Phil is usually the result of spotting a squirrel roaming the trees in the backyard from the patio windows, Amber's is driven by a very real danger. She is willfully putting herself in a situation where if she is caught, at best she could spend the night in a holding cell, and at worst, well, Amber doesn't want to think about what Mark might be capable of doing. "I know all I need to know about that rotten little boy. I know what he did." Dean's mother's words echo through Amber's head, and a cold sensation runs down her spine. As she rounds the trees lining the two driveways, she looks back and forth to be absolutely sure that nobody is around. She had watched just minutes ago as Dean had driven down the street and disappeared around the corner. There's still plenty of time until Mark and Sophie should be back from their meal, but if Dean is quick getting more wine from the store, he could be back in as little as 15 minutes. Amber wastes no time making her way straight for next door's lockbox. As she had sat earlier today, wondering how on earth she could get into Mark and Sophie's cabin without resorting to breaking a window and climbing inside, the answer had come to her when she'd thought back to the day she and Dean arrived and couldn't access their key. She'd realized there was a solution that would mean not only could she get easily in and out of their cabin, but also she wouldn't leave a trace for Mark and Sophie to ever know that she was there. Amber finds her neighbor's lockbox right on the front porch by the door, exactly where the one on her and Dean's cabin is. As she keys in the code, 5487, she thanks heaven for the naivety of the property manager here.
I'm too old to remember 20 sets of passwords. I keep it simple. 54 for me, and 87 for my baby girl.
Thanks, Jerry. Now, the only reason Mark and Sophie might figure out she broke in is if they were to realize the camera is missing. But who would suspect that somebody broke in and all they took was a point-and-shoot camera, when there are several items in these rental cabins worth far more than that? No. Sophie would probably think she had left her camera at the lake or somewhere else by mistake. And Amber, if this all goes well and arrests are made as a result of the pictures she collects, already has her excuse for being in possession of Sophie's camera. She found it lying outside by the driveway. It must have fallen from Sophie's bag or something. Simple, she'll shrug. The lock releasing makes a small clunk, and she opens the hatch. She prays silently that Mark and Sophie have left the second key, the one to the back door, sitting inside the lockbox, just as she and Dean have this whole time. Bingo. There it is. She grabs it and closes the hatch up. She'll put the key right back inside there exactly as it was as soon as she's done. She has another quick glance around and listens for a second to be sure nobody is nearby and that no cars are approaching. But there are no signs of anything. She's the only person on this whole street right now. She rushes around the side of the cabin to the backyard and up onto the decking toward the door, then stops abruptly, key halfway to the lock. Is she actually about to do this? Break into her neighbor's cabin? This is crazy. She shakes her head. No. She can't keep overthinking this. She just has to do it. She swallows the hard lump in her throat and slides the key carefully into the lock, then slowly turns. Click. She's in. Chapter 40. Had she not been so focused today on figuring out exactly how and when she could access Mark and Sophie's cabin, as well as the potential failings of that idea, Amber might have come up with a plan of action as to where exactly to search their cabin for the camera. Of course, she had considered the very real possibility of Sophie having taken it with her to dinner. But since she has no backup plan, the only thing Amber can do right now as she walks quietly around their kitchen, scanning the countertops and shelves, is pray Sophie didn't think it necessary. That, at this very moment, Sophie is sitting in one of the restaurant's booths, her phone at arm's length, selfie mode activated as she hams it up for a photo with an unenthusiastic Mark, hiding her real face behind her glossy hair and posting it straight to the social media of a woman she has stolen the identity of. Hashtag dinner time, hashtag married life, hashtag pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Amber feels a flash of fury even thinking about this, and it gives her a fresh surge of determination to find this camera. There's no sign of it in the kitchen, so she opens the sliding double doors that lead to the main living area a crack and squeezes through, making a mental note to remember to close them back up on her way out. The light from the large picture window in the kitchen had been more than enough to see around clearly, but here in the living room it's darker due to the blinds on the front windows having been pulled right down. It casts the space in a dim orange hue, and somehow this, along with how eerily quiet it is, makes Amber even more aware of the feeling that she is invading someone else's territory, someone's personal space. She moves quickly, searching each area of the living room, while making sure she leaves nothing looking as though it's been disturbed, but it only takes a few minutes for her to see that she'll have to take her search upstairs. Once inside their bedroom, for the second time uninvited this week, seeing that the large blackout curtains are drawn, Amber has no choice but to turn on the overhead light if she wants to see anything. Luckily, this won't be visible from the street through the curtains, so she isn't concerned about anyone outside noticing the light coming on upstairs. Again, she moves with haste around the room, making sure to put everything back down exactly where she picked it up. In a moment of quick thinking, as she spots the prescription pills that sit on the nightstand with Sophie's full name written on the label, Amber snaps a quick photo of them. Maybe it could help prove her real identity if it came to it. Or maybe Amber can just use it to search online for what condition these pills are prescribed for. She can just imagine the WebMD page. These are prescription-only drugs used primarily to treat cases of acute fraudulent identity disorder and may cause such side effects as an inflated sense of self-importance, an inability to empathize with others, and an occasional tendency to attempt husband theft. Stifling a chuckle, Amber gets back to the matter at hand. There is no sign whatsoever of the camera. This is not good. Amber is just about to give up on the bedroom altogether when she spots a yellow handbag hanging on a hook on the back of the bedroom door. She takes it down and opens the clasp. Inside, sitting between a compact powder case and what looks like a portable power bank charger, sits a small silver camera. This is it. Amber's heart skips a beat. Impatience clouding her better judgment, she grabs it out of the handbag and turns it around in her free hand, looking for an on button. It's completely different from Amber's own camera, and it's difficult to figure out how exactly it's turned on. She finds what looks like a power symbol next to a tiny lever and pulls it across. The screen lights up. It takes an inordinate amount of time for the camera's colorful logo to pop up and fill the screen, then disintegrate into tiny pixels and fly away in a sweeping animation. Then the main menu fills the screen. This is much easier to navigate. There is an icon for photos, and Amber uses the little buttons to the side of the screen to scroll to it, and is just about to press select when she hears the faint noise of an engine growing closer. Oh no. She looks down at her watch and feels the blood drain from her face as she realizes she's been here for 14 minutes already. Mentally kicking herself, she shoves the camera in her pocket and quickly hangs the handbag back on the hook. Taking the steps two at a time, Amber rushes down the stairs, terrified that at any moment, Mark and Sophie will walk through the front door with grocery bags in their hands, Amber having majorly misjudged their dinner plans, and find Amber like a deer in headlights, out of breath with Sophie's camera poking out the top of her pocket. She can hear a car door slam, and she dashes through the sliding doors to the kitchen. She suddenly realizes that, in her panic, she didn't think to turn the bedroom light back off. Oh well, that's the least of her problems right now. How likely is it anyway that they will remember whether they left the bedroom light on before they went out or not? Not very, Amber decides, as she gently opens the back door and closes it quietly behind her. Back outside, she slips the key in the lock and turns it. Now, how is she supposed to get this key back into the lockbox? Whether that was Mark and Sophie or just Dean arriving back, she now has no way of returning it without anyone noticing. Amber hears the sound of the front door to her own cabin closing. Relief floods her that it's Dean and not them, but she's still left with the problem of the key. She needs to return to her own backyard immediately, before Dean realizes she's not there and starts asking questions. She decides that if Mark and Sophie are at the restaurant, she should still have at least 40 minutes until they return, which is enough time to sneak back out here and return the key once Dean is distracted. She puts it down on the window ledge next to the back door for safekeeping and runs through the thick row of trees that separate the two properties' backyards, branches whacking into her as she goes. Seeing Dean hasn't made it outside yet, she stops on the deck, holding on to the wooden railing, sucking air and trying to regain her composure as her heart rate slowly falls. Through the kitchen window, she can see Dean with his back to her, pouring wine into 2 glasses, clearly none the wiser. He will be expecting to waltz outside, her hero with the wine, and see her waiting for him. Amber spots the bathing suit she had left on the outside table earlier and grabs it. 2 minutes later, just as she'd expected, Dean walks out theatrically in his bathing shorts, his hip doing a little shake as he goes, a glass of wine in each hand. Amber, submerged in the bubbling water, looks up from where she had been resting her head. "Oh, hey, you're back. Hop in, the water's warm," she purrs, hoping it comes out seductively, but her nerves are so rattled her voice comes out shaky. Dean makes his way over to the hot tub, but slows down as he gets near, then stops short 4 feet away and stares at Amber with a blank look. Should I ask?" He gestures toward Amber's hair. Her hands fly up to her head, searching around until she finds a rather large pine twig, its needles still attached, sticking right out of her hair. She picks it off and quickly throws it away. "Oh, just chasing around a wild goose," she laughs nervously. Dean narrows his eyes for a second. Then his whole face relaxes as he lets out a hearty chuckle. "Did you seriously mess your hair up and stick that in there just to give me a laugh?" Amber shrugs and smiles, then runs her fingers through what she now realizes is her very disheveled hair. Dean gets in the water, passes her a glass, then presses his lips gently to her forehead. "I've always loved your weird sense of humor. I don't always get it," he quietly muses, "but I love it." Chapter 41. Amber tries to maintain a look of interest on her face and nod at the right intervals as Dean speaks. She's vaguely aware of the topic, something to do with the reliability of vehicles manufactured in Japan, but her eyes won't stop wandering over to where her jeans lie folded on the nearby table, the lump of Sophie's camera in the pocket protruding slightly. They have been in the hot tub for over half an hour, and each time Amber has made an excuse to get up, Dean has told her to relax and that it can wait. This is their last night here, and they need to just drop everything else and enjoy it. The most annoying part is that he's right. This is exactly what Amber had envisioned before they arrived at Spring River, that by the end of their week away, and after many months of simply coexisting in this relationship, they would be ending their stay at the resort with a refreshed, renewed appreciation for each other, able to relax and enjoy one another's presence, not merely put up with each other as they had been until earlier this week. But while she appreciates that Dean is trying to make the most of their final evening here, cozying up, arm draped around her shoulder, his finger absent-mindedly tracing a circle on the back of her hand as he talks, he is completely unaware that right this moment, Amber is only a step away from getting her hands on the one piece of evidence that could be used to convince the police to swoop in on the couple responsible for the disappearance of Joanna Delaney before they just vanish tomorrow morning, never to be found again. If she could find a good excuse to get away for even a moment to check the camera, she could send the photos of Sophie to Morgan to give to the police, and then Amber could finally relax, safe in the knowledge that the responsibility of getting justice for Joanna had been successfully transferred to people who are far more qualified to be handling it than she is. But before Amber can think of a good excuse as to why she should disrupt their perfect evening, Dean rises from the water and turns to her, an apologetic look on his face.
Sorry to break the mood, but, I probably shouldn't have eaten so many of those spicy chicken wings earlier. Can you give me 5 minutes? I'll be right back.
Amber gives him a sympathetic smile. No problem. He'll be closer to 15. As soon as Dean has grabbed his towel and made his way inside, Amber jumps up, slips on her bathrobe, and ties it around her waist. The air is starting to get chilly now, but she barely even notices the cold biting at her bare, wet legs as she makes a grab for the camera and pulls the little lever to switch it on. Rolling her eyes impatiently, she waits as the opening animation fills the screen and slowly sweeps away again before finally allowing her access to the main menu. She scrolls to the Photos icon and takes a deep breath, then presses Select. A white box suddenly fills the screen with the words, "Please insert memory card." The breath Amber had just taken comes out in a whoosh. She spins the camera around, finds the slot where the memory card should sit, and slides it open. Empty. Her heart feels like it's about to drop into her stomach. No memory card, no photos. It was all for nothing. The risk she had taken entering their cabin, putting her own safety on the line, was all for nothing. Without the parallel photos that show Sophie's face, similar to the ones she'd posted to Joanna's Facebook, Amber has nothing to give Morgan as proof to convince the police to follow this up. Only her own word that the pictures of Joanna posted to her social media are not of her, but of a woman who, objectively, looks so much like her that nobody except her closest friend had even questioned whether it was actually her or not. Even then, Morgan hadn't realized it wasn't her. She'd only questioned the slight changes in her appearance and the comments on the photos. She picks up her phone to check the time. Nearly 7. At any moment, Mark and Sophie should be arriving back from the restaurant. Amber has no time to put the camera back inside their cabin, but should she risk returning the key she'd left sitting on their back window ledge to their lockbox? She doubts they'll even notice it's not there until the morning as they leave, when they open the lockbox to place the front door key inside. Maybe she could get up in the middle of the night and put it back without anyone noticing? She might just have to. But right now, what she needs to do is call Morgan.
Amber, is everything okay? Comes Morgan's now familiar gravelly voice over the line.
She is likely concerned by the 10 or so missed calls from Amber within the last 15 minutes. Amber is sitting in her usual spot at the pavilion down the street, out of her bathing suit and dressed again in her jeans and sweater. She'd taken the risk of leaving to make the call while Dean was still preoccupied, but by now he'll probably be wondering where she is. When he asks, she'll just tell him she wanted to phone Caroline about an extension on the history assignments she's supposed to grade this weekend.
I can't say everything is fine, no, Amber sighs. I tried to get my hands on some photos to send you, but I've got nothing. I'm really sorry. Amber, don't worry about it. I'm at the station right now. There's an officer here who actually listened to what I had to say. He's getting the paperwork together for me to file a missing persons report, and then he'll contact the local police near Spring River to follow up.
The relief hits Amber like a flood.
Oh my God, that's great news. But how soon can this all happen? We only have until tomorrow morning at the latest. I told him that. He said he's going to put a rush on this. They are going to go through Joe's old social media posts and get a clear photo of her face for me to verify, so that the officers know who they are looking for. Then when they show up, if the woman with Mark isn't her, like you say she isn't, they will have what they need to bring Mark in for questioning about Joanna's disappearance, Morgan explains.
Wow. So they could show up tonight, then? Amber asks.
He told me either tonight or the very early hours of tomorrow morning. But they're not wasting any time. They'll be out there before the sun comes up.
This is such great news. Amber could laugh with relief. But understanding that the reality of this situation for Morgan is likely terrifying, she holds back.
I'm so sorry you're going through this. I hope you have some answers soon. Thanks, Amber. Just do me a favor. And until the police get there, keep yourself safe and stay away from Mark and the woman he's with. If they suspect you're onto them, you could be in real danger, she warns, the concern in her voice clear even through the phone. They say goodbye and Amber hangs up. Exhaustion hits her as she runs her hands down her face. This has been one hell of a day. One hell of a week, even. But finally, things seem to be moving in the right direction. All Amber needs to do now is to go back to her cabin, sit Dean down, and explain calmly what has been going on. That not only was he right about Mark's true identity, he really is that boy Dean had recognized from his childhood, but that he had been hiding it to protect himself from anyone uncovering whatever has happened to his wife. That Sophie, too, is in on the cover-up, and that Amber now has Morgan to back her up. Then they can lock their doors and wait for the police to show up. Amber gets up and wraps her arms around herself. It's getting dark, and the cold is beginning to creep up the back of her sweater. She turns around slowly, ready to get back to Dean and lay the whole truth down. That's when she sees Mark, standing on the path right behind where she had just been sitting, a stony look on his face as he stares directly into Amber's eyes. Chapter 42. Mark, Amber's heart is thudding so hard she is sure he can hear it from where he stands. Hello, Amber.
Mark's voice is flat, and he doesn't take his eyes from hers as he takes a step closer to the wooden steps of the pavilion, where she stands, frozen. I was making a call to my mom. You know, the phone signal here is weird. This is the only spot where I get a clear line. Amber tries to laugh, but it comes out as a strangled squawk. How long has he been standing there? Long enough to hear her conversation with Morgan? Amber swallows the lump of dread in her throat.
Right.
Mark gives nothing away in his tone. Amber desperately tries to keep a calm composure. If she wasn't so worried that he might see her strange behavior as a reason for him and Sophie to pack up and flee tonight before they get found, Amber would make a run for it back to the safety of her cabin. But luckily her legs, which are frozen firmly to the spot, wouldn't let her do that even if her flight instincts overpowered her common sense right now. Mark stands there, unmoving.
I was hoping to run into you, actually. Dean told me I would probably find you down here.
What? Amber can't form a straight thought. Why was Dean talking to Mark?
I wanted to ask if you had seen anything unusual this evening. Anybody outside the cabins?
Amber can hear the blood rushing in her ears. She holds on to the wooden railing beside her to keep her balance. No, she swallows. Why do you ask?
Well, it's just that Sophie and I arrived back from dinner a little while ago and we found some things that were...
He trails off mid-sentence, the scar on his lip twitching as he tries to think of the right words to use.
Out of place. We always leave the double doors to the kitchen closed, but when we got back, one of them had been opened.
Crap, the doors. Amber tries to do her best impression of someone who is mildly surprised. Oh? That's strange. I didn't see anything at all. But Dean and I spent the last 2 hours in the hot tub, so we wouldn't have seen anything. She lies. They weren't in there for much longer than 30 minutes, but Mark doesn't need to know that.
Huh.
Mark's look of confusion seems exaggerated.
It's just that Dean told me he had taken a nap and then gone to the store, that I should ask you because you'd been there the whole time.
Amber feels sick. Well, yeah, Dean wasn't in the hot tub the whole time, but I was in there while he was at the store, and I didn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary. At some point, her legs must have begun working again, because, without even realizing it, she's down the steps and is now inching slowly backwards in the direction of the cabins. Sorry, I can't help you more, but I'm sure it's nothing. Maybe you or Sophie just forgot you opened it. She knows she doesn't sound convincing.
Maybe.
Mark's tone doesn't shift from a droning monotone, and it's only adding to how creeped out she is by him right now. For a horrible moment, Amber thinks Mark is about to start walking back beside her towards their cabins. But after a beat, He catches her eye one last time before he turns, and without saying another word, begins walking in the opposite direction. Chapter 43. When Amber bursts through the door of the cabin, rattled from her tense and frankly scary interaction with Mark, Dean is no longer in his shorts and towel. He's fully dressed and sitting on the edge of the couch, his elbows resting on his knees, hands clasped together. His knuckles are white from pressure. In front of him, on the coffee table, sit 2 unopened bottles of wine. Amber closes the door, locks it, and leans back against the cold, hard wood, her arms behind her, still holding onto the door handle.
Amber. Dean cuts her off before she can finish. Mark came by a little while ago.
Yes, I know, and
Just stop, he says in a low voice. He came by to ask me if I'd seen anything unusual this evening while he and Sophie had been gone to dinner. He told me he suspects someone was in their cabin while they were out. Some things were out of place.
Amber doesn't say anything.
I told him that I hadn't been around all evening, and that it was possible you might have seen something, but you hadn't mentioned anything to me about it.
Dean sits back. When Amber opens her mouth to speak, he holds up his index finger to stop her. She closes her mouth again.
But then, after he left, I went to fetch an extra towel from the linen closet so that I could shower off after the hot tub.
Amber looks at the 2 bottles of wine sitting on the coffee table. She hangs her head. Dean, I swear, it's not what it looks like. But Dean shoots out of his seat, accidentally pushing the coffee table as he goes. One of the wine bottles wobbles and tips, then falls to the floor. Somehow it doesn't break. Dean ignores it and glares at Amber.
It's not what it looks like? He scoffs. When have I heard that before? Oh yeah, the night I found you bloodied and covered in mud in the kitchen, swearing that you had just been stalking a neighborhood cat outside. Tell me, Amber, did you break into their cabin that night too?
No, Dean, I swear.
Don't make any more promises to me, Amber. I'm so tired of being lied to.
He starts to pace the length of the room, and Amber takes a second to dip down and pick up the bottle off the floor and put it back on the coffee table.
You hide the wine I bought, make me think I've gone crazy, send me out to buy more, and then you break into our neighbor's cabin while I'm gone?
Dean is fuming.
Since the day we got here, you have been on some kind of bizarre quest to harass Mark and Sophie. Why?
Dean, they're not who they say they are. Well, at least Mark isn't. He really is the boy you remembered from Bakersfield. He was lying when he said he'd never been there. And Sophie? Well, that's her real name, but she's pretending online to be someone else, Amber blurts out.
What? Dean squints at her. Every single person on the internet is pretending to be someone they're not. That's why I avoid it. You can too, Amber. Just log off and live your life.
No, Dean, you don't understand. She's literally pretending to be Mark's wife, and
I don't care. I don't care if she's pretending her and Mark are married. I don't care if she's pretending to be the Queen of Sheba. It gives you no right to break into her cabin and steal her personal belongings.
He slides something out of his pocket and holds it out. Sophie's camera.
I found this outside on the table, he says, shaking his head.
Amber slumps down on the couch and puts her head in her hands. Dean, you're not getting this. Mark is dangerous. His real name is Mark Delaney. His real wife is called Joanna, and she's missing. Sophie is posting online, pretending to be her. I think they've done something to Joanna and are trying to cover it up, and I needed to get that camera as proof. Mark is from a family of criminals. Ask your mom. She told me that
You brought my mother into this?
Dean roars in disbelief. Amber feels as though she's been slapped across the face. Yes, but Dean, I had to. She swallows, the words dying on her lips.
No, Amber, you didn't have to. My mother is very unwell right now. You know that. How could you?
He turns around and runs both his hands through his hair. Chapter 43. When Amber bursts through the door of the cabin, rattled from her tense and frankly scary interaction with Mark, Dean is no longer in his shorts and towel. He's fully dressed and sitting on the edge of the couch, his elbows resting on his knees, hands clasped together. His knuckles are white from pressure. In front of him, on the coffee table, sit 2 unopened bottles of wine. Amber closes the door, locks it, and leans back against the cold, hard wood, her arms behind her, still holding onto the door handle.
Amber. Dean cuts her off before she can finish. Mark came by a little while ago.
Yes, I know, and
Just stop, he says in a low voice. He came by to ask me if I'd seen anything unusual this evening while he and Sophie had been gone to dinner. He told me he suspects someone was in their cabin while they were out. Some things were out of place.
Amber doesn't say anything.
I told him that I hadn't been around all evening, and that it was possible you might have seen something, but you hadn't mentioned anything to me about it.
Dean sits back. When Amber opens her mouth to speak, he holds up his index finger to stop her. She closes her mouth again.
But then, after he left, I went to fetch an extra towel from the linen closet so that I could shower off after the hot tub.
Amber looks at the 2 bottles of wine sitting on the coffee table. She hangs her head. Dean, I swear, it's not what it looks like. But Dean shoots out of his seat, accidentally pushing the coffee table as he goes. One of the wine bottles wobbles and tips, then falls to the floor. Somehow it doesn't break. Dean ignores it and glares at Amber.
It's not what it looks like? He scoffs. When have I heard that before? Oh yeah, the night I found you bloodied and covered in mud in the kitchen, swearing that you had just been stalking a neighborhood cat outside. Tell me, Amber, did you break into their cabin that night too?
No, Dean, I swear.
Don't make any more promises to me, Amber. I'm so tired of being lied to.
He starts to pace the length of the room, and Amber takes a second to dip down and pick up the bottle off the floor and put it back on the coffee table.
You hide the wine I bought, make me think I've gone crazy, send me out to buy more, and then you break into our neighbor's cabin while I'm gone?
Dean is fuming.
Since the day we got here, you have been on some kind of bizarre quest to harass Mark and Sophie. Why?
Dean, they're not who they say they are. Well, at least Mark isn't. He really is the boy you remembered from Bakersfield. He was lying when he said he'd never been there. And Sophie? Well, that's her real name, but she's pretending online to be someone else, Amber blurts out.
What? Dean squints at her. Every single person on the internet is pretending to be someone they're not. That's why I avoid it. You can too, Amber. Just log off and live your life.
No, Dean, you don't understand. She's literally pretending to be Mark's wife, and
I don't care. I don't care if she's pretending her and Mark are married. I don't care if she's pretending to be the Queen of Sheba. It gives you no right to break into her cabin and steal her personal belongings.
He slides something out of his pocket and holds it out. Sophie's camera.
I found this outside on the table, he says, shaking his head.
Amber slumps down on the couch and puts her head in her hands. Dean, you're not getting this. Mark is dangerous. His real name is Mark Delaney. His real wife is called Joanna, and she's missing. Sophie is posting online, pretending to be her. I think they've done something to Joanna and are trying to cover it up, and I needed to get that camera as proof. Mark is from a family of criminals. Ask your mom. She told me that
You brought my mother into this?
Dean roars in disbelief. Amber feels as though she's been slapped across the face. Yes, but Dean, I had to. She swallows, the words dying on her lips.
No, Amber, you didn't have to. My mother is very unwell right now. You know that. How could you?
He turns around and runs both his hands through his hair. Then it looks like something occurs to him. He stops pacing and looks right at her.
Wait. Is this some kind of weird payback for me agreeing to my mother moving in with us?
He asks, eyes digging into Amber's. No, I don't care about that anymore. It's got nothing to do with that. Dean, you're not listening. I'm trying to help find a missing woman.
Okay, sure. And you had to steal Sophie's camera as some kind of proof.
Yes, that's exactly why I took it.
Okay, so where is this proof? You got a picture of Mark and Sophie tying up some lady they're holding hostage?
He raises his eyebrows, daring her. Well, no, I needed a photo of Sophie's face. But there wasn't one on there, but it's okay because I found a woman online who knows Joanna, and I talked to her and—
For Christ's sake, Amber, can you even hear yourself? You've lost it. You have completely lost it.
Amber isn't even aware that she's started crying until she feels a tear slide down the side of her nose and land at the corner of her mouth. She wipes it away and sniffs as she watches Dean storm to the kitchen and get himself a drink of water. This is not going how she meant it to. If she could just get through to him, he would understand. But every time she opens her mouth to speak, she's making it worse. She needs to start from the beginning, and then he will get it. But before she gets a chance to string together a coherent version of the story, Dean has come back over to her and is holding out the small silver camera.
You need to take this back to Sophie. You need to apologize, and then you need to forget all about them and just move on.
His voice is more stern than she's heard it in all their years together.
Dean, I can't. The police will be here. Amber, they will not call the cops on you. Just tell them you made a big mistake. And you know what? If they did call the cops, maybe they have the right to do that. I mean, after what you've done to them, stalking, harassing, breaking and entering, theft.
Amber feels like she's talking to a stranger. He's on their side.
I'm giving you a chance to take this back yourself and make things right. And if you don't, well—
He looks down at the camera in his hand.
Well, I'll just have to do it myself.
No, Dean, please just listen to me. Neither of us can go over there. These people are dangerous, she pleads.
No, Amber, you listen to me. You took advantage of my mother's frail state to back up your false claims about who Mark is. You have lied to me repeatedly, hid things from me, tried to make me believe I was losing my memory like my mother is, and committed an actual, real crime tonight. And you know what I think?
He catches her eyes, which are now streaming with tears.
I think that the moment you saw Sophie, on that first day here, you had it in for her, accusing her of trying to seduce me, feeling insecure about there being another woman trying to get close to me, despite me telling you I could not have been less interested in her. And when I stupidly mentioned that I thought for a split second that I recognized Mark, you latched onto that idea as a way to get at her, and you haven't let this go ever since.
Amber can't believe what she's hearing. Yes, he's right. She was feeling threatened by Sophie at first, but this has nothing to do with some kind of garden variety jealousy. Dean is suddenly walking to the front door and sliding his shoes on. Wait! Where are you going? Amber nearly shrieks.
Out,
is all Dean replies as he slams the door behind him. Amber runs over to the window to see him get in their car and pull off, tires screeching, as he rounds the end of the driveway and disappears out of sight. Chapter 44. Amber's head is thumping by the time she wakes up. Her breaths are still hitching from crying. She lifts her head from the tear-soaked cushion she'd been lying on, brings herself into a sitting position on the couch, and looks toward the window. It's pitch black outside. What time is it? She picks up her phone. Just after 11:30. She'd never meant to fall asleep, but after Dean left, the tears kept coming like a tidal wave, and she must have drifted off when her eyes eventually ran dry. He had been right about so many things. Amber had behaved appallingly. She did take advantage of Dean's sick mother. She had lied to Dean over and over again. She'd been so stupid to hide the wine bottles and make him think he was losing his memory when his own mother is suffering from Alzheimer's. She now realizes just how awful that was. How could she have done that to him? In her quest to find justice for a woman she's never even met, Amber may have done irreparable damage to her own marriage. But one thing that Dean had been wrong about was Mark and Sophie. Amber knows in her heart that something very bad has happened to Joanna, and they are trying to cover it up. Soon the police will arrive, and Dean will see that Amber was right about this. But then what? She'll get to say, "I told you so," like that will make it all better. Dean will just magically forget about all the unforgivable things she has done in the past week. Amber had set out on this trip to repair her broken marriage, but now she is wondering if there will even be anything left of it to salvage after they get home. She stands up and walks over to the kitchen, pours a glass of water, and grabs 2 painkillers from a pack sitting on the kitchen island. Dean is probably still awake upstairs, having gotten back and seen her asleep, so desperate to avoid his disaster of a wife that he didn't even wake her from where she lay on the couch. Should she go and talk to him, or would that just make things worse? She should probably wait until the police arrive next door, so at least he'll believe her about one thing. Amber swallows the painkillers, downs the rest of the water, and puts the glass in the sink. Then she walks back over to the couch and is about to make herself comfortable when she realizes something is wrong. Dean's shoes aren't by the front door. Did he not come back? It was barely 8 o'clock when he left. It's been 3.5 hours since then. There have been only 2 other times in their relationship that he has stormed off like this, and each time he had returned within an hour, much calmer and ready to make amends. For him to still be gone after all this time is not a good sign. Amber walks to the window and cups her hands against the glass to see out into the darkness. Their car is back, parked in the driveway. Her shoulders relax with relief. He must have just gone straight upstairs without taking off his shoes when he returned. Sitting down on the edge of the couch, Amber feels her headache slowly beginning to subside. But as she looks back toward the inky darkness of the front windows, she is suddenly aware that something feels very wrong. Something is tugging at her mind, but she can't quite grab hold of it. She gets up and walks to the bottom of the staircase, listening intently for any sound to reassure her that her husband is up there. She can't hear anything. "Dean?" she calls out into the darkness. Nothing. She flips the switch, flooding the upstairs hall with light, and makes her way up the steps and toward the bedroom. "Dean?" she calls again, half expecting to find him fast asleep in bed. She rounds the bedroom door and switches on the light. The bed is empty. Dean isn't here. Chapter 45. Amber has checked every room in the entire cabin. Dean is not here. She picks up her phone to call him, but when she puts it to her ear, she finds that, as usual, there is no signal. Damn it. After her earlier run-in with Mark at the pavilion, Amber really doesn't feel like going down there again right now, especially in the pitch black. Where the hell is Dean? Did he drive here and then just head straight back out on foot? Why would he do that? Starting to feel a little panicked, she tries to reassure herself that it's probably fine. Dean is a grown man. He can look after himself, even in the dark, and the cold. She walks to the back door and flips on the outdoor lights, hoping to see Dean sitting in the yard, ready to talk things through. But he's not there. She steps out onto the deck and glances around. It is quiet, other than the rustling of tree branches and the light breeze of the night. Amber pulls out her phone, hoping that for once she might just get enough signal out here so she can make a call to Dean and find out where he is. Stepping down off the deck and onto the cold grass, she realizes she should have slipped on her shoes before coming out. The temperature has dropped again, and her feet feel like blocks of ice as she walks around holding her phone in the air, silently begging it to find a signal. As she reaches the far end of the lawn, she sees one bar flash on and then off again. She stops where she is and waves the phone higher in the air. The bar comes back and stays this time. Still holding it upwards at arm's length, she quickly presses the speed dial for Dean's number and then switches on the speakerphone feature so she won't have to lower the phone to her ear and risk losing the signal. But before it even rings once, the connection is lost and Amber is left with no signal once again. She curses under her breath, having to hold herself back from flinging the damn thing into the trees. What is she supposed to do now? Just go back inside and wait patiently for Dean to return? If she knew where he'd left the car keys, she would go and drive around the resort until she found him. or at least until she could get through to him by phone, but she'd already seen they weren't where he usually leaves them on the kitchen island. Then it comes to her. What she hadn't been able to figure out just a few minutes ago. What it was exactly that had left her feeling so disturbed, looking out into the darkness of the driveway where the car had sat, facing the cabin. But it comes sharply into focus now, and it feels as though a dagger has been driven into her gut. Dean never parks facing inward. It's been a running joke in their relationship for many years that when he's the one driving, he'll always back into a parking space. He never just drives right into it. Amber will remark that he thinks he's so much better than everyone else, and Dean will shrug in an exaggerated way as if to confirm that it's true. But their car is sitting in the driveway right now, parked facing inwards. Something is very wrong. Amber can feel it. Chapter 46. Amber doesn't have any choice at this point. She is going to have to suck it up and walk to the pavilion. She needs to call Dean, or even Morgan, to see if there's an update as to when the police will be showing up. Then she recalls her run-in with Mark earlier this evening. She still doesn't know how much, if at all, he had heard of the conversation she'd been having with Morgan, but she remembers that afterwards he'd continued walking in the opposite direction from the cabins. Where was he going? At the time, she didn't think much of it, because she was just so relieved he didn't walk back with her. But now, thinking of Dean storming off earlier, his car returning at some point as Amber slept, parked the wrong way around, and Dean nowhere to be found. Suddenly terrified, Amber makes a run for the back door, ready to lock herself inside the cabin until she can figure out what the hell is going on. But just as she gets halfway back across the yard, she hears a thumping noise, and she freezes on the spot. What was that? It sounded as though it was coming from beyond the trees lining the backyards of the properties, from Mark and Sophie's cabin. She takes a step closer to the trees, craning her neck to hear. Raised voices. A male voice. Mark's. The prickling sensation of déjà vu floats over Amber. The night Mark and Sophie were arguing, they hadn't realized they'd left the bathroom window open and that their voices had traveled outside to where Amber could hear them. This time, Amber can't make out any words, but by the tone, it's obvious that something is wrong. Another thump, this one louder than the last. Are they frantically packing up, having put two and two together after Mark overheard Amber on the phone, about to make a break for it before the cops show up? She can only pray that's not the case, and they will still be there when the cops get here. She needs to get back inside and wait it out. Just then, Amber hears something that makes the blood drain from her face. Was that a second male voice? Dean? Why would Dean be... But then a memory comes back to her, Dean holding out the small silver camera. I'm giving you a chance to take this back yourself and make things right. And if you don't, well, I'll just have to do it myself. Dean can't be next door. This can't be happening. If he went over there to return the camera and tell them why Amber took it, about her having some wild theory about Mark hiding his true identity and Sophie posing as his wife online in order to hide the truth about her disappearance, he could be in real danger. And so could Amber. She hears another noise. It sounds like a door inside their cabin slamming, and then more shouting. Amber can't be sure it was actually her husband she'd just heard. She's so on edge right now that she may have imagined it was him. But she doesn't have time to wait around for the cops to sort this out. What if Mark has done something to Dean? She got him into this. She couldn't live with herself if something bad happened to him because of her. Amber doesn't stop to think. She runs back to the kitchen and looks around for something, anything, to protect herself with. She spots the knife block on the countertop, dives toward it, and pulls one out that is small enough to conceal. She grabs her jacket from the back of a chair and puts it on, untucks her hair from the back of her collar, and then slips the knife into the pocket, making sure the handle isn't poking visibly out of the top of it. She runs to the front door, slips on her shoes, and takes a deep breath before opening it and making her way down the driveway. It's nearing midnight, and the usual charming feel of the street outside is replaced by an eerie, isolated feeling. The kind of feeling Amber expects one might get walking through an unpopulated ghost town. Her eyes begin to adjust to the darkness as she rounds the row of trees that line the driveways, and she sees Mark's car is still parked outside their cabin. Also, facing inwards, Amber notices. The second thing Amber notices is that all the blinds and curtains in Mark and Sophie's cabin are still closed as they had been earlier. In the light coming from the living room window, she can just make out movement in the form of a shadow. She pauses by the trees, the gravity of the situation fully sinking in. Maybe this is a mistake. Maybe she should turn around and leave. No, Amber scolds herself for even considering it. She made this mess and she can't run away from it now. She thinks of the noises and the shouting she'd just heard coming from next door. If Dean is in there, no matter what is happening, she needs to intervene and help him. Her legs feel like rubber as she inches toward the door of their cabin, the lightweight knife in her pocket weighing her down like an anvil. Before she can second-guess herself again, she bangs on their door with the side of her fist 3 times. "Mark! Sophie! It's Amber!" she shouts in a bold tone that belies her fear. She hears voices inside. Movement. She bangs again 3 times, this time with greater force, and the door rattles on its hinges. "I need to talk to you! Open the door!" she yells. After another moment, the door swings open rather violently, and Sophie's face appears. "What do you want?" she spits. Amber almost recoils in shock at the sight of Sophie's appearance. Her usually perfectly made-up face is blotchy and puffy, and her red-rimmed eyes are staring into Amber's like fiery daggers. For a moment, Amber can't find the words to speak as she stares open-mouthed as Sophie attempts to smooth back the mess that might have once been a bun on the top of her head. Where's my husband?" Amber stutters. Sophie laughs. "Oh, poor Amber. Did he get bored of you and run away?" Her sympathetic pout oozes sarcasm. Amber stares at her in quiet disbelief. "Oh, you know I'm only joking. Lighten up, for God's sake. I have no idea where your husband is." She clicks her tongue in exasperation. Amber doesn't believe her on either count. "He came here. I know he did." She points an accusatory finger toward Sophie. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Amber. And if you don't mind, I need you to leave right now," she says flatly. Amber takes a step toward the door, and Sophie, seeing her advance, begins to close it on her. Amber reaches out her hand and pushes it back. "What?" Sophie starts. "Dean!" Amber shouts over her and cranes her neck to see inside. "What are you doing, you crazy bitch?" Sophie yells as she tries to push the door closed. Amber doesn't back off. Sophie is lying. He's in there. She knows it. "Dean! Are you in there?" Amber is pushing the door as hard as she can, but Sophie is surprisingly strong given her slight build. Suddenly, a hand wraps around the edge of the door from the inside and pulls it open. Sophie is yanked back with it, and Amber falls forward through the doorway, catching herself just as she's about to trip over. Mark stands there looking from one woman to the other. Brushing her jacket down, Amber stands up straight again. "I know Dean came here. Where is he?" she demands. "Mark, can you kindly tell this woman to get the hell out of our cabin and leave us alone?" Sophie says through gritted teeth.
"Dean's not here," Mark says to Amber, ignoring Sophie.
"If you two did anything to him, I swear to God, I'll—" But Amber trails off at the sound of Sophie's laughter. "Jesus, Amber, get a grip. What is wrong with you? Are you on something?" she cackles. Amber feels a hot ball of fury rise in her chest. "What's wrong with me?" she yells. "The question is, what's wrong with you?" Sophie scoffs at this. "Nice comeback." "No, I'm serious, Sophie. I know what's going on." Amber's mouth begins before her brain can stop her. "I know who Mark is, and I know what you're both hiding." Sophie's face drops. "Is that so?" Before Amber knows what's happening, Mark has closed the door just behind where she stands, blocking her way out. "I knew this bitch was trouble as soon as she started asking questions," Sophie says to Mark, who stands in front of the door, a blank look on his face. Amber is trapped. She looks around, her fight-or-flight instinct screaming at her to run. That's when she notices the inside of their cabin is a mess. Several cushions from the couch are strewn across the floor, and there's a broken vase by the fireplace. She backs away from Mark and Sophie, further into the living room. But Sophie takes another step toward her, a crease forming between her perfectly shaped brows. "You just couldn't mind your own business, could you?" Amber is suddenly reminded of the night she and Dean had come here for a meal, and Sophie had pulled her aside to ask about her limp. Amber had lied and told her she hurt herself walking in the backyard. But Sophie knew, didn't she? "You really should be more careful. Next time you might end up getting hurt much worse than that." She knew Amber had hurt herself while she'd been spying on them arguing. Amber moves her hand slowly to the outside of her jacket pocket and feels the reassuring outline of the knife inside. "If Dean isn't here, then I think I need to leave." She starts toward the door, but Mark is still blocking the way. He holds up his palm for a moment and Amber stops. He stares at her for an uncomfortably long time before he speaks.
"Just sit down. We need to talk."
Chapter 47. Amber can hear Sophie banging around in the kitchen. A cupboard door slams loudly, and she flinches from where she sits on the edge of the couch. After much protesting from Sophie, Mark had convinced her to give him some time to talk to Amber while she went to fetch drinks. Amber won't touch a thing they give her. Who knows what Sophie will put inside it? But she didn't say that. She'd just watched as Sophie had scoffed and scowled at her as she'd walked through the double doors into their kitchen, slamming them shut behind her, leaving Amber alone with a seemingly more level-headed Mark. He hikes up the legs of his trousers before sitting down on the edge of an armchair next to the couch. He rests his elbows on his knees and clasps his hands together, leaning forward toward her. When he lifts his head up and his dark eyes meet hers, even at this most inappropriate of times, she can't help but take in how attractive this man is.
"Amber, what exactly is it that you think you know about me and Sophie?"
He speaks in a low voice, as though he thinks Sophie might be listening in and doesn't want her to hear him. Amber clears her throat nervously, then matches his quiet tone. "I know that you're Mark Delaney from Bakersfield, that you knew my husband's family many years ago." Mark's face gives away nothing, so she continues. "I know that you are married to Joanna." Was that a slight flinch at her name? Amber can't get a read on this man. "I spoke to Morgan Baxter. She told me about Joanna's concerns over you and a younger woman from work, a redhead just like her. That you two suddenly picked up and left to go traveling, a fresh start because of the affair." Amber glances pointedly in the direction of the kitchen, where Sophie is still angrily banging items around. She looks at Mark, his head now in his hands. Well, at least he has the decency to show shame over betraying his wife. "And I've seen Joanna's Facebook page, Mark. All those photos made to look like she's still running it herself. I just have one question." Mark looks up at her again, slowly. "Where is Joanna?" she asks bluntly. Mark's eyes look hazy all of a sudden. When he speaks, his voice breaks with emotion.
Joanna is dead."
Amber inhales sharply, her worst fears confirmed. She's vaguely aware of the sound of Sophie crashing around in the kitchen, clearly still raging. Mark stares toward the double doors, as though he's afraid Sophie is about to jump out and catch him spilling this information.
"She killed her. I swear, I had nothing to do with it,"
he whispers, only just audible between the emotion in his voice and how quiet he's being to avoid Sophie hearing him.
"Amber, she is totally crazy. You have to believe me. She has psychotic breakdowns, she accuses people of insane things, and goes into a rage when she doesn't get her own way. I didn't know until it was too late that she was capable of murder.
Amber thinks about the pills she'd seen on Sophie's nightstand. Were they antipsychotics? Looking around at the state of this room, it doesn't look as though Sophie has been taking them, if they are. Mark eyes the door to the kitchen nervously as he whispers,
"She's dangerous, Amber. I had no idea when I met her. Joanna and I had some serious issues within our marriage, and when this beautiful, fun-loving girl who looked just like a younger version of my wife showed up, I was so stupid. I couldn't resist her advances. She was so full on."
He presses the heel of his palm between his eyes. Amber has seen Sophie's flirting in full action, and while, yes, she clearly knows exactly how to get a man's attention, that doesn't make Mark unaccountable for his actions. He could have brushed her off and stayed faithful to his wife. He chose not to.
"She wanted me to leave Joanna. I told her I couldn't, that we had our issues, but I loved her. But she wouldn't accept it. She told me if I didn't leave Joanna, then she would tell her about our affair. I couldn't let that happen. I was going to tell Joanna everything, see if we could work things out. But when I got home that night, Joanna wasn't there. She'd already killed her."
"Why didn't you go to the cops? Why did you run away with her and agree to her posing as Joanna online?" Amber asks. Mark glances toward the doors to the kitchen again. Sophie seems to have calmed down. The banging has stopped. Is she listening?
"Because she threatened me."
He moves closer to Amber so he can speak more quietly.
"She said she'd pin the murder on me, that she'd gotten rid of Joanna's body and left evidence with it to implicate me as the killer, as some kind of sick insurance plan."
He looks disgusted.
I panicked when she told me that she'd killed her. I didn't know what to do. I should have just gone to the cops right then. But I didn't. I was scared they would believe her, that I had murdered Joanna. I mean, the family I come from, the cops would never believe that I didn't do it. She convinced me to run away from it all together."
He squeezes his eyes and rubs them with his fingers. Amber waits for him to continue.
"For years, Joanna had been telling anyone who would listen that she wanted to travel, and she was between jobs when it happened. So I just phoned work and told them I was leaving, put up a message on Joanna's Facebook that we were off traveling, and, well, by the time I realized just how much I'd screwed up by not standing up to that crazy bitch and telling the cops, it was too late. I was already complicit in the whole thing, having covered it up by running away with her and helping to post the photos of her online, pretending to be Joanna."
Amber believes him, but she feels no sympathy for this man. He keeps looking toward the kitchen doors, clearly scared of Sophie finding out he's confessed all of this to Amber.
"You're terrified of her, aren't you?" she asks. "Yes. Amber, you don't know her. If she finds out that you know all of this, she will probably try to kill you too,"
he warns her, his eyes flashing with fear. Amber can only hope the police arrive before that happens.
"Mark, if you'd gone on the run anyway, why didn't you just leave her? Disappear one day when she'd gone for her daily jog? I mean, if Sophie killed your wife, then why do you think she won't do the same to you one day?"
Mark squints his eyes and looks at her as though she's grown another head.
"What? Amber, Sophie didn't kill Joanna. Morgan did."
Chapter 48. Before Amber has time to process what Mark has just told her, there's a sudden whoosh and a bang as one of the sliding doors to the kitchen is opened violently. Amber jumps up from her seat, expecting to see Sophie standing there brandishing a kitchen knife. But when she looks toward the door, her brain can't quite catch up with what she's seeing. "Hello, Mark," says a woman who looks just enough like Sophie that for a split second, Amber thinks she's seen double. Next to the woman, with her hands bound tightly behind her back by what looks like a cable tie, stands Sophie, a horrified expression on her face, tears running down her cheeks. "I found this in the kitchen," the woman says, holding tightly onto Sophie's arm. "Not a bad likeness, Mark. I'm almost impressed." she smirks. That gravelly voice. Suddenly it all becomes clear to Amber, thinking back to Mark's words just now. This woman is Morgan. She killed Joanna, not Sophie, like Amber had assumed he'd been telling her. Her brain desperately tries to catch up with what's materializing in front of her. Morgan had told Amber that she was Joanna's friend, but that wasn't the truth, she realizes now. Morgan was the woman from Mark's work, the one he'd been having an affair with. When Amber had spoken to Morgan on the phone, her low, husky voice had conjured up an image in Amber's head of a slightly haggard woman in her 40s or 50s who'd spent many of her years smoking. But the woman standing in front of them right now can't be any more than 30, and her long, flame-kissed hair matches the wild, fiery look that burns in her eyes. To say that Mark has a type would be a masterpiece of understatement. But where exactly does Sophie fit into this? Mark makes a dive towards Sophie in a protective gesture, but Morgan pulls out a small black gun from her back pocket. Mark stops in his tracks.
"Morgan, you don't need to," Mark starts.
"Shut up, Mark!" Morgan shouts. "Mark, who is this? What is going on?" comes Sophie's small, sniveling voice.
"Soph, it's okay. I won't let her—"
"Oh, stop pretending you care about this pathetic little bitch. We both know you're only using her to keep up the charade," Morgan spits. "You picked her because she fits the bill. Yes, Mark, I've seen the photos you've been posting of her on Joanna's Facebook page. Not as good as the ones we used to post of me, but still very convincing. You never did answer the messages I left you in the comments. But somebody did." She turns her head. "I'll assume you're Amber?" Amber knows better than to say anything in reply. "Mark, you have this good-hearted, concerned citizen to thank for the pleasure of seeing me again. Thanks, Amber. I've been looking for Mark for a long, long time. And you led me right to him." Mark looks at Amber, and her blood runs cold. What has she done? "By the way, Amber, what the hell are you doing here? Didn't I warn you to stay away from Mark? Didn't I tell you he was dangerous and to wait for the police to come in the morning?" But the police aren't coming. Amber knows that now. That was another lie Morgan had told to gain herself time to get here. "Oh, well, I tried to warn you, but I guess you'll have to die now, too." She shrugs, as though this is just a minor inconvenience to her plans.
"Morgan, we can figure this out. Nobody has to get hurt. I'm going to turn myself in. I'll confess to killing Joanna, I don't care. Just let Sophie and Amber go. They've done nothing," Mark says calmly, taking a step closer to her.
"I don't believe that for a second. I can't trust you, Mark," Morgan scoffs. "I trusted you when you agreed to run away with me and live a life of freedom together without that boring wife of yours holding you back from me anymore. And what did you do? You ditched me the first chance you got. You up and left in the middle of the night without saying a word," Morgan shrieks.
Mark closes his eyes. He is unusually calm, given the situation.
"Do you know how that felt? To not even know what happened to you or why you left? Maybe you didn't love me, but I loved you." Morgan's eyes glisten. "And then one day, I see that not only are you still out there traveling, but that you had replaced me." She shoots a look at Sophie. "Sophie, sweetie, did you know Mark is only interested in you because you look enough like his dead wife that he can use photos of you and him to post on her Facebook page?" Morgan pouts her lips with false sympathy. Sophie looks at Mark, her tear-streaked face contorted in betrayal.
"No, Sophie, don't believe her. It's not like that, I swear. I love you. Don't listen to her."
"That's sweet of you to try to make her feel better in her last moments," Morgan quips. Amber takes a glance at Sophie, who looks like she is in shock. It's suddenly as clear as day that Sophie really didn't have a clue about any of this. She never posted those photos to Joanna's Facebook. Mark must have taken them from her camera and posted them himself. But then, why was Sophie warning her to stay out of their business? What was it that she didn't want Amber to find out about, if not this? Before Amber can figure it out, Morgan pushes Sophie onto the couch and takes another cable tie from her pocket and throws it at Amber. "Here, you can make yourself useful and put this on him," she orders, nodding toward Mark. Amber looks at Mark and then back at Morgan. No way, I'm not doing that," she says with far more conviction than she feels. Morgan rolls her eyes and then points the gun directly at Amber. "Yes, you are. And you know what else? You're going to give me your phone, too, before you get any bright ideas. You too, Mark. I already have your little girlfriend's phone." Morgan holds out her free hand, and Amber and Mark both pass her their phones, which she shoves into her jacket pocket. "I'll be sure to give these back to you later on, so the police can use them to trace where your bodies are." Chapter 49.
"Morgan, you can't do this,"
Mark pleads. With a gun pointing in her face, Amber had little choice but to follow Morgan's orders, and now she and Mark sit shoulder to shoulder on the couch next to Sophie, their wrists bound tightly, hard plastic biting painfully into Amber's skin. Looking at Morgan now, Amber can see that this woman, while clearly psychotic, is stunningly beautiful. Her long red hair has too many natural tones in it to count, not like the bottle job that Sophie styles, which is the same color throughout. There's a sprinkle of freckles that cover her nose, spreading out to her cheeks, which give her skin a youthful, glowing appearance. Amber is sure that when she lays on the charm, she's a woman who can get anything she wants. And from what Mark told her earlier, that's exactly what she did with him. Mark twists his bound arms behind him as he tries to reason with Morgan.
"Right now, nobody but the people in this room know Joanna is dead or even missing. But if the police find the three of us killed, they'll trace our deaths right back to you."
"No, Mark, you're wrong. What the police will find is a man who killed both his girlfriend and the nosy neighbor who had figured out who he really was. He then shot himself in desperation, leaving a note revealing where his wife's body can be found. They won't have any reason to suspect me. I made absolutely sure that when they dig up Joanna's body, or whatever is left of it anyway, the only evidence they'll find points right to her husband."
Amber's gut twists. This woman is absolutely insane. This can't be happening. Amber is going to die, and all because she couldn't keep her nose out of other people's business. Dean was right. She should have just left them alone. She suppresses a sob that's trying to escape from her chest. Where the hell is her husband? "You haven't thought this through, Morgan. What about the fact you and Amber were in touch with each other? The police will see that," Mark points out.
"That's not a problem. I'll delete all traces of contact made from both of our phones." She pats her pocket. "And I'll be back in Bakersfield in just a few hours from now. It'll be as though I was never even here. The photos the police will find on Joanna's Facebook page will be of you and Sophie. There's nothing to tie me to any of this." She seems to have it all figured out. "Mark, you can't actually think that I would just drop this. You know I'm not one to leave loose ends," Morgan tuts. Sophie has begun to whimper quietly, and Mark leans into her with his shoulder in a sort of armless hug, but she turns her face away from him. "Okay, I think we're ready." Morgan claps her hands in excitement. "Get up, all three of you, and we'll get going." None of them attempt to rise.
"Go where?"
Mark asks. "For a nice walk by the water. It's a beautiful night out, and we could all do with some fresh air, don't you think?" Morgan says sweetly, although the natural rasp of her voice gives it a harsh edge. Morgan obviously doesn't know that every other cabin on this street is empty, or she'd likely just shoot them right here and now. When the three of them still refuse to stand, Morgan, clearly getting impatient, rolls her eyes, picks up her gun and points it toward Sophie. "Up, all of you, or the girlfriend will be the first that Mark kills in his frenzied rage." Mark shoots up like there are springs in his knees, and the two women either side of him rise slowly.
"Get that gun away from her, Morgan! I swear to Christ, if you hurt her, I'll—"
"What? What will you do, Mark?" Morgan interrupts, not lowering the gun. Mark ignores her and turns to Sophie, trying to catch her eye.
It's going to be okay. I swear I won't let her hurt you. I love you, Soph. Look at me, he begs, tears springing into his eyes as Sophie stares straight down at the floor in front of her feet, as if in some kind of catatonic state.
This is all really sweet, but I don't have all night.
Morgan gestures toward the doors to the kitchen.
We're leaving by the back door. Come on.
The three of them shuffle their way through the kitchen and out the door, with Morgan behind them the whole time, the gun in her hand not moving from Sophie's direction.
Just so we're all clear, guys, even one of you tries anything, and I won't hesitate to shoot Sophie on the spot,
she warns them, in a tone not dissimilar to a parent warning their squabbling children that they're about to turn the car around. Morgan pulls the door closed behind them, using the sleeve of her jacket, presumably to keep from leaving her fingerprints on it.
Oh, by the way, guys, you probably shouldn't leave the key to the door just lying out in the ledge of the window. It made it almost too easy for me to slip inside unnoticed,
Morgan muses as she grabs Sophie's arm again. She nods to Mark and Amber to walk on ahead, down from the deck and toward the end of the backyard. Mark looks confused for a moment at Morgan's words, but doesn't say anything. Amber tips her head back and looks up at the clear night sky, unable now to stop the tears of shame from flowing. This is all her fault. She contacted Morgan. She told her where they were. She led this crazy woman right to them, and then what did she do? She left a key sitting outside to help her break in, as if she hadn't already screwed things up enough. Chapter 50. When they reach the end of the backyard, Morgan directs them to walk through the trees toward the path that runs behind the cabins. Having taken this path a couple of times since arriving, Amber knows it leads to a clearing on a lakeshore about a quarter-mile down. Is that where she's going to die? She can't let that happen. But if she tries anything now, she doesn't doubt for a moment that Morgan will follow up on her threat to shoot Sophie. It'd be no use calling out for anyone. There's nobody else staying on their street, and the rest of the path, which will be empty at this time of night, runs adjacent to the back of a large sports complex that would have been locked up and left empty several hours ago. There isn't anyone around to hear them. As they step through the trees and out onto the path, any light that had been coming from the street and cabin is now obscured by the thick layer of trees, and as Amber shuffles along, she may as well be walking blind. Although the night sky is clear, the moonlight alone is not nearly enough to illuminate the path ahead, and Amber stumbles and then rights herself as her shoes meet the uneven surface in the dark. She wonders how Morgan even knows about this path. How long has she been here? Long enough to map out the area, it seems. She must have arrived shortly after they'd first talked on the phone. From behind where Amber and Mark stand, Morgan turns on what Amber assumes must be the torch on one of their phones, shining a thin beam toward the path ahead. Looking back at it, the light blinds her from seeing anything else but its brightness. Morgan and Sophie are completely hidden. She squints and tries not to look directly at it.
I'm going to walk about 5 paces behind you two, with Sophie next to me, so that I can see you both the whole time, comes Morgan's voice.
Amber and Mark share a glance with each other in the near dark, a silent acknowledgement between them that they have no other choice but to follow Morgan's orders, and they begin to slowly fall in step next to each other. The torch shining from behind them lights up just enough of the path for Amber to see what's in front of her feet. It's stony and unfinished, only accessible to the residents along Alpine Drive, the street their cabins are on. The gravel crunches loudly under their shoes as they walk, and from behind her, Amber can hear Sophie whimper and cry again, as though she's in pain. She realizes that Sophie hadn't been wearing shoes when they left, just a pair of slipper socks, and the stones must be digging into her feet as she walks. Amber winces in sympathy. She had been so wrong about her, she thinks. Sophie wasn't a home-wrecking vixen. She was just a girl who met an attractive, slightly older man that was seeking a redhead to take photos with to keep himself out of suspicion. She didn't know she was being used. Maybe at some point along the way, Mark fell in love with her, but that doesn't make it right. Amber brings herself in a little closer to Mark and speaks softly,
hoping there's enough ground between them that Morgan can't hear her over the noise of the stones crunching and Sophie's whimpering.
Mark, this is really important. I need to know where Dean is. Did you see him after you came to our cabin earlier tonight? She whispers.
Mark doesn't move his head to acknowledge her, but replies in a low voice.
I passed by him earlier on this evening. I was taking a walk to clear my head, and it looked like he was too.
Well, did he say anything about where he was going? Because his car appeared back late tonight, but I never actually saw him. It's not like him at all.
I don't know.
Mark looks behind him to where Sophie is still whimpering as she walks along, shoeless.
But he gave me back Sophie's camera. He told me you had found it outside, but I knew that wasn't true.
Amber says nothing.
Amber, I meant what I said to Morgan about turning myself in. I was already going to do it. Ever since I saw Dean the day you arrived, it's been playing on my mind. I just couldn't take it anymore. The lying, deceiving Sophie like that, she doesn't even know my real last name. She doesn't deserve any of this. I was planning on breaking up with her when we got back from this trip. She deserves so much better. I was going to go straight to the police and confess, and just pray they would believe me about Morgan. But then,
Amber knows what comes next. She got in the way. He knew she was a threat to his secrets being exposed to both Sophie and the cops before he could do it on his own terms. But that still doesn't explain something.
Mark, if Sophie didn't know who you really were, then what was she trying to stop me from discovering? She lied to me and Dean to stop us finding out you were from Bakersfield. I mean, she even threatened me.
What? Mark seems surprised.
Sophie wouldn't hurt a fly. She was probably just being dramatic. I mean, you've met her, right?
Amber catches the hint of a smile in his voice. He really does love Sophie.
I don't understand then, Amber says.
Before Mark gets a chance to explain, from behind them comes an ear-splitting scream and the sound of someone falling to the ground with a loud thud. The beam that had been lighting their way goes flying to the ground with a crunch and flickers before going out, leaving them surrounded, once again, by darkness. Chapter 51.
You bitch! You did that on purpose!
Morgan screams.
Sophie!
Mark yells, fear in his voice. Amber can't make out anything in the dark, and with her hands still bound behind her, there's nothing she can do to take advantage of this moment of sudden confusion. A light shines again, and Amber can see Morgan holding up another phone with the torch turned on. She still has the gun in her other hand, pointing right at them. She's several feet away from where Sophie lies on the ground, making pained noises, her face against the stones.
Soph!
Mark dives down onto his knees next to her, nearly losing balance with his hands bound behind him.
Oh my God, are you hurt?
He cries, clearly desperate to help her but incapable of doing anything without the use of his arms. Sophie just weeps and makes no move to push herself up.
She didn't trip, she was trying to pull me down with her, Morgan snarls.
She fell on her face, Morgan! She couldn't stop herself with her hands tied behind her back. The poor girl hasn't even got any shoes on, for Christ's sake, Amber yells.
I should put her down right here.
Morgan points the gun at Sophie.
No, Morgan, stop,
Amber pleads.
She wasn't trying to do anything. Look, she's not even fully conscious. She's clearly in shock.
Morgan glowers at them all and then turns to Amber.
Get her up, now.
Amber walks over to where Sophie lies completely still on the ground, whimpering.
Mark, help me find the phone she made me drop, Morgan demands.
Mark reluctantly rises to his feet and slowly begins to search the area as Morgan follows him, shining the light around the ground as he looks for the phone. Amber crouches down next to Sophie.
Sophie, I need you to get up, she says softly.
Sophie doesn't respond.
Sophie, it's going to be okay, I promise. Me and Mark are here with you, and we're going to keep you safe,
Amber soothes, knowing she has nothing to back these words up with. Sophie sniffs some more and then finally begins to shift her weight onto one shoulder in an attempt to get herself upright. Amber looks over to where Mark is scouring the ground, Morgan barking instructions at him on where to look. As Sophie slowly squirms her way up into a kneeling position, Amber lowers her face as close as she can get and whispers something briefly into her ear, never taking her eyes from Morgan. They can't be more than a couple of minutes away from where the path meets the lakeshore, and Amber and Mark have resumed their positions, several steps ahead of where Morgan and Sophie are walking. Sophie's face is bloodied and badly scraped up from where she'd landed flat on the stones, with no arms to catch herself with, but she didn't seem to have any serious injuries as far as Amber could see. Mark had located the phone, now with a smashed screen, and they had continued on their slow march towards their execution. Now, all Amber can do is pray that at any moment, Dean will jump out ahead of them and wrestle the gun out of Morgan's hand, saving them all. But deep down, she knows that even if Dean is okay, and Morgan didn't already kill him before showing up at Mark and Sophie's cabin, he's not here, hiding in the middle of the night, on the path that runs along the edge of the resort. Amber looks sideways at Mark, who, from the dejected look on his face, appears to have accepted their fate. "Mark," she says softly.
"Yeah?"
"You never told me what Sophie was trying to protect you from." Mark inhales slowly and deeply, then looks at Amber for a few moments as they continue to walk.
"You see this scar on my lip?"
He turns his face a little more, and Amber sees a glint of the line that runs through his bottom lip. She remembers that scar being one of the first things she'd noticed about him. It gave an edgy, almost mysterious quality to his already darkly handsome face.
"This is where my brother, my own flesh and blood, hit me with a solid steel pipe. He threatened to kill me after I told him I was finished with him and my other brother for good. What started out when they were young as shoplifting, petty theft, had turned into something much worse as they got older. They thought I'd just sit quietly and crack open beers with them as they recounted the shameful, sick things they'd done week after week, the things they were planning."
He shakes his head.
"I was so tired of being pinned as one of the Delaney boys. I was working a straight job, living an honest life. I lost 3 teeth and ended up in the hospital the day I finally stood up to my brother."
He looks pained, remembering. Amber is horrified at this story, but doesn't know how this pertains to her question. She waits for him to continue.
"He ended up in jail. My other brother moved away. I haven't seen either of them since. And I told Sophie this, the truth. But I also lied to her. I told her the reason I couldn't return to Bakersfield was that when my brother got out of jail, he was going to find me and finish what he'd started, if one of his buddies didn't do it before then. I told her I'd had to change my last name and leave my hometown for good."
He lowers his head.
"I told her I couldn't even tell her my real last name in order to protect her. But in truth, it was because if she were to ever look up the name Marcus Delaney online, well, she'd find whatever it was you found that led us here."
Chapter 52. The water glistens silently in the moonlight as they round a corner, and the path opens up abruptly to the rocky lakeshore. It's easier to see out here, the water reflecting the light of the moon, and the tall trees that had loomed over them either side of the path now behind them. Morgan walks right up behind Amber, and she turns around to face her. "Mark telling you about his brother, was he?" Morgan asks, one eyebrow raised. She must have heard them talking as they'd walked ahead of her and Sophie. Just as well they hadn't been plotting an escape plan. When Amber doesn't reply, Morgan looks right at Mark. "Fun story, Mark. Now tell her the part where you were the one to beat the crap out of him so badly that he had no choice but to defend himself with that pipe," Morgan says, smirking. Mark ignores her and moves closer to Sophie, trying to connect with her in their last moments. But from the vacant look in her eyes, it's clear that Sophie isn't really here with them right now. "He'll have you believe he's so much better than the filth he was raised with. But don't let the act fool you, Amber. His hands are just as dirty as theirs. In fact, he would have killed Joanna himself if I hadn't stepped in and done it for him," she sneers.
"I loved Joanna, you deluded psychopath," Mark erupts. "I never wanted to be with you. Joanna and I were just going through a rough patch in our marriage, and you were the biggest mistake of my life. Why do you think I left you the first chance I got? Did you wake up that morning at the motel and think I'd just wandered off and gotten lost? No, I wanted to get the hell away from you forever," he booms. Morgan doesn't so much as flinch. She's clearly not here to win over Mark's heart and get him back.
She'd told them she was only interested in tying up loose ends, and Amber believes it. This woman doesn't seem to have a crumb of empathy in her whole body. "Well, your wish is granted, Mark. You're never going to see me again, or my little replacement here." Morgan nods towards Sophie, whose empty eyes stare off toward the shimmering lake. "You know, you could have at least picked someone who had a bit of personality. I mean, honestly, she's a little dull." Amber has to repress a snort. This must be the first time anyone has ever referred to Sophie as dull. Amber and Sophie kneel next to each other on the cold, uneven surface of the lakeshore, where Morgan had pushed them down, barking at them to stay still while she deletes evidence and gets her fingerprints cleaned off their phones. Surprisingly, Amber isn't thinking about the throbbing pain from where her knees hit the sharp stones on the way down, or even about the fact that in just moments from now, her life will be lost at the hands of a deranged woman she herself had inadvertently set upon them all. All Amber can think about is that the very last interaction she will have had with her husband, the man who she loves with all her heart and soul, was a fight. She's about to leave this world without having the chance to make things right between them, to tell him she's so incredibly sorry about everything she's done, that she loves him more than life itself, and that he was right. She should have listened to him when he told her to stay out of Mark and Sophie's business. She'd lied to him. She'd betrayed his trust. And worst of all, she'd led him into danger in the process. She thinks of their car parked facing forward in the driveway, her husband having disappeared into the night. Tears roll down Amber's cheeks and land on the stones below. She's vaguely aware of the sound of Mark's heavy breathing as he sits slumped several feet away from where she and Sophie kneel. He had tried to get through to Sophie again, begging her to listen to him as he told her he loved her and was so sorry for dragging her into this, before Morgan had shut him down and pushed him away from her. It was no use anyway. Sophie didn't even seem to hear him. Now, as Morgan slips the last phone, wiped clean of any traces of her fingerprints, back into Amber's back pocket, all Amber can hope is that it's her who Morgan chooses to kill first, and not Sophie or Mark. She couldn't bear to see it happen. Morgan comes to stand in front of the two women, making sure to keep in a position that Mark can't rush her from, and points the gun at Sophie. Amber winces in anticipation. "Don't do this. Don't do it, Morgan, please. Please," Mark begins to cry, but makes no effort to bring himself up from the sitting position he's in. He knows he's powerless in this situation. Morgan doesn't respond as she cocks back the hammer on the gun. "I'd ask her if she had any last words, but it doesn't look as though she'd hear me anyway." She shrugs. Then, to all of their surprise, a quiet croak comes from Sophie's lips, the words inaudible. "What's that, sweetheart? Did you join the land of the living again just in time to—" But Morgan doesn't have time to finish her sentence, as Sophie suddenly rises up, one arm swinging violently around from behind her back. Amber catches a glimpse of sharp metal for a split second, before the knife comes down with great force directly into Morgan's shoulder. Morgan screams, and the gun rings out into the air with a deafening bang as both Morgan and Sophie drop to the ground. In the fall, the gun slips from Morgan's hand and clatters to the stones beside them as Sophie's full weight comes down hard on Morgan. Mark jumps up onto his feet, still unable to move his hands from behind him, and stumbles forward. Amber, in her attempt to get up from kneeling without the use of her arms, falls over on her side and can only stare in horror as Morgan, screaming wildly in anger, pushes Sophie off of her and, with the knife still sticking straight out of her shoulder, rolls over and crawls on her hands and knees toward the gun. Her fingers wrap around it, but Mark throws himself down over her body and she's pinned to the jagged stones, face down. She lifts the hand with the gun and points it backwards to where Mark lies his whole weight down on her back. But before Amber or Sophie can get close enough to help him, a thick-soled rubber boot stamps squarely down on Morgan's hand, and the gun clatters onto the stones. Amber looks up to see Dean, in full moss-green waders and a fishing vest, staring at the scene in front of him, in a state of pure bewilderment as he picks up the gun. "What the hell is happening?" he utters, his wide eyes darting around in confusion. Chapter 53. Amber hadn't known whether Sophie had heard her properly when she'd whispered to her back on the path to take the knife from her jacket pocket as she'd helped her get up. But when Sophie had used her bound hands to slowly slide it out as Amber had assisted her in standing up, all Amber could hope was that she was in a clear enough state of mind to keep it well hidden behind her as Morgan had continued to drag her along the path. Luckily for them all, Sophie had been far more cognizant of the situation than she'd been letting on, and had managed to cut the cable tie binding her wrists just in time to set in motion the chain of events that saved their lives, but not without having left a scary amount of cuts along her wrists in the process. When Dean had shown up, from what Amber now knows was his last-ditch attempt to catch a fish before their long trip home the following day, Amber had nearly laughed at the utter ridiculousness of the image of him standing there confused, fully kitted out in his fishing gear. He had dropped his line in the water and bolted toward the noise of the gunshot when he'd heard that and the screaming coming from up the lakeshore. He explained to Amber that after their argument, he'd gone out to calm himself down, seeing Mark briefly along the way and returning the camera to him. He'd then gotten the idea that the best way to clear his head was to take the advice the waitress at the restaurant had given him a few days earlier, to go down to the water to fish at night when they were more likely to bite. He'd hoped to catch at least one fish and put it in an ice chest to take home with them to cook up. He'd parked the car facing inwards so he could access the fishing gear from the trunk more easily before he walked down to the lake. Amber couldn't imagine choosing to stand out in the water fishing in the middle of the night as the best way to mentally cool off, but she's just thankful that he was nearby. She doesn't want to think of what might have happened if he hadn't shown up when he did. As it is, Amber and Mark have Sophie to thank for saving their lives. If it weren't for her actions, they'd likely all be dead now, possibly even Dean too, having run to them when he'd heard the gun go off. Luckily for Morgan, the knife Sophie drove into her shoulder didn't hit anything that won't heal, but from her reaction when she was arrested, the shoulder wound seemed to be the least of her concerns. After very little sleep since the events of the previous night, and having spent several hours this afternoon answering what felt like endless questions and relaying the events of the past week to a very kind and compassionate officer named Brenda, all Amber can think of now is getting back home with Dean and attempting to sew up the ripped seams of their relationship that have become frayed even more during this trip. But before she and Dean get back on the road, homebound, Amber has one last stop she needs to make. She knocks gently on the door of Sophie's hospital room, then pokes her head inside. "Sophie?" she says gingerly. "Hey, Amber," Sophie replies, her voice hoarse. At the sight of Sophie's face, Amber inhales sharply, then has to bite her lip to keep from saying anything. "I know. I look like I've been through 10 rounds with a prize fighter whose gloves are made from sandpaper." She attempts a dry laugh but ends up wincing in pain. Amber had managed to escape with only some bruised, sore knees. But the swollen, scraped-up woman sitting in the hospital bed before her barely even resembles the porcelain-skinned, perfectly made-up Sophie that she's come to know over the past week. "Oh my God, Sophie. I'm so sorry. This was all my fault." "Yeah, kind of," Sophie agrees, but her eyes twinkle mischievously at Amber. "I'm joking. This wasn't your fault. It was his. And it's not as bad as it looks. The doctor told me it's mostly swelling. Once that's gone down and all the abrasions have healed up, I'll be as good as new." Amber sits down beside her on the bed and nods to Sophie's 2 bandage-bound wrists. "And those?" "Surface wounds. Didn't even need stitches. I told you, I'm fine." Amber bobs her head in acceptance. "Well, I'm glad it wasn't any worse. You did something incredibly brave back there last night. And I owe my life to you. So does Mark." Sophie winces again, but this time it seems at the mention of Mark's name. Mark had been taken straight in for questioning last night, and Amber hasn't heard anything since about what kind of charges he'll face for his part in covering up his wife's murder. A part of Amber feels sorry for him. He'd had a difficult upbringing and had worked hard to distance himself from his family, marrying Joanna and living an honest life up until the point he'd met Morgan. But whatever powers of seduction she'd used on Mark did not excuse him having an affair with her. And even if he'd thought the police wouldn't believe he wasn't the one to kill Joanna, because of his family history and whatever evidence Morgan had planted when she'd disposed of her body, he'd made the wrong decision agreeing to run away with her and continuing to hide the fact that his wife was dead. Although it seemed to Amber from what he'd told her that he'd realized that very quickly and has been painfully living with the consequences of his decision ever since, continuing to keep up the deception online out of fear. Amber remembers the night he and Sophie had come to their cabin for the barbecue. The topic of social media had come up, and Mark had cursed it as being a disease to society.
There's nothing real there. The entire thing is contrived and curated to mislead people.
At the time, Amber hadn't thought much of it. A lot of people feel the same way. But now, with the knowledge of the lengths he'd gone to keep himself from being falsely convicted of his wife's murder, those words hold a lot more weight. Chapter 54. Satisfied that Sophie will make a full recovery, if merely a skin-deep one, Amber rises from the side of the bed, ready to leave.
"Amber," Sophie croaks, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for how I acted this week, and for the way I spoke to you last night when you arrived at the cabin."
Amber stops. She looks at Sophie's swollen, patchy face. One of the scrapes on her chin is opened up and a little trickle of blood runs down it towards her neck. Amber grabs a tissue from the box on the bedside dresser and winds it around her fingers, sitting back down next to Sophie.
"You looked pretty upset by the time I got there last night."
"What was going on?" she asks, dabbing at the blood before it can drip to her hospital gown.
"Mark broke up with me,"
she says flatly.
"I didn't take it well. I might have thrown some stuff."
Amber thinks of the mess she'd arrived to at their cabin, the cushions around the room, the smashed vase.
"It was childish, but I tried so hard to make him happy, but he was getting more and more distant."
Sophie tells her about the beginning of her and Mark's relationship, how her father owns a bar in Seattle and Mark had shown up one day asking for work. Sophie's father wasn't a stranger to taking on staff on a cash-in-hand basis, and after hearing Mark's story about his brother, he'd given him a job and the use of a small apartment upstairs from the bar. When Sophie had come in one day looking for her father, as soon as he had laid eyes on her, Mark immediately started a crusade to win her heart. Sophie wasn't hard to win over, though, with Mark's good looks. She'd thought it was a love-at-first-sight story. Now, sitting with Amber, she questions whether he'd spotted her red hair and had just seen an opportunity to keep the heat off himself online.
"I was stupid, I guess. But I really thought he loved me. We did everything together. I mean, all those stories about the adventures we'd had that I told you guys about the night you came to dinner were true. Then I got the chance to take this trip away and everything seemed to change."
Sophie's brows lower, and she picks at the edges of one of the bandages on her wrist.
"He told me he didn't want to go, that he had to work. But I went behind his back and asked my dad to give him a couple of weeks off. My dad thought it was a great idea and insisted Mark go with me. But when we got here, all he was interested in was fishing. That was it. I tried to organize trips out together, romantic evenings, anything to just connect. But the more I tried, the more distant he became. And then..."
Sophie stops and looks up at Amber.
"And then you and Dean arrived. I thought if I flirted a little with another guy, maybe Mark might take notice and actually begin to pay me some attention. But that didn't work."
She gives Amber an apologetic look.
"Sorry. I hope that didn't cause any problems with you and Dean."
Amber says nothing, choosing not to mention that, yes, this did cause a few problems.
"Anyway, I knew he was worried because he thought Dean knew who he was, and that if it got back to his brother about where Mark was, we could both be in danger, which turns out was a lie. Then last night we got back from dinner, and he gets all paranoid that someone had been inside the cabin while we were gone. He went out for a walk, and when he got back, he just broke up with me, said he wasn't coming back to Seattle, and, well, that's when you showed up.
Mark had told Amber about his mental turmoil, his plan to break up with Sophie and turn himself in once back in Seattle. When he realized Amber was onto him, he must have tried to speed up the process so that he could turn himself in before the police found him first. He'd been trying to protect Sophie. Amber sighs.
Sophie, I don't know what Mark's intentions were when he first met you, but I do know that somewhere along the way, he fell in love with you.
Sophie rolls her eyes.
It's true, Amber continues. When he was in danger last night, when he thought he was in the last moments of his life, all he was thinking about, all he cared about was you.
Sophie seems to digest this for a moment, her eyes watering before she swallows down her emotions and swiftly changes topic. She asks Amber a few questions about her and Dean's trip home, how long it'll take, who gets to choose the music in the car. Amber can see that Sophie is trying hard not to think of Mark and the relationship she is losing. When Amber goes to leave, she promises they will keep in touch. She and Sophie shared something last night. In a way, they'll be bonded forever by an experience that could never truly be understood by somebody who hadn't been there with them.
Hopefully, the next time we see each other, I won't still look like I'm wearing a Halloween mask, Sophie says.
Amber smiles.
I'm sure you'll be back to your usual beautiful self in no time.
Sophie's face clouds over and she lowers her head solemnly.
I asked the doctor, and he told me that I have to wait at least another 6 weeks until I can go and get a facial,
she says with all the gravity of someone who has just been told that they have an incurable disease.
I'm so sorry, Sophie, Amber replies.
In the parking lot, Amber finds Dean waiting in the car for her, switching between radio stations.
How is she?
He asks when Amber gets into the passenger side and melts back into her seat, letting out a sigh of pure exhaustion.
She's going to be okay, I think, given another 6 weeks or so.
Dean looks confused, but doesn't say anything more.
Are we ready to get going? Amber asks.
I was born ready.
Dean lowers his sunglasses down from the top of his head. Amber would usually roll her eyes and ignore this old cheesy line, but today, for some reason, it sets off a burst of affection in her heart for her husband's goofy sense of humor. She tips her head back and stares at him.
What?
He asks.
Nothing. I just love you, she laughs.
Yeah, I know it. Don't make a scene.
Then more seriously,
I love you too.
Dean starts the engine and is about to pull off when he mutters something under his breath.
What? What's wrong? Amber asks.
Nothing. It's just that I forgot to return the fishing gear I rented, so it's still in the trunk. It's only 15 minutes from here to the fishing supplies store. Do you mind if we drop them back before we get going?
It would have been nice if he could have done that while she was visiting Sophie, but that would have been way too organized for her husband.
No problem, she replies. Oh, and that reminds me.
Amber reaches around to the back seat and pulls out the gift bag she'd gotten at the store a couple of days earlier. She reaches in and moves aside the small painting and the chocolates she'd chosen for Dean's sister and the travel mug she'd gotten for his niece before she finds what she's looking for. She passes him the wrapped-up cotton bundle.
What's this?
He asks, confused.
It's just a little something I spotted at the gift store. Thought you might appreciate it.
Dean eyes her suspiciously, then slowly unwraps the white T-shirt and holds it out to read the message printed on the front. He barely manages to suppress his smirk as he looks back at her.
Gee, thanks,
he says flatly before Amber bursts out laughing. He puts the T-shirt down with the words emblazoned on it facing upwards. I went fishing at Spring River, and all I caught was this lousy T-shirt. Epilogue. 6 months later.
I wouldn't put in too much of the pampas grass, dear. The lavender will get lost within it.
Gloria pulls several sprigs out of the large, dried flower centerpiece that she and Haley are arranging in preparation for the Thanksgiving dinner table tomorrow. Haley's patience is visibly strained as her grandmother micromanages their simple bonding activity, and Amber deliberately waits until Gloria has turned her back before she catches Haley's eye and mimes tearing her hair out in frustration. Haley giggles and clasps her hand over her mouth, then mimes the action of shoving the entire bunch of pampas grass into the arrangement in return. Amber bites the inside of her cheek to stop herself from laughing as Gloria turns back around, hearing them. "What is it, dear? Is there an issue with the arrangement?" she asks Haley.
No, Nana, not at all. It's beautiful. Thank you so much for teaching me how to make these.
Haley smiles sweetly up at her grandmother, who returns her smile and nods. Phil bounds back in from the yard where Melanie has been throwing a ball for him, and the sound of claws attempting to make traction on wooden floors turns everyone's heads as he tries in vain to slow himself down. As usual, his forward momentum wins out against his paws, and he slams into the side of Amber, bumping her into the table and, in turn, knocking over the basket of dried flowers waiting to be placed into the arrangement.
"Oh, Phil, for goodness sake, you're such a silly boy,"
Gloria says as though he's a second grandchild.
"Sorry,"
Melanie pokes her head around the back door, grimacing.
"I might have wound him up a little."
Amber sits the flower basket upright, then guides Phil over to his bed in the corner, giving him a gentle rub to let him know he's forgiven before instructing him to take a rest. They've got a full house for the holiday, with Melanie and Jack staying, along with Haley, who is home from college for Thanksgiving. Melanie slips off her shoes as she comes inside. "Wow, this looks amazing," she says as she spots the nearly completed centerpiece and kisses her daughter on the top of her head. Amber can see how much it means to Melanie to have Haley back from college, even if only for the week. She's been having difficulties adjusting to the empty nest, but it's clear in every interaction she shares with her daughter that she is immensely proud of her.
"Thanks, Mom. Nana is a great teacher,"
Haley says, giving Amber a conspiratorial sideways glance. Melanie turns to Amber. "That reminds me, Dean told me you got a spot at the farmer's market downtown. That's so exciting." "Yes, we'll be there each Saturday morning. You and Jack should come along next week." Amber beams. When they'd gotten home from Spring River, Amber had decided to put aside her gripes with Dean's mother and agreed to her moving in with them. She and her mother-in-law have since ended up bonding over their mutual love of all things floral, and when Amber's work hours were cut back to only 3 days a week, she and Gloria had begun to make wreaths, decorative centerpieces, and other small arrangements, which Amber will now be selling at their own little farmer's market stall named Glorified. It was between that and Gloria's Glories, which had actually been the front-runner for some time, until Dean had casually remarked one day that it sounded like the name of a peep show from the 1940s. Needless to say, they'd settled on option number 2. Working alongside Dean's mother has been an extraordinary exercise in patience for Amber. Gloria is not an easy woman to please, and has a tendency to try to rearrange a lot of Amber's creations, but along the way they have shared moments of honest conversation, made truces, and have come to understand each other a little better. Amber has kept in touch with Sophie, who made a fast recovery, and even sounds a little more relaxed and level-headed than the shrill, overly excitable woman she'd spent a week living next to at Spring River. They call each other every now and then to update one another on the latest goings-on in their lives. Amber had been a little surprised but supportive of her when Sophie made the decision to stand by Mark. The last she heard from her, Mark is bending over backwards to prove his love for her and to show how sorry he is for what he put her through. Groveling was the word Sophie had used. Amber was sure she'd heard the grin on Sophie's face coming over the line as she'd said it, too. Mark had been brought up on felony charges for accessory to murder and released on bail not long after that night at the lake. Pleading guilty, Mark had narrowly avoided a drawn-out trial and jail time when his lawyer had put forward a plea bargain. Once all the circumstances were taken into account, along with the fact he had no priors, he'd gotten off lightly with a lengthy probation and community service sentence. By some miracle, Sophie's father had allowed him to keep his job at the bar, despite what Mark had put his daughter through. Amber can only imagine that Sophie must have had her father, seemingly much like every other man that she encounters, tightly wound around her little finger. Morgan Baxter was convicted of first-degree murder in the case of Joanna Delaney, as well as 3 counts of attempted murder for the night at Spring River. She'll be serving 35 years to life in prison without parole. She has still not shared with investigators the location of Joanna's body, likely in a last-ditch effort to hurt Mark. During the summer, there had been a memorial service for Joanna in Bakersfield, which Amber and Dean had attended. It was painfully sad, with no real closure for those who had loved her, but at the same time, it had served as a beautiful tribute to what Amber had found out was an incredible woman who had spent a large portion of her years working and campaigning for animal rights charities. Mark had not attended the memorial service out of respect, given the large part he'd played in keeping her death hidden. Amber can only imagine how difficult that decision was to make, but it was the right one. Now, as Amber watches the generational trio of Hughes women finish up the floral arrangement for Thanksgiving and prepare the table for tonight's meal, she feels a warm glow, as she does often now, of appreciation for life. Just being here. She knows how easy it could have been for things to go very, very differently that night at Spring River. Dean and Jack set the steaming hot dishes of curry, rice, and naan bread that they had been busy working on in the kitchen for the past couple of hours down on the table and instruct everyone to dig in. Amber takes her seat next to her husband and leans in toward his ear, which nowadays is covered by a mop of thick, dark curls since he decided to grow his hair back out. Even with the sprinkle of gray around the edges, it still reminds Amber of the young, goofy Dean she'd met all those years ago, and she loves it. "Did you make sure the bread was gluten-free for Haley?" she checks quietly. Dean gives her a sideways glance.
"She's not intolerant, right? Does it make a difference?"
"No, she's not intolerant, but she told me she's gone gluten-free for a few months, and I want to respect that," Amber insists, trying to keep her voice down as the rest of the family chat amongst themselves.
"And 1 week I came home from college as a vegetarian," Dean says, piling a large scoop of chicken curry onto his plate. "Ask me how that's going."
Amber and Dean have made amends with each other since they got home from Spring River. They'd both learned the hard way just how detrimental it is to their relationship to keep secrets from one another. And with a lot of hard work, they've gotten to a really great place. But moments like this do test Amber's patience with her husband. "Dean, you can't serve her the naan bread without telling her first. She'll be expecting it to be gluten-free," she quietly argues, beginning to get annoyed.
"And yet she'll never know," he says mystically.
It's official. She's married a clown. At Amber's glare, Dean seems to sense he's treading rocky ground. She can almost see his brain working out how to stop this from escalating. After a moment of thought, he looks her right in the eye.
"Amber, you can't go around planting pumpkin seeds and expect to start harvesting gold," he says in a terrible Dr. Phil impression.
Amber nearly laughs against her own will at her husband's poor excuse for a derailment tactic, but ends up cringing as she catches Jack's confused face, having overheard their nonsense inside joke. Dean sighs and turns to where his niece has just finished plating up her food. He points to the bread.
Hales, I forgot to get you the gluten-free kind. Sorry."
Haley looks down at the bread on her plate, then shrugs, picks it up, and takes a big bite. Dean turns back to Amber and raises an eyebrow, a smug smile on his face. Amber rolls her eyes and begins to load up her own plate, but after a moment she feels Dean squeeze her leg and she turns to him.
"Sorry,"
he says genuinely. She gives him a one-sided smile of forgiveness, and they both turn back and join in with the conversation at the table. After a while, Amber watches as Phil sidles up next to Haley and plops his face down on her leg, his big eyes staring up at her, begging. She rips a little piece off the side of her naan and feeds it to him. Phil gobbles it down and then whines at her for more. "We don't feed the dog from the table, dear," Gloria reprimands her. "You ought to be thankful Michael isn't home right now. If your father were to catch you doing that, he'd take your plate away, and your food with it," she says sharply. Amber watches Haley's confused face as she glances momentarily toward Jack, before her expression slowly changes to that of sad comprehension, her eyes glistening. Dean quickly jumps into action and asks around the table for who wants dessert, and as the room slowly fills again with noise of chatter and the sound of plates being collected up, Amber can see Melanie reach over and give her daughter's hand a squeeze of comfort. Haley quickly regains her composure, but Amber can see from the look in her eyes that she is shaken from witnessing her grandmother's moment of confusion. Unfortunately, these kinds of moments are not unfamiliar to the rest of Gloria's family. By the time Dean and Jack bring out the dessert, the atmosphere has returned to a lively one. Dean plates up the hot apple pie while Melanie helps dish out large dollops of whipped cream on top, and Jack hands them around. It's like a little family production line. Gloria, unaware she'd said anything out of the ordinary just minutes ago, compliments her granddaughter again on the flower arrangement that sits on the table in preparation for tomorrow. Haley thanks her and gently rests her head on her Nana's shoulder, as Amber remembers seeing her do often when she was little. Gloria looks slightly uncomfortable, but gives Haley's hair a little pat and doesn't attempt to move her. It's a bittersweet moment, reminding Amber that this family have a long road ahead of them, full of difficult decisions. But they'll face those hurdles when they get to them. Right now, looking around at the roomful of the people she loves, immersed in conversation, laughing, connecting, after everything she's been through this past year, Amber is ready to take life as it comes, moment to moment. And this moment is a good one. The end. This recording of The Couple in Cabin 14 was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Terry Schnaubelt, produced by David Bandena, text copyright 2024 by Nancy Savage, sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.